Welcome back, everyone, to the dawn, the start of the Deadlock Fight Night Pacific, brought to you by Intel. I'm Jason Kaplan. Well, I would say your host normally, because I'm used to saying that when I'm with the man to my left-hand side. But we have a crazy day of action coming your way. We've only been able to see things when it's mostly been EU and North America, but I'm excited to dive into Pacific. What about you, Blake?
I'm good. Yeah, I was just trying to wrap my head around being the left and the right there for a second. You really confused me. Luckily, it's not too early in the morning, but I'm ready to go. Deadlock Fight Night Pacific. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool that I'm here as well, isn't it, Jason? Obviously. But yeah, some really cool teaser we got with us here today. We got qualifiers going through just a couple of days ago. Some interesting builds, some strong plays, and one clear number one seed, I would say.
Yeah, clear number one seed, who's actually going to be waiting over in the finals. But before we can get to that, for you out there who might not be familiar with what Deadlock Fight Night is about, it's about getting the best teams from each region to get together to play against each other and take on our reigning king, which this week it will be Egotists, as they are going to be sitting in first place due to a qualifier that happened just previously. Egoisto. It's always hard for me to say. And just to remind you guys, so the ADP Super League, it was 7 teams all playing head-to-head in a round-robin format, and our top 5 teams would get through to play up here in DFN. Egoisto, who went 6-0, won the entire thing. Of course, going to be sitting as our reigning champion, even though we technically don't have a champion. But this leads us into Avengers versus OT and Maiden Deadlock up against Happy Buffalo. Blank.
Yeah, so I think our first game is probably going to be the most, let's say, not clear cut, because this is our 3rd and 4th seed going up against one another. Happy Buffaloes and Maiden Deadlock, that will be our 5th and 2nd seed, with Mid being our 2nd and Happy Buffaloes being our 5th. So I'm excited to see what Avengers and OT are able to bring out here. They have a pretty wide hero pool, a lot of these teams, which is quite curious. I think you a lot of times we'll see usually one main picks here and there, but even within those picks, you play your bruisers, you pick off heroes like Paradox, but here they're playing all sorts. You know, you're having a player that's on Wraith and then on Paradox. For me, it's a little strange, but you know, I like the fact that they have a lot of different heroes they can pull out here on the stage.
Well, one thing we have seen when it comes to, I want to say, like Pacific and Asia in general, in esports, in newer games, they tend to fall behind in the beginning and they eventually become the super powerhouse. And speaking of powerhouses, we got to bring in our analyst here to start talking about these teams of DDK, because he's had firsthand experience, of course, in the likes of CS. We're starting to see more of these Asian teams rise up through the ranks and be, you know, potential contenders for these top spots. I'm hoping to see something similar for Deadlock, but one thing has proved to be clear here, Dan. The pick order they're going for, the build orders they're going for, are definitely not similar to what we've had in EU and NA.
And that's what we want, Jason. We want the diversity here and how to play the game, how to think about the game. And that's something that, especially at this point of a new game in Deadlock, we don't have this like globalized meta yet where everyone's following one region necessarily. A lot of it is more reactionary in terms of, you know, what are the other teams doing in my region? And that, I think, is super fun and interesting to follow. And given that now we have the privilege to kind of check out each individual region, we get to kind of contrast and compare. And I think that's super fun. So I'm here for it.
Gets me excited for what we potentially could see down the line with some of these teams playing up against the best of EU and North America. But to kind of get you guys all caught up a little bit, I know this is a newer region for a lot of people out there. It's not really easy to see their scrims or see any events that happen. We do have a souls per minute leaderboard from the qualifiers that just concluded a few days ago to get you familiar with some of these names that you're going to see in here. And off the bat, you know, seeing Tornado plays on Avengers, he's going to be playing in this first match. He has such, in my opinion, a massive gap over these other teams. And it's not like they went 6-0 in the qualifier. They went 4-2, so they still lost some matches, but for him to have over 150 soul per minute gap over some of these other players is kind of ridiculous to me, Blank.
Yeah, I think it's sort of understandable considering how he plays on the Shiv and the Infernus. I mean, he's a heavy farmer at the end of the day, especially on the Shiv, taking cold front very early on and just like annihilating the jungle. Well, that's essentially what that guy did a lot of times. But he gave him such a lead early on that it was quite hard to deal with him. I think he kind of builds a lot of 500 items early on and then just starts to take it away. But then again, I think on Shiv, especially these days, people are trying to build more into the dagger. It kind of makes sense that he can hit that number. Still impressive, I would say. Fax Fox is the one that I was more interested in, considering he's more of a Warden player. He was still getting a ton done around the map, but having a soul count of 1227 is very impressive to me.
I like
And the last time I think I saw this kind of layout, just to quickly go back to Tornado, I kind of remember of Leffa actually with Hydrogenation when it comes to like North America and actually I think globally at the time. But a couple of other names in there as well. Adam, we're going to see him with OT for the first match. But I don't know. I'm really just kind of curious to see how this souls per minute does translate into the game. And one number we always look at as well is like how much damage are you getting per soul that you gain for yourself. And I can tell you, Tornado, he's really not that high up there when it comes to player damage.
Okay, well, it's going to be interesting to see sort of by the numbers how this turns out. I feel like, you know, on the analysis, we've got to make good data-driven decisions, but the sample size is pretty low at this point, Jason. So we can get pretty wacky with our predictions. I don't know if there's do we have like fan favorites, super fan favorite players already in this region, or do you feel like that's still a developing story? Are we going to help to build that?
I think, Blink, there's like two teams, Egoisto and Mid for me. Like Mid and Deadlock coming from South Korea. I feel like they are looked at as one of the best teams for sure. And then of course, Egoisto is kind of a conglomeration of a couple of different regions. I think Japan's in there. You have Australia in there. And I do believe, I don't actually know, it's Hong Kong and Singapore all mixed in. So they've got a real hodgepodge of different talent in this roster.
Jason,
it works,
I need to interrupt you. Look at what I have. This mug. Excuse the watermarks.
Oh my god!
But we got that merch on lock.
Was that
Look at that! Look at the segue.
It's pretty cool.
It wasn't even the run show, but we're rolling with it anyways. You guys can pick up some Fight Night merch. Head over to deadlockfightnight.com and pick up some sweet things yourself. We also do have, I believe, more than this, if I'm not mistaken. We've got like Calico in there, some really cool ideas. Make sure you guys pick this up, and not to mention anything you guys do buy here gets put directly back in the show. It doesn't go in anyone's pockets, especially not mine, even though I'm sporting my hat here. This is one of my favorite gym hats, actually. Big fan.
That's instantaneous. Where'd you even pull
almost
that
as if
from?
I had it in reach. It's almost.
All right. You got like the whole merch collection just on your desk at all times. I want to see you do that with a hoodie. Yeah, give him 3 seconds to put a hoodie on.
I mean, with guns like this, I don't know if I can, but Dan.
Oh,
he's got the hoodie as well. Oh man, I'm
you
a little
didn't commit
sad.
though. I'm disappointed.
It felt awkward.
Well, don't worry. I mean, he is the most handsome person we have here on the desk at the moment until we get ZP later on today. But speaking of getting things going, let's actually jump into our first match of the day of Avengers up against OT and take a look at the roster these two teams are fielding for us. We'd look at OT coming in from Australia. We're starting off with Avengers here, if I can read correctly. My favorite player, which I think we can all agree, looking at the roster here, of course, will be Cake F, because who doesn't love cake?
It's
I thought you were going to say ass man.
It's too easy to say that one.
You know, it's just me.
I mean, the cheek on ass man to call himself that is unreal,
Agreed.
But I respect it. You know, he's
If he
coming
doesn't
in.
get clapped. This is what we're going to do, guys. We're gonna just puns the whole time, aren't we?
Yes, obviously. Why wouldn't you at this point? I'm curious about Anan more than anything, honestly. He's got Calico on here, but he did play a ton of McGuinness. And I think McGuinness is kind of sort of that unknown pick. But if you can play around it and get a lot of support done, especially if you've got a Warden on the team, you can hunt down players using the wall a lot of times. Pretty interesting player. And I think that, Cake, everybody loves Cake. This guy's good. We know that. We know Tornado's good. But I'm curious to see how Anan actually makes that McGuinness pick work if he brings it out again, because he does have a Kelvin pocket pick as well.
Yeah, just to remind people who are watching, this is not what was picked. We have not done the draft yet. These are just some heroes we're throwing up just to make the graphic look extra nice for you. But speaking of extra nice, let's head over to OT side and see the roster they're fielding for us as well, because there's a couple of names in here. It was after my time working on the game, but there are some Overwatch pros here. I believe in the likes of Adam, played with Honeypot actually.
Yeah, way back when. We're talking a while ago, but yeah, Adam is in here. Typical Wraith player, honestly, for him, as well as the Infernus. So a lot of split pushing going on for this guy in those outer lanes, which is fair enough. He's getting work done, and he certainly was done in those matches. Quite difficult to shut him down. For some of these other guys, but we've got a resident Assman type, a random dead dude, which I'm not sure I'm going to get all that out in the middle of a cast, but we'll see how it goes, as well as Slattered, who was pretty significant in terms of the front line for that team. So this is again an exciting team to watch, but this is our 4th seed alongside our 5th seed Happy Buffaloes, and I think the Avengers might have a little bit of an edge on this team.
This is really interesting because I'm like, wait, I think I know a random dead dude, but like not personally, but I've seen that name before, and I think it's like there's like an aim coach by that name. I know, so I'm not sure if it's the same person, but I feel like it's a unique enough name that it very well might be.
Player, so maybe.
Yeah, that we should be expecting some good mechanics if that's the case. And same with Nikius as well. I feel like I'm very familiar with that name as well. It's weird with esports, especially with games like Deadlock, that they're somewhat new, because if you cast it around different scenes and regions over the years, you do see these names pop up again and again. So that's really fun. So looking forward to seeing how that plays out.
And I hope they have some success here as well. I mean, they do have a couple of players with some previous competitive experience. Nico's played PUBG. A random dead dude played TF2. I'm not sure, Dan, if you were a TF2 fan, but that's where he kind of comes from. Whereas Avengers, they really have no esports background behind them, which I kind of find interesting, because it also, when you have a new game come around, typically you see a lot of, quote unquote pros or semi-pros from other games try to go into a new game to try to become a pro and become one of the best. And you generally have, people with massive backgrounds, but it's the players who have no background that I'm kind of really curious about, because you could have them completely stomp everyone at some point, especially if they're younger players looking at like Donk over in CS. Ridiculous what you can do with that kind of skill.
I think it's curious for Deadlock more than anything, because it's such a different game. So it's so unique compared to anything we've ever seen before, that you are going to get new and upcoming players, people that never dabbled in esports before, that realistically might take the scene by storm. And I just think, even if you look at the highest level, we don't have some of the craziest of aimers in some of our strongest teams in the world right now for Deadlock, but just because their mechanical skill is so good in terms of how they're using the abilities, their macro, there's so much that goes into Deadlock that I think it does breed a whole new type of player.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see exactly how just the teams shake out in terms of like what skills are most valued in the top level teams. We recently saw in the NA region with Hydronation maybe dropping, arguably their best mechanical, or maybe the best mechanical player in Deadlock, potentially in Lefa, to make a choice to prioritize teammates that are going to maybe work better in terms of the team and the shot calling. So definitely makes a lot of sense, especially with this current format of 4 lanes. It's a lot of chaos and a fast moving action. So the coordination is really paramount to success. So I could totally see that.
Well, speaking of action, we're getting one step closer. We're going to take a look at a head-to-head here between some of the most better, or I'd say the best performing players from each roster. Tornado for me, for Avengers, and Adam coming in from OT. And you can see kind of the signature heroes they were running over the course of the qualifiers. And just give some kind of information about this. We saw, Tornado, he was leading when it comes to souls per minute in Pacific, but he's also leading when it comes to kills per minute at 0.33 ahead of everyone else in these lobbies. But I think the interesting part between these two players is still the kill participation, whereas Adam being more of a team player, where Tornado looking, I guess, for more of these like kind of solo kills in some of these lanes. However, the player damage, Tornado, even though he's first in souls per minute, first in kills per minute, he's got the 17th ranked player damage per minute out of Pacific, which is kind of ridiculous considering what 7 times 6, I can't do that math. There's not many players below him when it comes to this, at least ones that you can viably put up against him.
Yeah, I think it would make sense though, right? Especially on a shift player. I mean, once you commit, right? There's certainly some poking to be done with the dagger, but a lot of times once you're getting in with slice and dice and you're finishing up with the ultimate, like, you are taking the kill at that point in the lane. So a lot of times I think it's weird the way these things translate, and you need to a lot of times take a look at the hero as well. For something like a Wraith, like, you're getting a lot of poke damage out from cards, you get a lot of poke damage just coming out from Tesla bullets alone. So it is curious, and again, you got to mix and match that with the kill participation as well. They're both fantastic players, they just have different play styles.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of different playstyles in NA with regards to like the Wraith and how it's developed over time, more of like a backline, longer range Wraith versus the kind of more roamy in the mix Wraith. And it's a lot to do with the comps as well, which is, again, Deadlock's actually so fun because you can have so much diversity and now you can play each individual hero. I don't think I've seen that quite to this extent in any other game. But going into the picks and bans here, this could be super interesting, Jason, because again, like, different meta, different priorities region to region.
This is going to be weird. I'm going to tell you that. I spotted a couple of games where
there we go.
We had Holiday and Paradox not banned and also not picked in the first round. Instead, it was your Abrams and your Mo and Krill. And one thing we should say, looking at this region, it seems like they do tend towards picking up more of their bruisier heroes as their priority versus like pick heroes like your Paradox, like your Holiday, or potentially even carry heroes like Vindicta or Wraith. So with OT banning Shiv, it goes into exactly what you're saying, Blake. Take that away from Tornado. Don't let him get those resets.
I think it's a Warden next.
That was Savannah's fault.
Oh, a Magician.
Sinclair,
Why a Magician?
he's insane. You cannot take mid boss against him because it is impossible because of, unless you have like, I know, because you can't even cleanse the debuff when you're in the rabbit. He's insane. He's ridiculous, and I'm not surprised to see it considering he's been, I think, perma-banned in EU and NA as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's horrendous to play against. Absolutely no. It's just an odd one because I think when Nikus actually played on the Sinclair, it wasn't his craziest game ever, and there isn't a dedicated Sinclair player over on OT. So who knows?
Well, early pick on a Mirage isn't something with like that's too foreign, but it is interesting as well, given I guess Mirage still has that unique capacity for facilitating stuff like split pushing, like a lot of gun damage, really good in the early laning phase. So just like an all around like great opening pick. I think the interesting thing that we usually look at is you often get the Paradox opener or having the holiday opener as well. We definitely don't see the 7 openers.
What is happening, bro?
Because the high priority, because you don't have many of a very important aspect, which is that initiation.
Yeah, I would completely agree with you. I mean, having someone with pick potential like Paradox is super important. You do have a lot of it. I mean, if you want to build into a Mo and Krill with your Phantom Strike, like that, it does the trick. But then a lot of times you're building Rescue Beam on the Kelvin to pull him back. But that's a lot of steps when you could just have a Paradox.
Well, to be fair, they do have a 100% win rate on 7. But seeing 7 picked over Paradox, over Holiday, over Wraith, like, this hurts my head a little bit, Dan. But I'm not going to discount it at all because they have fared pretty well on it recently.
Well, I think there's a lot of interesting aspects too, right, of how the fights might actually play out. Because if you have comps that are more to do with like grouping up, having a bunch of front line, grouping up, and just trying to like barrow down objectives as quickly as possible. But 7 is actually very good in those comps, and you can get great value out of the ult if you're able to force fights in the open areas around the objectives. Now 7 gets a lot more value. It's just we've seen 7 now, and just in the very last week in EU and NA, teams actually prioritize him well and play him well. But previous to that, it was a little bit of it's hard to find his pacing between the farm and participating in fights.
Yeah, it was definitely difficult. Yeah, the the Kelvin. I'm sorry, I really want to talk about the 7, the Warden. We're having a good time. Got a Geist as well, which is a really strong pick at the moment. But the 7, the Warden's an interesting duo just because you're trying to shut down one or the other, and especially with the Warden, I'm pretty sure on Avengers side, the way they play the Warden is Majestic Leap Warden as well. So you're going to have to invest stuns, disables on that Warden, but then you can follow it with a 7 ultimate as well. So a lot of times you kind of circumventing having to buy that unstoppable early because you've got to do one or the other there, which is interesting to me.
All right, so then the Kelvin and the Geist. I mean, Kelvin, typically when we see that, Dan, over in EU and NA, well, at least in EU, we're going to see that followed up with ideally a pocket on the other side, since it always seems to be one of the good counters to his ultimate. Except we're seeing a Viscus, which I don't hate. I think Viscus has kind of come into his own. And he's been in favor, out of favor. The only thing I'm surprised to see with it pick, though, is there's no, like, hard hero to counter on the other side. There's no Vindicta or something you have to worry about to allow that cube to really be impactful. And we don't even have Paradox picked yet either, so that makes it even more interesting. But we obviously the holiday ban come through, which I'm happy to see and kind of expected. The thing is, if OT leave Paradox open, are they actually going to play it?
You'd hope so, wouldn't you, really, at this point? I mean, it is playing with fire, leaving Holiday open for that long and then no one picks it. I don't think there was a dedicated Holiday player on either team, so that's possibly why they waited so long. I think you see Holiday players over on mid and HB more.
I think it's, for me, I'm thinking a lot about Lash at the moment, because again, if we do get this like heavy frontline position, like a Lash, a Dynamo, like these like huge AoE ults can be really game changing for those team fights if that's the kind of style the opponents are playing. Now, I'm not super familiar with the way that the strategies are played out. If we're going to see like lots of death balling, but those would be 2 really big picks. And the Infernus coming in. Another thing I'm super curious about Jason, because Jason, when we're following EU and NA, we've seen Infernus had that a lot of early popularity, but it really seems to have fallen off quite a lot in terms of just just for the position of that DPS.
Yeah, I think people have kind of shied away from it. They went like a little bit more bruiser heavy. Like we see a lot more guys being played in general. 7, like you said, coming back into the mix. We'll see a lot of like Wraith, Yamato, even some Abrams, and even lately some Lash when it comes to the solo lane. So I'm not too surprised to see it kind of fall off when it comes to like EU and NA. but I kind of do like they have like a decent comp here, and Furnace can kind of go extremely deep. If a Lash gets picked up as well here for Avengers, you have a really nice wombo combo with like the Last Stand. You can Seven can throw a stun on himself, so when they land, they get stunned right back up. Combusted Combustion as well. They do have, in my so far at least, a decent potential for a wombo combo. But honestly, I'm looking at OT, and to me, it's just like this is just kind of like a standard comp you're going to see in EU that is always so successful that I'm already leaning towards them.
You kind of throw in everything in the kitchen sink of the wall with Avengers comp at the moment. I mean, the Seven, the Ward, and the Infernus there's a lot of heavy hitters there. But if you've got more of a consolidated squad over a lot on OT right now with the Mo and Crow, Wraith, Lady Guys, Kelvin, Mirage, it feels well rounded, right? It does feel like Avengers comp at the moment is pretty front ended. So what they realistically need now is a bit more something like a Paradox, which would be nice to see, which is now going to make that team much easier to play, especially being able to get picks off early and then just fully commit to that wombo combo that you were talking about earlier. That's going to be difficult to deal with. So again, there's going to be a lot of peel happening over on the side of OT, and it's really lucky they're able to get that Kelvin and the Mirage out early, because the Tornado is very good at peel, so is the Dome.
Dan, if I were to say to you before we started today that Paradox is going to be played in the 5th position, would you ever believe me, man? I don't know if I would have believed myself.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, it's just we're just so conditioned at this point to see him just be 100% first pick or first ban. Well, I mean, it's actually looking more normal though overall. I think just like the ordering of stuff, I think was more so. I think what was surprising, but it's definitely fleshed out to a comps that feel like they make a lot of sense in terms of what you're approaching. You know, of course we've got the pocket there. You mentioned that previously, Jason, for the anti-Kelvin, but Ivy, the interesting thing is I was expecting Ivy to go for Avengers, but double support, we don't see that very often in the other regions. Very rare. Are
we going to see double support though?
Or you mean like a gun Ivy situation?
I'm thinking maybe potentially a gun Ivy to come through. I mean, obviously one thing we talk about a lot when it comes to these drafts is having a decent balance between like gun damage and spirit damage, but they have the spirit damage out of Geist. They have obviously some spirit damage out of Ivy and Wraith, and then Mirage does a little bit here or there on top of that. I don't know. I feel like a Vindicta or a Grey Talon would have been a nice kind of like follow-up for OT to kind of round out their composition, especially when you get them going early with the Mo and Krill. You know no one's going to get to the backline against you that easily. The only thing you have to worry about, obviously, is the swap coming through. But I guess we'll see how it's going to work out.
Yeah, Nikis actually plays Kudzu Bomb Ivy. Doesn't play gun Ivy in the games that I saw, at least. There's Refresher, Improve Reach, Divine Kevlar as well. So very much just get eyes in the sky essentially on that Ivy. So I think that what you can say for OT is just a ton of peel, but it's a question if you could really peel away what is coming for you over on the side from Avengers.
So before we let you go here, Dan, looking at both these compositions, is there sort of a window that you're expecting one of them to have to be successful in if they want to take this match?
I think OT, especially on the picks, is going to scale a bit better into the late game. They've got a pretty well-rounded comp, so I think for them, they just need to just be like even going into the mid game, and they should probably pull ahead. I think Avengers have to play the objective game and try to get ahead early by just hammering on objectives, taking those open fights with the front line that they have, using those Warden ults, using those 7 ults, and that's going to be, I think, the win con for them. For me, is getting ahead on objectives early and then carrying that advantage into the mid and late game.
One thing I always look at when it comes to Paradox, thinking back to one of the prior DFNs we've had, a Paradox, if you get into late game, doesn't really matter what your comp can do, you can win a match just from one really great swap. I can't remember the team off the top of my head, Dan, but it was a swap on a Lady Geist and then into a Dome, and they're able to kill the Geist before they could do a single thing, and then they had a 6v5, and it was a relatively easy finish from there. So I don't know. I want to see how successful it's going to be, because Paradox, it's the most played hero when it comes to EU and North America. It's definitely like the most picked, most banned for sure. And it's tough to go against a very good Paradox. As you already get an Ass Man comment in there. Nice. Love to see it.
I mean, you got to throw it in at the start.
I mean, this is the only time we're like allowed to curse, right? Like, it's his name.
I know, right? I don't think the way that he's dropping the ellipses on the end there, though, I don't think you can shame a man called Ass Man. I think he's past shame at this point.
Well, as we do take a quick look here, a little pause coming as people are going to be reconnecting. We can kind of get an idea of who's going to be over towards what. So we have Seal going to be on the Paradox. Looks like Cake going to be on the Viscous. Assman going to be on the 7. Assman with his ball is gonna be really interesting if he goes that build. And then we see Hansi on the board. What? Yeah, if he goes ball build 7.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Well, I don't think it's going to happen though.
But if it did, it's going to lead to some great little clips here. But Dan, any final thoughts before we let you go?
No, I'm just gonna be really interested to see this. For me, this is a journey of discovery to see what the pacing is like in this region on all of the team fights, and just like when you're looking to take the objectives. And again, for me, the objective timing is going to be huge for Avengers success. So if they can do well in the early game here and in this early laning phase to be able to build into that quickly, that's what I'm hoping to see. So I'll leave you with that for now.
Okay, well, some of our matchups coming through here, Blank. We do have 7 up against Mirage over in lane 4. Inferno's up against the Wraith over in lane 1. I'm looking towards this kind of Paradox Warden combo over in lane 3 up against the Mo and the Ivy. Definitely some kill potential coming through with that Binding Word plus the Kinetic Carbines.
Yeah, I think that it's a good idea with how they switch things up there. I mean, Paradox Warden's a horrendous lane to go into, especially once they both hit 3k. Binding Word into swap is horrible, but at least having a Mo and Krill who's got a lot of escape potential, Stoneform on the Ivy, there is a lot of ways to get out of some nasty scenarios, right? And also, these two players can just shove the lane, Kudzu Bomb into Scorn, the side packs on the jungle. This is a way they can keep themselves ahead and just not have to interact with the Warden or the Paradox.
Yeah, and that's a good point, because I look over towards lane 4 and Assman, and honestly, he's going to be under a lot of scrutiny here because of the lane shove potential out of OT in lane 3. But speaking of potential, kills coming through. Somehow able to survive. Well, never mind. Of course, I'm gonna jinx it. Hans gets the kill into him. Nice little flash thrown in last second, and they do get a kill on the Nikos at the same time. So Avengers already off to a strong start.
Yeah, it's a killer parry that happened off the distance. We saw disaster happening right in front of our eyes. You might have had to have your glasses on to see it, but right at the back end there. So great stuff there from the lane. And that's just going to make things horrible, because I think they had a chance if they let that lane play out. And realistically, a lot of the kill potential came in at 3k for both the Warden and the Paradox. The fact that we're able to get an early lead like that is horrendous. You never want to let a Warden off the leash early in a game. That's just going to lead to some disastrous moments later on. And I think for Ivy as well as the Mo and Krill, it's only going to get worse. And Nan goes down here to a random dead dude. So at least one lane is not doing too badly.
Yeah, something to help get them back into this one, as it looks like Cake might be going down here. He's going to just rush him down, and a random dead dude going to get Cake as well. So 2 for 2 trade when it comes to lane 2 and 3 here for both of these two teams. Honestly, something I was trying to get into when it came to lane 3 before the kills came through was I was expecting, because of the lane push potential that OT has, that's really easy ganks on Assman, especially when you get your 3k. And I feel like you can really get Sire snowballing, where it becomes that like split pushing threat, and really kind of keep Avengers in line when we get to these like mid to late game engagements, when this macro play is really going to be important.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it just means you can constantly move across, and Mirage is going to push the lane hyper fast, but especially just with Power Surge in general, you're going to push the lane passively, so likely they'll be able to send themselves across. So as long as Sai is able to hold his own, which he should be able to, because Mirage does feel like a little bit of a natural counter there to the 7. You can't ever really get a strong play off with the static charge, because you can always tornado that thing.
And the cube coming through to help keep Cake up alive, and somehow Mucka is just not being punished here. He's just skating along on the high ground, trying to chase in towards the pocket, and Anon's gonna be very low in HP, and he's gonna go down from this one. A little bit of a turnout potentially coming through, but there's the Geist to help defend. Random dead who goes for the parry, but unfortunately there's no melee to be had, and they're gonna get the double off the back of this. Cake and Anon both going down, and OT, their lane 2 is really helping them carry through.
Yeah, it's so needed as well. I mean, at that point for KKF, it's either a disengage or you just have to recommit to the Geist instead, because the Kelvin was leaving. It wasn't like he was going to get back. He'd already used the Ice Path, so he wasn't able to reposition there. Again, that's just a case of a little bit of tunnel vision coming through from KKF, which is unfortunate. But for OT, this is, like you said, extremely important. Getting a Kelvin farmed early, obviously doesn't always feel like the craziest thing in the world to happen to you, but a Kelvin can have a huge amount of impact on the map, just in terms of ganks as well as pressure with the laser beam he's able to bring out. So yeah, an interesting one for sure. And again, having that front line on the Geist is gonna make it a little bit more difficult for the team to get too aggressive, because once you start getting that swap online, you can't really fully commit to her.
And I do kind of wonder what kind of build Mucka's going for, as I believe I see the Frozen Shelter just being used over in lane 2. Because we could see, you know, the Ice Path build. We just get around the map very quickly to help assist. I know Piggy, I believe, talking to him while watching some of these ADP qualifier matches, saying he's experimenting with a couple of different builds where you actually don't even go to your level 2 on your Frost Grenade. So you don't have the healing potential out of it, but you do have a lot of gank potential, not to mention the ultimate online. But speaking of that, we do see the paradoxical swap come through. Seal's going to be locked under tower by the combo here, Blink.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see, realistically. But immediately in comes the Warden as well. So Last Stand will be taking down Nikius. So it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Again, I think this is just partly because the guys over on Slatted as well as the Nikius are a little bit behind of their lane opponents. In comes Pocket, a lot of damage done. Random Dead Dude goes down, and KKF continues to bring the pain. And that's another out of there. Not what I expected. Honestly, not what I expected.
Just some redemption for Avengers on lane 2. I mean, the thing is, they knew Mucka's Frozen Shelter was down from a prior fight, which was the perfect opportunity to go, especially with the afflictions in there. But I feel like looking at the grand scheme of things here for OT, one of the biggest kind of unfortunate parts is the fact they're not able to gank on lane 4 with Aspan. But the problem is, I guess, or it's not even a problem, is that Sire's able to handle him by himself. Telekinesis is going to be coming through onto Tornado. Looks like both these two players just going to be backing away, not committing for the kill just yet, as we did have, it looked like, Anon and Cake rotating over to lane 1. But so all in all, 6 minutes in, pretty even lead here between the two teams.
Yeah, I mean, Avengers are slightly ahead, but it's really not by much, let's be honest, right? At the moment, it is just a case of trying to get yourself back into this game. And I think Anan, as well as KKF, have done not a bad job at all. The fact that Mucka is currently on 3.9k is sort of strange to me. Getting Cold Front nice and early for Anan means Pocket is able to farm pretty efficiently alongside with Enchanter's Satchel, as well as Cloak. So getting themselves into the game hasn't been too a big deal. So I would say here in lane 2, there's been a bit of a comeback come through. I would have thought that having the Kelvin and the guys online early would lead to some huge plays.
Swap and Slow and Hex comes through, but there's no follow-up, unfortunately. The binding word will go off, but the protection is going to be there for Slotted to keep Nikos alive. But you can just see on the map here, Blink. I mean, it's all aggression out of OT. They're keeping things pushed up consistently here, trying to make sure there's no chance for Avengers to push back through and obviously look for some ganks themselves. Really keeping them in check and not really giving them the freedom around the map here as we're getting close to that 10-minute mark when we get these first buffs online.
Yeah, just one curious thing though, I quite like the fact that honestly, on the side of Avengers, Hansi's a lot of times using his banning word on the Mo and Krill after the Paradox swap, which is interesting because I think a lot of times it has been Slatted coming in to sort of save Nikius from those Paradox swaps. So it does put them both under a lot of pressure. And I think chained up Mo and Krill a lot of times is quite easy to burst down. Again, in we go, as well as the Last Stand. This should be another free kill. This has just been swap after swap after swap in this lane.
Just rinse and repeat, man. Every time the swap's up, they go for the fight. He hits the swap as well. More importantly, it looks like Seal's been at 100% accuracy on this one as the gang's gonna be coming in onto lane 1. Looking for that Infernus' Tornado. Just as a sliver of HP is able to escape. Mostly because you had his teammate Anon able to come in and help him out.
Early invest into Paradoxical Swap as well. Like, I think he's put quite a few points into that thing and might have already got improved cooldown. I'm not sure on that side, just purely because honestly it's a 36-second cooldown right now. It's very, very short in that lane, which makes things quite terrifying for both players. I don't think the Mo and Krill quite has Fleetfoot just yet, and naturally Ivy is fairly slow as a character until she picks up enduring speed. Oh, good bait, good bait.
Oh, but it doesn't seem to matter. He doesn't need the stun to actually hit the swap, and Nico's going to go down yet again. Slat, in the meantime, has been locked down by the binding word. And another kill. Rinse and repeat here for Avengers, constantly picking up kills every single time this ultimate's online here from Seal.
Yeah, he just read him like a book there, which is unfortunate. I mean, you hit the kinetic carbine in a space like that and you drop the wall, you're assuming that the swap's coming out straight afterwards, right? But instead there is a slight delay before that swap comes through. And even so, that swap was very well placed. I mean, I did not expect it. In comes the Mo and Krill combo. It's not going to do anything too much. And again, it's actually Slide who takes the massive amount of damage coming through on that side.
Not sure actually the use of that combo there because there was absolutely no follow-up. It seems like the communication might have been lacking, and Mucka, he might be the one to fall from this one. Just 1 HP left. He's going to go down. Tornado just trying to survive, and well, Random Dead Dude should be finishing him off. So Tornado's going to fall for the first time, I believe, in this game.
And Gang called away on that side. I mean, Anand does go pick up the slack, but I think for the pocket, it might be a little bit difficult to stop him from taking Yellow Guardian, which he ends up doing. So lane 1 does go down. Sire takes quite a bit of damage from the Storm Cloud, but that's on cooldown now for quite some time. And Sire should be able to get back into the mix. CL does go down to Nikus, though. He's back and forward here, Jason, a lot of times.
Well, I mean, Mucka is going for the gank now. Again, the follow-up going to be delayed here out of the Mirage. The dive in with the cold front as well. Assman's going to be going back to spawn here. Gosh, so many things I want to say, but I'm really riding that line right now. I'm a little bit scared. As it comes too close for comfort, Assman will fall. And that's another death for him. But we do see a return kill onto a Random Dead Dude.
Yeah, I'm glad you're not cracking here, Jason, because the pressure is a lot. The pressure is a lot, and we're doing our best. We are doing our best.
I just wanted to see Maidong up against Assman. That would be a really interesting battle.
Yeah, absolutely. Going against them, I would probably say.
You know, they actually renamed. They're no longer Maidong anymore.
I know. It's unfortunate. It really is. I was quite sad when I saw it. I was like, is that Maidong and not anymore in my games? I think they should have kept it up for a little bit longer, honestly. I was quite upset
coming through. Decent damage. Yeah, it was Uncle's fault. Their coach. Quote, unquote coach. That's going to be the Nubon coming through. Looking for a fight here on lane 2. Probably the biggest fight we've had so far in this actual match. Cake's going to continue to go for the chase, but he's low on HP, and the combo comes through. They should be able to finish him off here off of this one. Going to roll away to his death. So a good little turnaround here for OT as they look to push themselves.
Yeah, hella dangerous, honestly. For a lot of times, telekinesis comes through on towards Honzi. One more card should do the trick, and that is it. Yeah, I think for when you're playing KKF, and especially if you're going into the ball, like you're getting a huge amount of resistances, but it doesn't mean too much against a random death dude who can just constantly put damage amp on you with the daggers. And Assman once again is under pressure coming through from Mucka. Mucka stops him off on the zip line as well, right at the top there. Looks to head back up again. CL is here for the backup, but Mucka not giving up easy. Now has to get out. No ice path available to him.
That's a squeaky bum moment if I've ever seen one here for Assman. The resupply, I guess the teammates able to come through in time, but they're going to be losing out on a lane 1 walker potentially. OT trying to go for the big push here with Slatted and Adam trying to gain some ground as they're the only team to take any objectives. Avengers, 0 Guardians to their name, and this is where we're going to see the Soli just drastically change in the favor of OT as that walker will be falling. And not to mention OT are also running the urn at the exact same time here, so great Mako play coming out of this team from Australia.
Yeah, I mean, taking the walker down as well and having efficient and easy access to the urn through Nikus is massive. Now starting to get that pick potential on board. Great swap there. Prevents Honzi from having too much impact in that front line. And the Scorn comes through into another combo. Might have to give his life here for it, but will get out indeed. And OT is starting to take things away. Assman had been swamped in this lane for quite a while, but finally is able to get something a little bit done here, but still no flex slot available to them. All the while, OT is getting further and further ahead, and with that soul lead, they're going to start filling out those slots as they can. KKF with a good roll down, but again, like I said, versus the guys, it's not the best of ideas. Luckily, is able to pick up Slatted, and I think it will have to be a random dead dude getting out of there. So low, should be able to pick him up.
Oh, he lost track of where he was going. Anon, looks like he will be able to survive. He's being chased down. He's going to be locked in between 2. Someone kill him?
Plays Divine Barrier. He's alive.
Hello?
Sticking it.
I mean, the great escape. 7 comes in. Assman saves his life. But at the end of the day, though, OT, they get a walker in lane 1. They get some good damage onto the lane 2 walker. They get an urn turn in. And they got, I believe, about 2 kills. And all in return was just 2 Guardians and I believe 1 death for Avengers able to get against OT. So a massive trade here for OT in this one. Still rocking almost a 10k lead here between the two.
Yeah, it was pretty efficient. I mean, at one point it was around 59k to 71. It's still looking a little bit bad for Avengers, but they brought it back enough. And I think they're in a position now where team fighting could be a potential. They have been on the receiving end of it for quite a while now, where they haven't really had 6 members up at the same time. And CL's been caught off in that early fight early was a huge detriment to them. Not having that paradoxical swap up and available is quite bad. And you can see right now, OT's just trying to maintain that advantage because Mo and Krill, Kelvin, and the Ivy has just this squad, this pack moving around. It is pretty dangerous to play around with, especially with Stoneform into combo, as well as the slowing Ice Beam. It's hard to get away from them, and they're trying to work that advantage here.
No, Cake, he's dead. There's no way. He's going to get the cube off. The rotation out of Aspen's going to be here. Goo Ball as well going to be used. I'm actually surprised to see him surviving for so long. Eventually being locked in by the frozen shelter will mean he meets his demise, and potentially another flex slot being taken for OT. If you're Aspen, you got to be careful. There's still 3 people knocking on the front doors. The Storm Cloud's going to come in to try to deter them away, and it will be enough. Not to mention, Hansi is just pushing forward, gets himself a kill.
Yeah, a bit over aggressive there. I think as soon as you see the Storm Cloud go out, I think you just have to call it quits at that point in time. There wasn't a lot of information on the map there coming through for OT, and I think realistically, the alarm bell should have been going off in their head. Still actually 1v1ing, but they do get the walker off the back of that. That's a really good escape there coming through from Adam. We'll see if he survives to tell the tale, but the soul urn is now picked up by Hansi. Going to try and take that one across. A lot of souls as well being dropped on the ground here. We should swing things.
I don't know how I felt though actually about that push that happened on lane 4 into the Storm Cloud, as Adam will fall eventually. I feel like if you're OT, you just do what you did with the very first urn. Pick up the urn, force them to either defend it, or they give away another walker, and you pretty much lose nothing while at the same time getting the urn turn-in. Obviously, if played correctly. They end up losing some players. Yes, they get the lane 2 walker, so they get the flex slot at the end of the day. And I guess technically right now, Avengers are playing into that hand of trying to look for a push into the turn-in for the extra souls. But we can still see OT keeping the pressure on, and neither team really committing fully to this turn-in location, considering Hansi is just bringing the urn back towards base.
Yeah, right now OT has just been trying to maintain that advantage that they've had for quite a while here to just pressure out Avengers. And they have been moving around as kind of small units, as 3-mans. I think that what they have done by doing that, though, especially having a Mo and Krill, an Ivy, as well as a Kelvin, they've lacked on the jungle a little bit here. Yes, they've got quite a few objectives, but now it's up to them to defend it. I think the best thing right now for OT is the fact they still have 2 Guardians up and available, so they have not given up a single flex slot so far, but they need to press that advantage. It's a good thing from Hansi, the fact that he kind of just took the soul urn and is just now walking it around the map, because that would be the big changer here coming through for OT. Massive fight starts off here, Jason, and a great Storm Cloud to finish.
Able to catch one with Sire going down, but the rest of OT going to be on the run here, heading back towards lane 3. This might be the opportunity for Avengers to get the urn turn. You can see them flexing out. In the meantime, you can see Random Dead Dude's going to be heading over to lane 1 to try to keep the pressure on. So with that big commit out of Avengers, pretty much 4 ultimates being used out of their 6, they only get themselves 1 kill and haven't gotten any real estate off the back of that, as KKF might try to go for the turn-in. I mean, that's, I think, a very smart play of OT to back away as soon as possible, considering if you lose the fight there, you're going to be losing mid-boss.
Yeah, I think they absolutely have to. Good swap into the air there. That might lead to a stun over towards OT. Luckily, it's a pretty decent frozen shelter. I don't think it'll keep him alive for too long, though. Nikus does go down. They're desperate to get this walker under control, and Adam will find another walker over in Parkside. There's a bit of a problem, and he is just shredding these walkers now. That's yet again another flex slot, up to 3 now versus the 0 coming through for Avengers. And although that soul swing was a little bit in the favor of Avengers for a short time, now it's back on the side of OT. They're looking to go for a fairly aggressive mid-boss here as well, Jason. And to be honest, a lot of the lanes have been pushed in. Does Avengers decide to try and challenge this? I think Infernus still has it all up, so there's a potential.
Maybe it took a little bit longer for that to happen, for the actual mid-boss to go down. Maybe they could have went for the contest, but instead going to give it up for free. Trying to push themselves here, trying to gain some Guardians. Lane 1 being pushed out by Hansi to get that first flex slot unlocked for Avengers, which honestly at this point you can see is desperately needed. Tornado has no slots left to buy up any single item. I thought that Guardian would have gone down already, but it takes a little bit longer than expected. And now the rotation's coming through. Nico's trying to lead the charge to cut them off.
He's got the reinforced plates on that bad boy. There is a decent ult coming through there from Nikis.
Is it Nikos or Nikos? Because
Nikos? Nikos? I don't know.
I mean, Couscous, yeah, I can understand it.
Is there a second Coos in his name? I don't know.
No, but like, isn't it? No, Coos with a U, isn't it? Coos. No, yeah, they're both U's. I don't know.
Yeah. What are you
it's
saying?
Just whatever Nikos, but whatever we want to call it. I guess
we can go Nikos. I'm down.
I don't know. I kind of you go Nikos, I'll go Nikos now. Let's just change it up.
All right. We confuse everyone in chat. I respect it. You know.
But we'll always say ass man the same way. Don't worry.
Yeah, we'll never change that. Ass man.
Yeah. With the rejuvenator, it's like OT is going to be going for a little bit of an increase in souls here. Just going to turn this in the meantime. Obviously, with no walkers to take, it's very risky for OT to try to push into the base, especially without everyone there. But you have to look towards Seal. Like, knowing that the urn's being ran, this is an opportunity to hit a swap and go for a kill.
Dude, it's a curious one because I think a lot of us were a little bit concerned about the Moen Krill, Kelvin, as well as Ivy pick, but I think they've done such a wonderful job on it. They have made sure they've taken full advantage of the fact that these specific heroes are so fast at getting around the map, and with the lane clear they have with Kutsu Bomb as well as Scorn into Burrow, every single lane has been ultra pushed this entire game. It's been very hard for Avengers to do anything, and this comp has been significantly strong. A whiff, a paradoxical swap should lead to these base guardians going down fairly shortly. It's not likely they can stop them. Even if they do die here, they've got the reju to fall back on.
You see it's still just pushing up those lanes over into lane 4, trying to get some more of these base guardians. It seems they're really hesitant to go for the engage to get this first shrine. Being very respectful. But the thing is, the longer they take, the easier it is for Seal to get his ultimate back up to look for that pick potential. They're just hoping that their minions are enough to shove down a lot of this control, a lot of these left objectives.
Last stand thrown in, static charge on it as well to try and slow them down. This is what they really needed. They needed a full commit, but the reju's still up and they have to back out. Telekinesis gets quite a few of them. In comes the drop as well from the Ivy. The 7's in the air, it doesn't last long, and he's electrocuted by the Tesla bullets. Much similar way to his backstory, a swap into a combo. That's not going well for you, lad.
That's a lot of ultimates thrown in there with the frozen shelter on top of it to make sure they can pick up that last player. I mean, realistically, they're not going to be able to close the game out here because of the respawn timer with the patron going down. But a lot of damage being done here, a lot of souls being built up. 20k lead now for OTs. They're looking to probably leave the base off of this, take down every single objective they possibly can. Or are they going to stick around and commit for this?
I mean, this feels dangerous to me. Banning word is out, but they should be able to use the 2. Drops it a little bit too late there, and Adam will go down for it. I think he was trying to be a little bit too cheeky. There is a full commit going on there. Slatted will go down, and the rest of the team will have to drop out. But there is a back and forth going on here, Jason.
And I'm not sure what's going on. I can't believe that a random dead dude's still able to push through here. Divine Barrier comes through to save him. Not to mention the rescue beam. They're still keeping the pressure on. That's 2 players now down. The soul change is still up for random dead dude.
You know, there's a potential to finish here. There is a potential to finish. No ults available, but I think they are going to back in. I think without Adam, I think they're concerned about their speed at which taking down that patron, so that's fair enough. I think at this point as well, the fact that you still got 4 walkers up, realistically, if OT wanted to wait this game out a little bit longer, they could just farm and get all those slots filled because they have the 4 compared to the 1 from Avengers. Wait for next reju and then push in, because the big thing for Avengers right now is that their full commit is unreal strong, right? You know, combustive concussion to last stand, into storm cloud, swap, as well as affliction. That is a nasty team fight recipe. Unfortunately, if you drop all those ults prematurely into a team rejuve, then they come back and then just fight you off the back of it. Obviously, OT will have to make them work for those ultimates. It should just be a finish off the back of the next rejuve. So right now, all OT needs to do is go into a defensive position.
What's really rough is looking at Seal. I feel like he has probably the toughest job right now is to look for a swap that's going to make sense. But I'm worried that if he swaps, either he's going to be locked down in a frozen shelter. Yeah, I mean, he's going to be locked down, or the rescue beam's going to be there to stop it in time if OT are grouped up. It's a really difficult position to be in. Obviously, Anon needs to look for an early affliction to try to open things up in this fight. They have the pick potential, but I feel like OT is just going to have so much healing. Not to mention the sand, the pocket sand that Slide's going to throw at you. That I don't know if they can really kill anyone except maybe Adam.
Yeah, well, even Adam has 2 for an escape, so it's a tough one, and it does feel almost
a 3-second window to kill him then, I guess, because he's going to be silenced for the 3 seconds. I don't know if he has debuff remover or cleanser to get rid of it, but it's yeah, I mean, you're right. Like, it's who do you kill? Who do you swap in? And there's really no great target.
Yeah, again, you swap in the Lady Geist, and at this point, I imagine she's got her ult maxed anyway, so even if you swap the Lady Geist into the masses, she doesn't have to be low to be using swap, because she silences everyone within a 15-meter radius, which could be deathly for Avengers. You swap in Slatted, he's just going to combo one of you. Mucka Mucka's got the frozen shelter, and it is starting to feel a little bit, Jason, at this point, that the composition of the team was very much in the direction of, go on, pick Paradox. You want to do it.
Well, they did, and it's not working out. Neither it is for Anon as he gets caught out. Sire's going to finish him off. Those you gotta hit just barely on the edge of the paradoxical swap, and now being down a player, being down their pick potential, it's only a matter of time, I feel like, before OT closes this out.
Yeah, CL at least sniffed Slatted breath with the after image from the paradoxical swap, but that was about it. And honestly, I do think that this could likely be yeah, this is what I thought they'd do. It's reasonable at this point. You just take rejuve. There's one down. There's no affliction available. It is a little bit dangerous here. Again, another rescue beam thrown in, as well as KKF's ult early on the goo ball. And last stand?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's an overcommit.
I respect the push. I respect like trying to go catch them while they're leaving. But to not catch on to anyone, you're going to give up mid boss. Either you contest it, but you're going to be late to contest it, or you give it away and they shove your base in with amped up minions. But it looks like they will be going for the fight here, so it's going to be do or die time for Avengers. Not going to be stolen away as Adam secures it, but they're still going to fight nonetheless.
Slatted very low here, getting the rescue beam popped onto him, but will go down. 25 seconds left on him, but a huge amount of damage going through to the rest of the team. Telekinesis over onto Tornado. He's looking to finish them off. There is a quick getaway, but Binding Word actually pops early. It's not able to keep him up, but OT Sire currently just ricocheting away, and the Mark is doing a huge amount of damage. Kutsu bombs down, runs straight into the face of Mucka Mucka, and this might just be the end of Avengers. KKF last left alive. 10 seconds on Adam, and I think this is clearing away the end of the game.
Oh yeah, everyone's now eliminated here for Avengers, and so will they be here in Deadlock Fight Night Pacific #1, brought to you by Intel and OT. They secure themselves a chance now at going up into the finals. Obviously, one more match to go through where they have to take on the winners of Maiden Deadlock and Happy Buffalo, but at least they get their first win of the event.
I mean, for OT, I think this was sort of an unexpected win for them. I think Avengers had come through those qualifiers extremely strong, but OT, I think they win with a very well coordinated comp from their side. It looked a little bit dangerous to start there, Jason, but they brought it back in a big way.
I mean, they struggled. Like Nikus, and Mucka Mucka struggled when it came to lane 3. They were being punished constantly, even though they had the push potential. They were being shut down by the Paradox and Warden every single time Seal had that swap up, and yet they were able to stay alive long enough. Not to mention the Geist, actually the Geist and the Kelvin over in lane 2 that was able to help carry them through as well, winning their lane quite heavily. And then the side lanes, I guess technically Sire won up against Assman in that Mirage 7 1v1. But in the end, I mean, OT, I think they had better objective control. They had better macro play. They were constantly being aggressive, and there was no response out of Avengers, unfortunately.
Yeah, you go for this massive engage comp over on the side of Avengers, and realistically you just want to get towards that end game, but it was just counter after counter after counter over on the side of OT. I love the way they played. I think it's been a while since I've seen the Kelvin, Mo, and Krill Ivy work together so well before, and again, it really did feel like they were begging the enemy team to pick Paradox under the assumption they had all the escape tools in the world, and that was their only initiation starter. I think once they caught one of them off guard with the static charge or the binding word, that's an easy team fight win. It just did not happen.
Okay, well, you know what? Let's bring in our analyst DDK back here to talk about this match, as Australia have been able to advance further and get into the best threes. Something we didn't really touch on too much, obviously, when it comes to best of one. One mistake could be costly. It could be you getting out of the entire tournament or giving a massive comeback to the enemy team. What was your thoughts on this match?
Yeah, I think it was really interesting because OT, I feel like they actually left some openings for Avengers in the sense that they were prioritizing the macro really heavily in so far as like pushing the objectives and trying to like control the lanes, but they would then create all that control, but then they wouldn't sort of fall back onto their own jungle. So there's a big period of the match into from the early laning phase into like somewhat deep into the mid phase, where there's all these souls available, and they weren't sort of creating that like big gap that you would expect to come with all of the macro victories that they were getting. And so that to me, I was like, okay, there's actually maybe a chance here for Avengers to come back, because despite the fact that they were like 4 objectives ahead, they're running the urns, they're getting all of this value, they're only like 2k souls ahead. Because Avengers were farming their own jungle, because that's basically all they had left. So there were definitely some opportunities there. I think it was really interesting. You know, it would be really interesting to see if they're going to be able to clean up that macro in the future matches, because if they do, I mean, they're going to look really strong. And I actually felt like they played the comp like really effectively. I love the points that you guys made with regards to how Paradox was essentially disabled. That's something that I was going to mention as well. So overall, definitely a pretty good showing from OT. A good sense of like how to play the comp. Just some of those extra kind of like just chilling and just like hitting up the jungle would have been the only kind of thing I would have loved to have seen other than that.
You know what I want to see, Dan? Who was your player of the match presented by Intel from this first match today?
Yeah, so this is like very hard to choose, and sometimes it's like this with Deadlock because it's absolutely a team effort overall. But I really liked Adam on the Wraith. You know, Wraith is often going to be a call out. You have to have your eyes on the Wraith player because Wraith has such an important impact all across the game. Obviously scales insanely well into the late game, but Adam did a really good job, I felt like, roaming and chasing down kills, finding the ganks, getting the value here. You can see like I think a couple card tricks coming out to like to finish off the Warden here, but just like doing executing the playstyle that you expect from a Wraith, and so that's really important. And so that was one of the reasons why I chose Adam here, because the thing is, it's very hard ZP, because you could have made, I feel like, an argument for quite a few players. So I don't know if you're with me on the did I call you ZP, Jason?
You did call me ZP.
Oh my God.
I'm never talking to you ever again.
Oh Jesus!
How dare you give Jason such a big compliment? But I'm not here.
I don't drink Diet Coke. It's gross.
How do you feel about the Wraith? Do I pick the right MVP here?
I think so for the most part. The fact is, like, we didn't really see much of him in the early stages of the game. The time we really started to see him get going is when we were starting to see him push walkers, and he was shredding through them completely. But that final little clip we saw, actually, the telekinesis onto like 2 or 3 players is what cracked open the base of Avengers for OT to eventually get the win. So yeah, I can get behind it. You, Blank?
Yeah, I can. I mean, to be honest with you, I would have picked Sire, but now that we see the scoreboard, it just seems like I'm looking at the scoreboard and being like, look, the Mirage, so much damage, guys. But I think that he kind of played much more of a hidden role. I think Adam was really strong. I don't think you can take it away from him, because I think your pick comes into a lot more than what Sire was, which was a team fight machine. But Adam was also there and crushing on the objective game. I don't think there was a single moment where he didn't take the opportunity on the map to pick up a Walk or a Guardian where he could. So I think I'd agree with you.
It is odd looking at the objective damage, thinking back to how the lanes played out, because Nukus and Slat were actually pushed back, were actually dying a lot in the lane. And yet you look at the counterparts they're up against, and I mean, Seal has 1100 damage, Hanzi had 4800 damage, but that came from a lane 1 Walker and Guardian. I would expected AVG or Avengers to actually get more aggressive in that lane after picking up those kills, or potentially rotate and look for some kills somewhere else, but they didn't really use that as like a launch pad to get themselves some objectives.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that comes down to the fact that Nikos and Slatted still just continued to play the game, right? They just went for, they pushed the lane super hard. Yes, they died a couple of times, but it locked the Paradox and the Warden into that lane a lot. And as soon as Paradox leaves lane, you instantly know, because you're right up in their face. So that Paradox, the ganks just didn't come through as frequently as you might like, and I think that was one thing that they did really well. Yes, they sacrificed themselves a little bit, but it did mean the rest of the team could thrive, and especially when a random dead dude, as well as I think it was Mucka Mucka over in lane 3, the fact that they were winning there and could continue to win quite handedly, not having to worry about the Paradox, is a real boon.
Okay, well, before we do head to break, I want to kind of refresh you guys' memory of what's going to be coming up next. And Dan, I believe you and ZP will be casting this next match, which is going to be very exciting, seeing Made in Deadlock first. Seeing them play from South Korea, we know how good South Korea can be in many different games, but also the history of a lot of the individual players on that roster is quite insane to see them all come together to play in a new game together. But happy Buffalo as well. Any tidbits, anything you can tease us for before we get into that match later on?
Me? Oh, with ZP and I
well, you're casting it, so
well, I don't know.
I hope you
the game hasn't happened yet, so we'll see what happens once ZP and I can pull out of the hat. But I'm just super stoked to see all of the players play and just see what hero stories we can help to build here in this region. So for me, it's a journey of discovery, Jason.
A journey of discovery. I like that. We're going to discover a break. And after that, we're going to be coming back with Made in Deadlock up against Happy Buffalo to see who goes on to take on OT in our semifinals. This is the Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel, and we'll see you all in just a few.
No one is mine.
Welcome back, everyone, to Deadlock Fight Night Pacific, presented by Intel. I'm ZP here with DDK and Dan. We just got our first taste of some of the action in the Pacific region, and now we get to go on and see even more action in Pacific, see what the metas have been on the other side of the world.
Yeah, exciting stuff. Also, again, as we mentioned, seeing other players from different games like coming into Deadlock and seeing if they can make a name for themselves is going to be exciting as well. And ZP, what's also exciting is you're wearing a shirt. I haven't seen you in a button up in a while.
Well, believe it or not, there was a time where I was nothing but dress shirts and suits, but esports a little bit has gone back in time, but we keep things a little bit more formal on this side of the globe. But if you're just tuning in wondering what in the world is going on, because this is a different time for Deadlock Fight Night than when we're usually on, this is our format here today at Deadlock Fight Night, where it's a little bit different here in Pacific, where rather than it just being two challenging teams and one defending team, we have one defending team, Egoisto, who got there for our first Deadlock Fight Night via a qualifier that was held, and then 4 invited teams also from that initial qualifier. We just saw Avengers take on OT in a best of 1. OT wins that one away. And now, Dan, we head in the Made in Deadlock versus Happy Buffalo, which is also essentially a Korea versus China matchup. So get a taste of some Korean Deadlock action here in this best of 1.
Yeah, and what's interesting for me as well, with more of a Counter-Strike background, a Quake background, in those games in particular, it's taken a very long time, I think, for the Asian region to catch up. Correct me if I'm wrong, CP, but that's not really been the case in hero shooters as much.
No, not at all. People thought that Korea would take a long time in Overwatch, and by the first World Cup, it was all over as far as international competition was concerned. They simply came out on top and held that spot basically forever. And when you look at the Made in Deadlock roster, I mean, look, you see a lot of interesting names from various different games, whether it be from Valorant, whether it be from Overwatch, whether it be from StarCraft even, Nightmare, not the most common crossover from being a StarCraft player into a hero shooter. You have Fox from Fortnite. I mean, you got it all. And of course, I'll do a little bit of extra thing on Gable Shi, who of course I casted quite a bit back in the Overwatch League era. Former Boston Uprising player, former off-tank. Yeah, and Happy Buffalo by comparison, more homegrown Deadlock talent here, Dan. But some Apex pedigree with Icy. Used to play in LGS.
And it's interesting to see the transition into a game like Deadlock, because it's a new game, and the players that are really truly smart really, I think, stand out early on, because you have to learn more quickly. That's kind of what it's about, because eventually, like, you'll play long enough, the metas will kind of consolidate and everyone will kind of agree like what the best practices are, but we're not in that territory just yet. And so it's interesting to take players from the context of being in a place where the meta is in a very static place where it's just about the grind, to a game like Deadlock where so much is open for interpretation. And that's something I love about this game.
Well, also, it's early in the game, too, so if you're just generally talented at games, you'll find your own way. You'll find your own interpretation of the game and find your own ways of breaking the meta and, kind of be a trendsetter early on. But speaking of trendsetters, at the very least, when it comes to facial hair, we got Blank here joining us for this match as our analyst. Blank, welcome back.
Hello, dude. I'm back again. I don't think this is a trendsetter moment. I feel like maybe I need to shave this thing off by the end of the show. Getting a lot of flack for it right now.
Yeah, I mean, well, again, Jason kind of, left you out to dry where you thought Jason was still rocking it, and before the show, just shaved it off. I mean, it was 2 weeks before the show, but whatever. Two weeks. Blink of the eye if you're thinking about it.
It's a running gag from him. He grows the mustache back and then he sends me phone and he shaves it off, and it's like, what's going on? I can't help it. But yeah, I'm excited to be back. I think both Happy Buffalo as well as Mid are definitely two interesting teams, and like you said, huge amount of pedigree on both sides. I think for Happy Buffalo a little bit less. But I think I'd absolutely agree with DDK in terms of the fact that there's a lot open to interpretation inside of Deadlock. I mean, you had some extreme aimers who have just succeeded off the back of that. I mean, Lef is definitely one to talk about in that category. But in a similar vein, you have people who are just very good at macro, and that a lot of times can just win you games.
Yeah, I can add on to that point as well, because we saw the double support style in the previous game. In Europe, we've seen pretty much every style win matches, as well as North America, whether it's like no front lines, no support, like, you know, double support. Like there's like a lot of like different ways that we have seen actually look legit in this game so far. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how this works here, and whether we'll see any surprises in terms of hidden value, because sometimes there are like certain ways to play a game that are hidden in plain sight that are super good and everyone should be doing, but no one's doing it. And I've seen this in like games like Counter-Strike, where for years no one realized like one gun was like really OP, and then one day everyone just starts using it. It's like, oh, okay, this is actually really sick. So
well,
let's see.
Well, we do have some insight, at least when it comes to stats. Jason was out here collecting some good stat graphics for us, and in this case, we got a FaxFox versus Ashang head-to-head right now, and it's interesting looking at the souls per minute, where you know, they might just build them differently in Fortnite, guys, because FaxFox just pumping out the souls per minute, the damage, the kills, objectively looking real good.
Yeah, I think for FaxFox, I was talking about it earlier, but I think he's probably the most impressive player I've seen over on mid, just in terms of what he was able to bring out in terms of statistics alone. Like, you look at it and you're impressed straight away. So I think for FaxFox, I'm curious to see how he plays on the Warden. I believe he plays a Majestic Leap based gameplay, which I'd be excited to see here. Just in terms of Warden, yeah, 2 is decent at getting around the map, but having a little bit of extra maneuverability will certainly help you. But yeah, I'm very, very excited to see this one forward. We already saw Sire in that last game over on OT dominate on Mirage. I'd like to see something like that happen again.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because again, some of these players might be a bit notorious for playing certain roles or heroes, but yeah, you can ban that stuff out in the DFN format. So yeah, that's something that'll also be interesting to see who's most targeted or affected, and having like a really strong Warden player can certainly be a defining feature of a lineup. So curious to see how that plays out in the draft.
Well, we have to be curious no longer, because the draft, we are good to go, and we'll see just what is in store in this draft, where again, you know, we got a little bit of a preview in terms of preferred picks going back into the qualifier just held earlier in the week. But there's also the element here too, where if you figure you're going to be qualified, you know, you save some of your draft strategy for the actual tournament, which wouldn't be the first time. In fact, in North America, I've had teams complain to me saying, yeah, I don't really know what's going on. Actually, it was more EU. The EU teams were complaining that teams were really holding back in scripts relative to what they would bring on Fight Night. But opening up here, Dan, Abrams ban, first ban, you know, again, this is kind of what we've been seeing more in Pacific, where more of a focus on frontliners, because it's been a long time since we've seen an Abrams first ban in NA or EU.
Yeah, it seems to be the way. Blank, you know, you you were mentioning this previously as well. We also saw in the previous draft that another opening ban was Shiv, and I think were you saying that even Mo would be an expected opening ban as well, potentially?
I mean, it could be in this lineup. I mean, a lot of times all these players fall back onto Mo and Krill. It seems to be like a lot of the teams are picking Mo and Krill as like their third pick. Sinclair getting banned doesn't surprise me. But Holiday, both teams have a strong Holiday player in Teru as well as Icy. I would expect mid to be banning out Holiday here for Icy, but we'll see what happens. I'm not entirely sure who they're going to grab. 7 picked up first. I mean, we had that last game. That was the first pick. It's a curious pick, to say the least.
Well, here's what I think. In terms of ban strategy, I think the first ban Sinclair, on top of Sinclair being a really good hero right now, I also think you want to ban Sinclair if you're looking to angle towards picking up Warden, right? Just because one of the most effective audience participation targets in the entire game right now is on the Warden, right? So if you're planning on picking Warden the first 2 picks, which I think might be likely with Happy Buffalo's draft, because I think they're going to draft a little bit similar to what we saw from OT in the previous game. Yeah, I think Warden is probably going to come into play here, and you've protected a little bit with the Sinclair.
Yeah, it's a good point, actually. I think the amount of times I've been in lane as Sinclair and just copied a Warden's ult, and then we just battled it out against one another, just stood in front. It happens quite frequently. Mirage picked up, and then Warden for FaxFox. So Warden taken away from Fox. Sorry, Happy Buffalo will be picking that one up. And I think it's an interesting one because I think XX is the only one to play Warden, and he's played it once.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see as well, like just actually adding on to the Sinclair point. Also, if this is if let's say you're expecting a Moan Krill to be picked, it is such a nice also to steal, on the fly when the Moan Krill's trying to like run in there, being able to lock somebody down. There's just a lot of applications for the audience participation that are super strong. But seeing the Holiday pick come in, I think feels definitely quite normal, given how extremely good Holiday is, despite some of the recent nerfs. For Holiday, still like a very, very very good here, especially in the early laning phase. Lots of ways to initiate with the jump pad, the barrels, just absolute menace. With the lasso as well, also has a lot of great counters with that ult. For a lot of heroes, especially any flyers, it can be particularly annoying for. So nothing unusual there. Infernus over a Wraith though, or something similar is a little questionable, but.
Yeah, and I think to me, when I look at Made in Deadlock's comp right here, it's something that is very much focused on a more historical late game. Now, I don't even know if I necessarily rate Infernus over Wraith in the late game right now, but at one point in Deadlock, that was kind of the consensus, right? Then Infernus got hit with like a million nerfs over time. Interesting though in Pacific that Infernus is being rated as highly. Meanwhile, Happy Buffalo, again, maybe more of a take of how the Chinese teams are playing here, but very focused on frontline, not too dissimilar from how EU has played at times in recent memory, especially to some of the older Buff Enjoyer comps before they became Virtus Pro. But Warden, guys, strong frontline security. Yeah, no, not goats quite yet. Like, look, let's keep the goats in the pen, but we'll see what they ban here. Banning the Viscous, yeah, I mean, kind of makes sense, especially if you're trying to take away frontliners from Made in Deadlock on the second round here, Blank.
Yeah, I guess so. I just feel like there's more targeted picks you could go for. I mean, if anything, I expected someone to be picking up Calico over on the side of Happy Buffalo and then banning out maybe a Moan Krill instead of a Viscous, just because then you're practically leaving, I think it's Nightmare just with nothing. I think he plays Moan Krill and Calico, and that's it. That's all we've seen from him. So maybe you could have pulled out a Paradox. I don't know. But right now, Paradox does get banned out. So there is quite a limiting factor on your initiators. So I think Moan Krill would be a very strong pickup for Happy Buffalo. They would have quite the fat front line at that point.
Maybe a Kelvin coming into play now,
Yes.
like try to get that support online. Kelvin's been such a high priority in terms of supports across like EU and NA right now. So yeah, it makes sense. We'll see the Kelvin coming into play. And now if you're Made in Deadlock, I doubt you can probably save the Ivy pick, or I don't know if McGuinness will be, if that's in vogue necessarily. It's not in vogue really at the moment in EU and NA. So that we see that this fourth pick. But the front line is a bit missing, and Moan Krill could be a pickup here potentially.
I will say, I mean, obviously you never see it in NA and EU because Paradox doesn't fall that low, but I do like the idea of simply taking away the Paradox in the second ban phase when you've already secured your playmaker, right? Because in general, okay, sometimes in Deadlock comps, teams will go like double playmaker potentially, but usually when they go one, they go either Holiday or Paradox, right? So if you've already picked up Holiday, the idea of going forward and going, okay, we're just going to take away your Paradox options because you'd probably add it to your team later makes sense. Calico going this deep into the draft, also to me, pretty good value as far as frontliners go. Again, you compare it to NA and EU where it's valued. I mean, Calico, arguably one of the top two frontliners in the game right now. So I'm looking at the Made in Deadlock draft, Blank, and I'm liking what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, I think that overall this is a very, very strong roster. It's got a good mix of late game and early game. And I mean, the Holiday does get ahead. She can start to be a massive menace. And for Happy Buffalo, yes, they've got Geist, but the lane clear isn't huge. This does give a lot of opportunity for Holiday to move around the map. Moan Krill does finally come out there for Happy Buffalo. I don't think they had too many options left with their actual hero pool that we've seen from them in their qualifiers. So it was sort of expected for them to pull this one out. I am curious to see what the sixth pick is going to be for Happy Buffalo, but I think I'd agree with you, ZP. Right now, Made in Deadlock is looking like a fairly scary best of one team.
Yeah, I'd love to see a Yamato here because just the pairing with Mo and Krill is really nice. I get something a bit more abusive, but this makes a lot of sense too. Having some extra backline is never bad. You already got the Warden, Geist, and Mo, and obviously Kelvin there and more on the front line. So pretty balanced. And Vindicta is another hero that we've seen get high priority in NA and EU, and so far hasn't made much of an appearance except now.
Yeah, I mean, seeing the Vindicta come in here, I think when you look at the overall comp Happy Buffalo has, they're actually incredibly reliant on Vindicta having a good early to mid game, and they're not a team that has like a lot of comeback potential, right? You're not running a Paradox or Holiday. I mean, you have the Mo and Krill, which can sometimes work for pickoffs unassisted, but overall, I don't think Happy Buffalo is like really running a team that is going to be able to play too well from behind, whereas Made in Deadlock, whether it be roams with the Calico, whether it be via Holiday, I think they have more options to set up ganks, even with the Talon Owls, right? So to me, I look at this matchup as one where Happy Buffalo needs to stay middle, at least like median, average souls to ahead. If they fall behind, it's going to be hard, whereas Made in Deadlock has a little bit more range to their overall outcome.
Yeah, it's one of these games where Made in Deadlock, I see this composition. I'm like, if you, like you say, if they even get a little bit far ahead, it's going to be a bit of a stomp over towards Happy Buffalo. It's very difficult. Vindicta's a risky pick versus this as well, with the Talon ult, with the Owl, even Holiday just with Lasso. But not only that, you've also got 7 static charge. Like, you don't even have to pick up a knockdown here for her to shut it down. She would have to get ahead and rely on that Kelvin and Mo and Krill to do a lot of that peel in the front line. Keeping them back, but there is a potential here. There is a potential.
Yeah, getting maybe some guaranteed assassinates with the combo from Mo and Krill does seem like it could be kind of nice. But yeah, having the Talon there and just how active I feel the Made in Deadlock lineup could be. Holiday, Calico, Talon. That's a lot of like very active potential, like early to mid harass that could, I think, be somewhat crippling for Vindicta unless they're able to find ways to keep it safe. And because Vindicta's just not very mobile. She got that was like one of the more recent nerfs, is just like just owning her movement speed completely, so you're just like very static. So that is one of the hardest, most challenging things about playing Vindicta. But like, it does feel like the front line is like really solid for Happy Buffalo, so I feel like pretty confident of how they can play the objective game. But I feel like Made in Deadlock, we've seen a lot of success in the UNNA from just like these hyperactive early lane comps that feature like Calico and Holiday.
Yeah, the 4 coffees at 3 a.m. comp.
Yeah. Oh, what I'll say here in general, I think Happy Buffalo, like, especially when you look at the front line, right? Should they get ahead, the fact that they're running like Mo, Warden, Geist, and a Kelvin on top of it, right, is that it's actually going to be pretty hard to deal with them should they get like significantly far ahead. However, on the same note, should they get behind, you have this entire thing. It's kind of the curse of frontliner comps, right? Where they feel great where you're even to ahead, but when you're super invested in frontliners and you don't have a whole lot of playmaking ability and you fall behind, well, it may just be over. To me, the X factor here is going to be the Vindicta play, right? How that helps them deal with the early and mid game, especially with Holiday and Calico pressure as they roam, right? If the Vindicta can kind of go through all that, not get sniped down by the Talon, and get multiple early assassinates, I think there's a world where Happy Buffalo can kind of set the early and mid game to their pace and get ahead. But to me, it's all on the skill and positioning of the Vindicta player and dealing with what's going to be some honestly very difficult pressure coming in from Made in Deadlock.
Yeah, because Happy Buffalo right now, they have the "we're going to run at you" comp. And I think that's going to be very, very difficult. Like you said, ZP, if they get ahead, sure, it's going to be disgusting to play against, especially with that Vindicta as the linchpin in that back line. Being able to just cut off targets that even get a little bit low, that's really rough. But the early presence required from some of these players like FaxFox as well as the Vindicta, it's going to be tough for Happy Buffalo. I will be very impressed if they're able to pull it off, and I'm excited to see it happen. But I'm worried for them. Definitely worried for them.
Dan, I love the logos there where, you know, are you sending a message when you say that you're the boss, but also the mid boss? Like, it's kind of, on one hand, you are the boss of Deadlock, but you have mid in the name. So, you know, a little bit mixed signals from that.
True.
In my book.
Yeah, we can see how the early lanes are shaping out at the moment. Well, we actually have Kelvin with Mirage for Happy Buffalo on lane 4, meeting up against the 7. So we used to see this a lot in the NA region as well, where they would like try to just start out on the solo lane with an extra player to give just extra, like some extra denial, extra pressure, just get your solo laner a little bit ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, also, anytime you can catch the other team off guard, which clearly isn't the case here because it's a duo lane in lane 4, right? Duo v duo. But, you know, there's always a world where you bring in 2, they're not expecting it, you get a quick pick off. But, yeah, all the action right now seems to be going down on lane 4. You have the double up in lane 1, so some uneven matchups, but if there's any hero that can kind of deal with a 2v1 pressure and still be okay, it is Geist, right? Like, still one of the best last-hitting weapons in the game, still able to apply decent pressure with her bomb, so, you know, it's something that Rain should be able to deal with, you would think.
And funnily enough, like, actually, Nightmare on the Calico actually was on lane 2, but just, like, came across very, very quickly. So it kind of looked like a gank, but yeah, now settles just into 2-player pressure, just really pushing the lane up. This is going to be interesting, as you say, to see how Rain will handle it. You know, we talk a lot about losing lanes well in this game, you know, because there will be these very imbalanced situations sometimes where your job is just to survive, maximize, you know, last hits and denies as best as you can, and try to keep that damage off your Guardian, but not always possible.
Also, it's lane 3, it's Gableshe that's dealing with the 3, what's it called, the 1 versus 2 in lane 3, where, you know, I was hoping to see Gableshe play more of an off-tank role just because of his history in Overwatch League, but wasn't to be the case. Instead, we get the DPS Gableshe, which still might be pretty exciting. But shifting over here, the Teru, quick punish on the Icy, sets up Maiden Deadlock for a quick little lead there, Dan.
Yeah, really nice shots. Did everything perfectly. A great gank coming across, and now actually going back again is Teru on that holiday to lane 4. So very active early game from Maiden Deadlock right now, I gotta say.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not too surprising with the comp they picked. I mean, maybe it's a little surprising with how aggressively they're going for it this early on. But, you know, I would have expected a little bit more of the roaming rotations once we hit 3K, but hey, look, if it works, it works. Also, speaking of dives, lane 3 getting a little bit spicy with Gableshe getting pushed all the way back. You just look at the mini map and you see the looming Mo and Vindicta just rushing down Talon, but Gableshe able to get away from it. 11K versus 11K though, still relatively even between both sides.
Yeah, and like you say, I think, and I agree totally, that focus needs to be for Happy Buffalo on Icy and Icy's performance, and Icy as the bodyguard of Mo on the lane, just able to ensure that, you know, Icy can get up to the Assassinates level 3 as fast as possible, somewhat safely, and has been somewhat insulated from ganks. As I say that though, we will actually have SPVC going across the lane two for a gank, and then some tower pressure with the Warden. So again, just constant rotations, and now ZP we get Nightmare coming back in to deal with this forward position, and you're chasing down the Warden, a lot of damage. I don't think you're going to be able to escape on this one.
You would think, and yet, on Schlub. Oh, parry! Such a well-timed parry as Mo comes in for the hammer blow. Oh boy, that was excellent from Shalub.
Absolutely baited. That was you kind of saw it coming a little bit on that one, but you know, sometimes you just see red ZP, you just gotta throw the hands.
Oof, that you know, it was things where it looked good from Nightmare. I think the weird thing is I feel like Nightmare let off the gas for a second there and could have had the kill like way closer to the tower. Just didn't quite pan out there, Dan. And then the parry just made things all the worse. But even all that still being a thing, mid a bit up here thus far. Sorry, so not the end of the world.
Oh wow, this lane 1 pressure has amounted to a 450 Guardian takedown. That is gonna, especially given how active Maiden Deadlock like wants to be with this composition and has proven to be with the play as well on the field. that's a great start for them, because this is going to give them even more ability to roam ZP, because they don't have to worry about looking after that lane 1 as much. And so now that the pressure's likely going to fall more onto the Vindicta, because you've got to imagine Made in Deadlock are also thinking, what are Happy Buffalo's win conditions? And you're going to want to like just nerf that Vindicta as much as you can.
Well, one of the ways you nerf the Vindicta too is I think Gableshee is going to be Vindicta's shadow for a lot of the game. I mean, they've already been laned against each other, right? But we've seen effectively that Talon is one of the best heroes in the game at sort of mitigating, Vindicta's fly zones early on, right? So watch the rotation between Gableshee versus Icy, which is going to be interesting to me, but also some rotations. Nightmare in here on the Calico, and I love how teams have used Calico as just almost a playmaking frontliner. And again, Nightmare on the move, this time looking for Icy over in lane 3 perhaps.
Yeah, we'll get the assist there too from Terry, also coming across to maybe try to facilitate a gank around lane 3, where that's Vindicta I see is currently. And going to bring themselves back onto lane. A lot of just switching back and forth, obviously doing some jungling on the way as well. And just trying to respond also to the pressure. You know, that lane 4 needed some attention. So Terry's back on the case. We're going to get Frozen Shelter drop down. We've got a 7,000 right at the top as well. I'm not going to find too much damage to the Shelter, but they're going to get the kill regardless. Kelvin will not be able to survive. And Made in Deadlock, they really are looking pretty awesome right now. 5k souls ahead at the 6.5 minute mark. That's actually pretty significant.
Yeah, and one thing that's worth noting here too is that it's been a relatively grounded performance from Icy, where I don't think Icy has really left lane 3 at all, even at about 5k souls for Vindicta. It's a little bit of a passive Vindicta move that I'm not the biggest fan of. Like, you think about the times where Vindicta has done well. Vindicta has done well by going everywhere effectively, like trying to min-max your assassinate value early on, but this has been a Vindicta that is, stayed at home the entire time. A travel adverse Vindicta, if you will, Dan.
Yeah, and I've got some points to make about that in a moment, but we have a bit of damage exchange here on lane 4. We've got also the potential for a gank, because SPVC on the Mo is looking, I think, for that combo, but just couldn't quite find the opening. Back onto lane 3 instead to assist Icy. But yeah, I think with Vindicta, especially with how poor the movement speed is, you're really committed to any rotations you make with Vindicta right now. And so if it doesn't work out, you do lose a lot of value. And oh no, they're going to get crunch CP.
Yeah, we got Nightmare coming in on the Calico. Doesn't full commit, in fact. However, Icy just taken down by Teru, who's the real threat in on the rotation. And mid right now, Dan, definitely getting a sizable lead, getting more and more sizable as it goes on. The lasso coming on in, pulls Mirage into the tower. If Mirage gets away or not, gonna be dicey. No, absolutely not getting away. And the kills just continue to stack up for mid.
I have to say, there is something that's a little bit weird about Holiday, like the whole like Goomba stomping mechanic off of the jump pad. It kind of looks weird to like stun people and do so much damage when Holiday's character is so like low profile. Do you know what I mean? It's not like it's Mo dropping down from the sky that weighs, a ton or something. It just looks kind of fun.
It's the boots. Like the boots, like they're made for walking and stomping, and apparently have like very, very sharp spurs in them. Is my best guess here. Thinking about
all right, good enough
the
for me.
biomechanics of it. Yeah, no. I mean, I don't think there needs to be more of an explanation. But 43k to 38k coming up on first buffs in about a minute, and this is a time here, Dan, where like if it gets too much more in terms of the gap between the teams, it's gonna be really hard for Happy Buffalo to really get benefit off of their front line, right? It'll get to a point where mid will just simply burn through them. So, if anything's gonna happen, it needs to happen sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and one thing to mention here in terms of the macro strategy here for Made in Deadlock, they took down that lane 1 tower at 450 on the clock, and this has enabled way more efficient farming for the Infernus on intro. But we can return to that point. Again, a lot of action here on lane 4 as the Guardian was under assault, and Happy Buffalo responding. They're in a 2v3 though, so they are outnumbered. They've got to be careful about that. They're going to lose both players, in fact. XX and XPVC going down in the defense. That Guardian is at full risk now against 3 players. We get a TP from 1. This could facilitate. Actually, no, canceling the TP intro. Wants to help finish off the Guardian. And the reason is because we've got Ivy turning up to defend that lane 1 tower. So much working out here on the macro for Made in Deadlock. They're actually crushing it.
Also, SPVC in that last fight didn't get a chance to drop the combo. It was just fully initiated on by mid. And it's kind of the opposite that you want when you're running a Mo comp, right? Like, the ideal world for Happy Buffalo is not this. Not to get lassoed into the tower and just pummeled as a warden. Down he goes. But yeah, I mean, you think about ideal engagements, you'd want rotations where your Mo is essentially feeding free assassinates to your Vindicta or something along those lines, not your Mo scrambling as mid engages on you. And now it's a 10k soul deficit as mid buffs, of course, have spawned and the first urn is in motion.
Yeah, and I want to just highlight the soul differential right now, because you're seeing it, 3k, 4k ahead of most players is intro. And so I was kind of beginning to mention this previously. So they got that lane 1 guardian very quickly. And so intro can just push that lane and then just start farming the jungle efficiently and then come back to his tower to safely farm the wave of creeps. So they have a system worked out there to really just like create a lot of farm for intro whilst protecting that lane 1 guardian. And all the while, so active is the rest of the Maiden Deadlock lineup across the rest of the map, as we're seeing here again on lane 2. The Holiday Calico dynamic has been so oppressive, and it has forced Happy Buffalo to consistently just be reacting. Like you were mentioning, they want to get some initiations with Icy, but they just have to keep defending constantly.
Oh, I mean, you can't really say enough about the income allocation to intro right now. I mean, this is such a fat infernus at this point in the game that it makes hydration look skinny in some of the NA games. And Hydra Nation is like one of the best teams around at good income allocation. However, quick grab that turns into a death for Mo and Krill. Not the right opportunity. Is Taro going to be able to go? Taro at 100 HP, just barely sliding out of the danger zone. And man, oh man, for Happy Buffalo, I feel like a window is closing here, Dan. If we look at Icy right now, if something can't be found, if you can't put together a few pickoffs in the next like 3 or 4 minutes, I just don't know how the soul deficit is going to get any better.
Yeah, they need a string of kills for sure, including some assassinates. But all right, it's going to go from bad to slightly more bad, I suppose. Calvin gets taken out as well. So yeah, just consistently getting caught, and there's been some narrow escapes that Maiden Deadlock have made that just keep that gap increasing. Happy Buffalo. And intro's eventually going to start to be like, yeah, I think I've had enough of farming and I'm about to leverage this like item advantage and start just stat checking people. And so I'm kind of worried for that arc of this match.
Yeah, I mean, across the board right now, you're starting to hit the point where you look at characters like Warden, right, for Happy Buffalo, and think about their front line and how it goes. Their guys still reasonably competitive, but for Shilu, it's going to be difficult. For SPVC, very difficult. I mean, SPVC is basically a combo bot at this point. It's not the Mo that stays alive for a fight in a long time. It's a Mo that, selflessly sacrifices to feed someone else. It is about where you're at right now. And the window of opportunity is getting smaller and smaller. 13 minutes in, and we're also at the point now, Dan, too, where if mid is able to get 2 or 3 kills in the middle, they're going to run it straight to mid boss with the advantage they have.
Yep, that's absolutely going to happen. And Happy Buffalo haven't really shown that they have all that much to stop anything at this point. As you say, they are so far behind. Now there's somewhat of a consolidation of players here for Maiden Deadlock once again as they look to try to take the initiation around lane 2, looking for the kills, as at the same time we get that lane 1 Walker pressure coming through as well. This is not going to get denied. There's no way to deny this from Maiden Deadlock. This is going to be a guaranteed Walker. Trying to do some damage here, but you can see Intro is just tanking it. Doesn't care about the guy's bombs. Is just going to be chilling. They get the Walker, and they're going to get out of his EP. There is a response, but it's kind of late, but maybe it's still in time to get something, but no. Okay, Ivy will just fly away. Fly away.
I do really like how mid is approaching the macro game here, where they've clearly designated some parts of their team to be more active, and they've gone to intro and say, intro, you farm. Your role is farm. Like, Infernus is good with farm. We're going to make sure that's the case. Is just brutal Ivy chase down. The Frozen Shelter not nearly in time. And I do wonder, I mean, is it possible the name change in the middle of the game? Because, Happy Buffalo, I don't believe they're happy right now. At the very least, it's like slightly distressed Buffalo.
Yeah, it should have like the logo could just like change as they take damage, kind of like the Doom face guy.
Or you go to a real a deep cut. The old Wolf beams whenever the LA Gladiators would lose, and you would just drop the like sadiators. It'd be like the crying line instead of the happy line of the Gladiators.
Nice. All this Overwatch lore is lost on me, ZP, but you explained it well. I understand what you mean.
Yeah, it's enough that like some people in chat at the very least get it, and also I mean Wolf himself may be watching, and that's really who the sadiators reference is for. It's a target of at least one, you know.
Nice.
Precise payload as Precise as Teru taking down XX, and it's a rough deal.
The big combo, nice Warpstone into the combo, and they're looking to get something going here with that Merncurl pick, able to take down the Guardian, so they're getting something back in towards their favor. Still though, a cool 22k souls behind, and again 15 or 16 minutes. That is sizable. That's significant. The advantage Mid and Deadlock have, and they're going to look to continue to extend this as they put the pressure on. Now lane 2 again, a 3v1 here for the Warden. Not a good situation to be in for Happy Buffalo. And again, this game's all about like reacting with the correct numbers, but oh god, this okay, Intro, he's turned up now. We've got the arc now where Intro is just going to the side to start just destroying people, incinerating them with the item advantage.
I mean, it's definitely at the point, especially look at the items being bought here too, probably close to getting Ricochet sooner rather than later, and yeah, I mean, the Infernus is going to be a problem, but also the bigger problem is just the fact that general stats-wise, your front line for Happy Buffalo cannot function the way you would like at this point in the game, and the ways back into the game are pretty minimal. I mean, ideally you need Icy to get pickoffs, but the problem is anytime Icy goes into the air now, Gableshee is going to be just dropping in arrows, deeply damaging arrows from afar. So the way Happy Buffalo has to play this at this point is near perfection, and that just simply has not been the case thus far.
What to do? Well, this is the problem here as well, ZP, is that the Happy Buffalo lineup does not scale particularly well in comparison to the Maiden Deadlock lineup as it currently stands. So even like trying to lose well and like try to play defensively and like looking for that late game, you're still going to be in a really just in deep trouble. And I mean, the mid boss is one way you can turn around games like this, is if there is either a mid-boss steal or a fight where you're able to use like good ults, if you have like good heroes that can convert well in the mid-boss area. But I don't know, it's hard to see it right now for Happy Buffalo going in that direction.
The Urn right now being taken around by Visco. Mid not really under any particular pressure right now. It's on Happy Buffalo to make a move. I think, though, should they get one kill, or even if they just see things as advantageous, they may just go for the quick Urn turn in. The problem is here, too, is, realistically for mid, all they have to do is wait for 1 or 2 kills at this point, slam mid-boss, and go from there. The pressure is more so on Happy Buffalo to find a pickoff, and looking at lane 3, things could be getting a little bit dicey for Icy. Nope, Icy able to get away, so... I kind of like the fact that, this is something that I think Jake would like too if you were in here in the moment, Dan. It's just the fact that mid, despite being ahead, they're not really taking any risks either. They're just making Happy Buffalo do something to, take a risky play to get back into it.
Yeah, and this, my criticism of in the previous matchup for the team that won IT was that they didn't farm up, convert the advantage of map control they had by just like finding the timings to farm, because you can absolutely do both. This is like what the best teams can do, is they're able to continue to they create the map control, they push their lanes and all of that, they get the initiations, they get some of those team fights, but at the same time they balance the farm behind it so that they aren't leaving any edge off of the table. And I feel like, we're seeing Maiden Deadlock do that pretty effectively right now. And so they don't have to do anything fancy. And eventually they could try to force a mid boss without a pick. It's also a potential. And at that point, you force Happy Buffalo to come and fight you.
Once we get force, we got force here in lane 3. Happy Buffalo trying to make something happen. Maiden Deadlock, though, immediately responding, just tanking the last stand is Teru. Not caring about it at all. Binding Word in, Binding Word dodged. Stormcloud in from Faxbox, bring a little bit of room. Only Icy falling. within that fight here so far, though. They still might catch Shilu and XX on the back end. Mirage running for his life, just burned on down by the 7. And with 3 pickoffs, do they send this one mid? It's probably about to be 4 here. Not looking super great for Kelvin at the moment. Look at the focus on Macro here. At first, doesn't even care about the Kelvin. Says, you are irrelevant relative to the Walker. At NNEU, way more bloodthirsty, Dan.
Yeah, and Rain took down the Guardian lane 1, might get the Walker as well, but to be honest, you're going to convert the 2 mid Walkers, and you could just do, they could potentially still do mid boss if they wanted to, offer those Walkers. So looks like they're going to try to catch the guys potentially. No, but it's a bit too slow, and they haven't given themselves enough time to go for the mid boss here. So still though, 30k souls ahead. So I think Made in Deadlock aren't stressing it too much. They picked up the urn, but that's going to be a pretty risky turn in. There are pretty much full ults online. Happy Buffalo, they're only missing the last stand, which would be really nice for a closed urn turn in. But either way, I still think it's going to be tough for them, just given how far Made in Deadlock are ahead.
Well, Dan, I think what it is a difference in macro prioritization between teams and regions here. I think were mid and NA or EU team, they would have immediately gone mid boss, but in mid's case, you saw the hyper focus onto walkers, right? Even to the point that Intro could have flambéed Brave Buffalo. I mean, it was like a 25% HP Kelvin. It was right there. And Intro had eyes only for the walker. I mean, it was a level of commitment that you would want to see in any of your personal relationships there. Except in this case, it was Intro just, dead set on taking down Walker. But, kind of a good point here is we're seeing mid to sort of secure their advantage. Blank, you've been watching. Any insights from your end from what we've seen between the two teams so far?
I think, well, honestly, for me right now, it's mostly about that early game. That was what changed a lot of things, because when you look at Happy Buffalo, they had a huge amount of lane bullies, and I think that the way they played that out was just to mitigate a lot of that presence in all those lanes, and then just allow Intro to farm. And he went straight into Soul Shredder, Healing Booster, Enduring Spirit, Spirit Lifesteal. It's incredibly hard to get him out in any of these lanes, because he's out healing most of the damage coming through from a lot of, let's be honest, very weakened Happy Buffaloes. It was just a very good way for them to transition towards that mid game, and I think that's the main thing that's got mid to this level of power at this point of the game.
Yeah, and it's still holding on to that urn. ZP, they're trying to convert, but yeah, I don't know. It's kind of again, it's the closed area, and you now have all the ults on the last stand is online too, so that would actually be super high value in that spot. So I just don't think you want to go for that. But they're threatening it, so they are forcing at least Happy Buffalo to kind of respect it to some extent, and they're kind of having to hold players around the urn turn-in spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's very clear here that the goal of holding the urn is just to prevent Happy Buffalo from getting any comeback makeup souls from the urn, right? They do not care one iota about turning in themselves, aside from the fact that denies Happy Buffalo from doing the same. They're just nursing their lead, is what we're seeing, pure and simple. And if Happy Buffalo makes a mistake, they will capitalize on it. But mid is playing the long game here more than I think we've seen most teams in Deadlock do so. And it's hard to really find fault with it. Like, it's a very well-coached game plan, is what I'm seeing right now, Dan.
Yeah, and right now, it felt like we were very close to potentially seeing a fight around mid, a pick-off around mid. Mid and Deadlock were looking for that, and that would absolutely have converted into a mid boss, which would likely be sort of perhaps the final nail in the coffin for Happy Buffalo in terms of just getting to a place of an insurmountable advantage for their opponent. But yeah, back into the regular spot and is available to be collected for Happy Buffalo. And they're kind of in a spot where they need to try to go for this to try to make up the souls. But this mid-boss pressure whilst the urn is being run, that's no good for Happy Buffalo. They kind of have to, I feel like they have to challenge the CP. If they give up a free mid-boss when all the ults are online, it's a bait as well. They're trying to force the fight.
Yeah, they want the mistake, and right now they're looking for Shilu, I think. In terms of pickoffs, they were at least looking towards Warden. You see Holiday in position to grab the lasso, doesn't go for it here just yet. But no, now gets it. Just a little bit ahead. Found the opportunity, grabs knockdown right after. The full pressure onto the Warden, the frontliner immediately eradicated. Quick, easy one up here for mid. So now looking for a little bit more Holiday in off the back. He's looking for a quick stomp, doesn't get it, but with a two-man advantage, now they go to the middle, and there's nothing fake about this finish, Dan.
Yeah, that's what they've been looking for it, and they finally are going to pick it up. Mid boss, the rejuve's falling, and through it's already 2 players down for Happy Buffalo, looking to try to get the steal. The Mo's going to come in. I don't think there's a world in which they can do that, though. The steal is prevented, and it's going to be a rejuve for Maiden Deadlock. And there is some pushing around the map here for Happy Buffalo, knowing that they couldn't really challenge for that. But at the same time, they are actually not nearly as ahead as I thought, behind as I thought they would be. ZP, only 20k souls is actually, it's not over really just yet. I feel like we're kind of framing it in that capacity, but they have to, the problem is now ZP, they got to wait out the rejuve to an extent, and that means they have to give up the entire map.
Well, it's not over, but also part of it has been how mid has been playing, right? Like, again, I think you do the regional comparison. NA and EU, I think mid probably had opportunities that they could have done to put the game away, but they're playing for maximum safety right now, right? And things they could have done to extend their soul lead to 30 or 40k, they haven't done. They're playing about as safe as possible, but also, again, resource allocation, right? You look at where they've put their farm onto. Rain is pretty well farmed as a Geist, relatively speaking, but Intro is an absolute monster at 34k, and the aggregate allocation, kind of pales in comparison to what they've really done, which is put all their eggs into the Intro basket. And right now, I mean, it's put Intro at a spot where you look at items being picked up, like late game, bring the hero online items. You have Ricochet that just got picked up. You got Spiritual Overflow just picked up. It's at the point where Infernus becomes an absolute demon Dan.
Yeah, it is a huge problem, and another team fight will be breaking out here in lane 2. And this is a very difficult team fight. You've got Happy Buffalo on the retreat here, losing players as they fall back into the base, and 3 of them going down immediately, outcoming all of the ults here for Maiden Deadlock, and they are about to just annihilate this base. There's going to be nothing left except the weakened patron in a moment. They waited for their moment, and like you said, CP, as soon as they knew it was go time, it was perfect.
The one thing I love seeing, by the way, the pure coordination of going in on the shrines. I think they even left some of the guardians on the backside. That was a full 6-man, get in there, shrine dead, patron dead. They still have Rejuvenator. I don't think this is going to be a back off potentially here, Dan. I mean, we'll see. And okay, never mind. It's going to be a back off. They could have stayed, but based on what we've seen, they played safe.
Yeah, they could have stayed. I totally agree. They are very disciplined in their approach, but still, gotta be cautious here because there is a pursuit here. Happy Buffalo, they want to get some value as Maiden Deadlock are escaping from the base. They still have rejuves up though, so if they do die, it's not going to be the end of the world, but surely the rejuve is going to be timing out somewhat soon. And Happy Buffalo looking, or rather feeling like this is their moment to maybe find some equalizing fights, but in goes Calico. Nightmare is in the front line, trying to do the damage, creating the distraction for his teammates. And that's going to be Faxbox and Nightmare picking up the next couple of kills. And right now, I don't think this is going to do anything except snowball into the patron dying here, ZP. There's just nothing left here to defend Happy Buffalo as they're completely routed.
I think right now mid is more focused on the outskirts. With Intro being down and Rejuvenator not being up to bring him up in the beginning, they're going to be a little bit more opportunistic. They're still going to put pressure, I think, onto the patron, but missing Intro, who is a vast majority of their net worth, they're still going to see if they can just get a pick off first before committing into the patron. And might be the case right now is Rain is getting a bit of a pummeling.
Yeah, got to be cautious here. Just like you say, you're missing a lot of damage. And you can see that there is they can't quite move their way into the pit. They really want to, but as I say that, jump pad helps a lot. And in fact, there it is. We've got the storm cloud right above the pit, and that's going to do unbelievable amounts of damage, hitting absolutely everyone, getting fried, short-circuited as we get a bit of delay coming in because of the frozen shelter.
Wait, they're holding off, Dan. They're holding off. They're absolutely holding off. The frozen shelter buys enough time, and it is Happy Buffalo. Hang on, is it gonna be enough though? It's just not enough. They barely get it. They nearly held it, Dan, but just that last little bit of damage puts Happy Buffalo away. But that was closer than you would have thought.
Oh my god, that was so close. Imagine if they'd actually turned that one around, because of the soul differential, I think would have been like 15k or something like that, surprisingly. And like you said, Intro was outsized in the amount of souls he had compared to the rest of his team. So there was a world where, you know, that could have turned it around to some extent, but it was not to be. Made in Deadlock picking it up, and it feels deserves EP because from start to finish, their macro was impeccable. The choices as to how they chose the comp and then how they played the comp effectively with the Calico and Holiday roams, absolutely great, stunning stuff.
Also, Jason had a great point there. It was Fox was the last one remaining, just throwing fists into the patron. If they had gone in and parried, they actually could have held and kept the game going a little bit longer, which is absolutely ridiculous. But we're going to bring back in Blank here to talk about the game and what just transpired. But, you know, to me, Blank, I looked at this and it was kind of a masterclass in macro from mid, where they knew their win conditions, they fed intro, and they took zero risk throughout most of the game.
Yeah, and I think that's reasonable, to be honest with them. There was a couple of moments where I thought that potentially they could have stopped just dragging the urn around the map and maybe gone for something more aggressive. If they did pick up urn, they could have gone for an easy fight, I would say. You've got the Inferno Soul, you've also got 7-Up, you've got a lot of deny over those small areas, especially when it's urn-sided on your map. It was a curious one. I do think Teru kind of takes the game away at the start there. He was so strong. And that's when Holiday is at her best, right? Where Barrel feels very, very potent in those first 10 minutes where it's chunking you for half your HP, and he was all over the place. I mentioned it a couple times, but they had a fair few lane bullies like Mo and Krill, as well as Mirage and Vindicta, but they didn't really get too much done. I think even you mentioned it, DDK, was the fact that the Vindicta just wasn't getting a lot of movement done, and it's because Confusion at the end of the day is the best kind of presence on those kind of lanes.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. There's no mobility there. It's like you're having to react constantly to the just consistent aggression everywhere. It's so oppressive, and that's something that I feel like we see teams struggling a lot with at the moment. Like the teams that can abuse that level of harass early on the best with Holiday and Calico. It's rough, man, to be up against that.
Well, that does bring us to our player of the match presented by Intel. Blank, this was your choice, so walk us through it here. Who is your player of the match and why?
Oh, it had to be Teru, obviously. I'm glazing Teru all day long on the Holiday. This really did feel like a vacation out for mid. They had a great time there, and they were just very relaxed about it. I think the fact that you put a lot of emphasis over towards intro as well as Fox towards that end game is great. And you know what? Teru did take a back seat, right? You know, Holiday is unreal at clearing those jungle camps with Coldfront and Barrel, but she opted to give a lot of that up over towards intro as well as Fox and just be this nightmare with the lasso in that early game. I was very pleased to see it, and some good pickoffs. It's nice to see a new character as well that can hold her own, just like Paradox in terms of that initiation. And also she's a very interesting character, and it's awesome to see these types of players just do fantastic work with it.
Dan, real quick before you make your point, I just gotta say the one overarching storyline to me between the regions on a caster level, Lasso versus Lasso. It's back here today.
I knew you were going to say that. I was thinking that too. I was like, how do I say it? I've always said Lasso. So I don't know what the tally is for like who the Lassoers and the Lassoers are, but I'm the Lasso camp.
What? Well, it is. I do believe it is Lasso. At least it's said in America there. I don't really know about the global standard. But in any case, look, I think Teru set up mid and Deadlock
right now.
You might be. Look, Teru set up mid the entire for the late game, right? Is that the early and mid game went well. It created a kind of nest egg that was then just simply nurtured by mid the rest of the game. And again, the thing to me, Dan, that I look at for mid that, you know, we saw all game long and, you know, continues to be a defining factor to me is that the coaching discipline of the team and just going for objectives no matter what, securing the lead no matter what, not going for kills when not necessary, sublime. And I think that the one area that was a small play that really helped show this was when intro could have just absolutely fricasseed Brave Buffalo by the Walker, right? You have Kelvin at like 25% HP, and intro just goes, no. My priority is the Walker, gets the Walker, leaves, does not elaborate.
Yeah, I think it was pretty clear the protocols that they had across the team based on the roles and the positions and you know, within the composition that they played, which is really cool to see. I mean, we saw it playing out just they, you know, because they didn't just accidentally get a Guardian at 450 or whatever it was. It was specifically on Intro's lane. He had the help to do it, and then his farming style after that to get a 4 or 5k souls ahead definitely very planned. The way that you would see them try to initiate certain fights and then immediately know the cutoff points. So it's like very clear shot calling, or if it's not shot calling, it's protocols. Okay, this is what we're expecting to get. We're looking for this thing. And as soon as we get it, we all just like retreat, which we saw also at that moment when they finally went into the base. They instantly left straight after the shrines are focused. They did it in like perfect timing. Like there's no messing around, shooting random stuff. Everyone laser focused, shrine, patron out. So yeah, I totally agree. And that's a really promising sign.
The only thing I didn't really like from mid there was like sometimes a bit of an overcommittal to some of these plays. I think when they went for mid boss, there was a great play coming through from Happy Buffalo, and I was pleased to see it. I mean, they split down towards the walkers on lane 4 and lane 1, and also ran the urn when they were trying to bait that mid boss. And I think it was a case where a lot earlier they could have reacted to that and be like, right, they're obviously not going to try and play us over towards mid. We need to react and kind of change up our play style here. So I am wondering in the future, they're coming through for mid, how do things play out when the team isn't dancing to their tune? And I'm sure that honestly, we might just see OT, who had incredible macro play, be able to kind of figure out the little misbeats in the music.
Well, that was our second best of 1 of the day. Now we're heading into the best of 3s. Again, things a little bit different here in Pacific. It's going to be a best of 3 in the next matchup, and the winner of that will go on to face our initial defending team in Egoisto. Lots of action still left here on Deadlock Fight Night Pacific, presented by Intel. We'll be back after a short break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Deadlock Fight Night, brought to you and presented by Intel, as we are almost at the halfway point here of what DFN Pacific has to bring. We'll be making our way into our best of 3 matches, which I'm extremely excited about. Not to mention, we got Blink back on the cast. And Blink, you got to see Made in Deadlock, to talk about him quite a bit. Since you casted the first match, you watched the second. Do you have a favorite when we go into our first match's best of 3?
It's hard. It's definitely hard. I think it'd be an interesting one because both OT and Made in Deadlock have a similar kind of play style where it's very risk averse. Is it going to just be a deadlock? Who knows? I think maybe I'd go with Made in Deadlock. It will depend on the bans. I'm hoping OT bans out Holiday because that was really quite the significant portion of the gameplay in the early game for Made in Deadlock, but we'll see what happens. I didn't expect OT to get past Avengers. Honestly, I thought Avengers would be the one to take them down in that best of 1, but they showed incredible grit in that game.
You know what, since we do have an analyst to bring in, and he didn't get to actually talk about that initial match with us, why don't we bring him in, ZP, and we can talk about how you felt like the OT match went against Avengers.
I mean, the OT match is really interesting in the sense that it was more even than you would have expected for how far ahead OT was in terms of push the entire game, right? Like, AVG actually stayed in that game like way more than expected and had a lot of latent gold on the map in terms of pushing and objectives. They were just never really able to deal with OT's general map presence, right? Where if you look at how OT was playing the macro game, the lanes were effectively pushed up the entire time to where AVG didn't really have a lot of ability to get down objectives even into the mid to late game, which certainly caused them problems in terms of flex slots and just setting up advantageous team fights.
Okay, well, before we do head into our next match, our first of 2 best of 3s of the day, I was going to say night, but it's not night for us at least. Let's take a look here once again at our global souls per minute leaderboard in Pacific and Pacific only, and kind of take stock of how things have actually played out, because I'd say FaxFox definitely lived up to the hype as we see them saw him get to play with MID, but of course intro down there as well.
Yeah, I think for FaxFox on that last game, he was significant. I think a lot of the portion of the game, in terms of the push, was down to intro on the Infernus. But FaxFox by the end there, he was a real unstoppable force, especially just waiting for the Storm Cloud to come online. The amount of damage it did just opened things up. Him as well as Nightmare just punching the hell out of the patron was good fun to watch. But yeah, they put a lot of stock in him towards that end game, and that's how you know a team definitely trusts their player. So I was very happy to see it, and like you say, FaxFox is definitely living up to the hype.
Obviously, Adam's going to have a tough time here playing for OT ZP. As when I go into this match, one thing I'm going to look at is definitely the early matchups between these 2 teams. I feel like these solo lanes are going to play a massive impact into it. Not to mention, will we get to see OT be able to go for these rotations for early ganks that we kind of expected in that first match?
Well, I think you take a look at how mid played, right? Like, mid had a very specific game plan, which is that they stacked their composition with a lot of tools that would be very good in the early and mid game, especially running with like Calico Holiday, right? And it wasn't a passive Calico. It was a Calico that was roaming from lane to lane just as much as we saw the Holiday roam. I think the way that mid is going to play in an ideal world is that they have a lot of early mid game pressure, and then they have like one very significant late game threat that they're simply going to feed. But you think about what we saw from OT in the first match. Well, OT, if they get ahead, they don't really give you the ability to have room to rotate with how much they're prioritizing lane control. So to me, I look at this, you're just kind of referencing it. The early to mid game is almost paramount here because it kind of goes into how both teams like to execute their late game when they're ahead. So just seeing what happens in the initial lane matchups and who's able to get that edge in the 8 to 10 minute period is going to be so incredibly important.
Yeah, and I think obviously the drafts could be very important between these 2 teams as well. But to get you all caught up on who is on OT, if you guys missed out on the first match today, let's take a look at the roster for this lineup. Because honestly, we got to see some great things out of Adam, but I think, Blank, we kind of agree. We were looking more towards like Mucka Mucka and a random dead dude who was on, so Kelvin and Geist out of these 2 players, because they were the 2 to kind of stop that rot initially when Sladin and Nikus were being pressured so heavily in lane 3.
Yeah, I think for a random that dude as well as Muka Muka, they had a great ability to quickly react and form that bulwark at the front of the team, because they absolutely needed to do that to get themselves back into the game. All respect to Nico's as well as Slatted, though. The fact that they actually just maintained that pressure. Yes, they died a couple of times, but it was a case of just keeping that Warden as well as the Paradox locked down. And in a way, this is going to be extremely important, like ZP said, in terms of how they react to a lot of this gameplay coming through from mid. And reaction speed is going to be the main thing. I think that when you look at mid there, they just overwhelmed their opposition. They weren't really sure what to do. Hopefully OT was watching that game and now has come up with some kind of a game plan of how they're going to rotate their assets out.
Also, I need to weigh on this because it was a constant back and forth. There's two O's there. It's Nikus, like Nikus. That's exactly how it has to be pronounced. I will not accept any other answer. It's been driving me absolutely mad the last hour or so.
You mean last
You mean Nico OS?
No, absolutely not. Look, at production, we need the next roster slide here. Just wipe this from our mind here as we get back into the Maiden Deadlock roster. Where
Fax Fooks.
Where, by the way, if Maiden Deadlock runs the table here, this is just like 3 matches in a row, effectively. The best of 1, it's a best of 3, and the best of 3. So they're on the marathon here today. But based on what we saw from their first match, I feel like they can handle it.
This team, I think, is probably the most experienced roster we have in this event today, actually. I mean, you have Nightmare, who's I don't know if you guys mentioned this earlier on, but a former StarCraft 2 pro who was able to take down the likes of Scarlet, some very big names playing with like CJ Entis. You have Fortnite players with over 100K in earnings. You have Overwatch players. You have basically like kind of all walks of life, all culminating into this super roster, I'd say, from South Korea. And not to mention the 2 coaches. I don't know if he goes by X2 or Ryder, which was kind of an older name, but I mean, he was an Overwatch League coach. You have MP, who was a coach in a Dota 2 tier 1 team. Like, they have not only the players to support it, but the coaching staff behind them. I feel like this should be like the super team out of South Korea for sure.
I mean, it's a team with a lot of pedigree, a team with a lot of experience. And, you know, as you mentioned too, the fact that their coaching experience is also second to none is, you know, something else entirely. Also kind of a hallmark of some of your better teams hailing from South Korea. The one thing I will say is a little bit of a downer, though, to all those stats is that, yeah, you mentioned, you know, Fax Fox had over 100K earnings in Fortnite, but hey, look, I mean, it kind of depends on the era of Fortnite, right? There was an era in Fortnite where just showing up to a tournament and taking a breath would get you 100K. They were throwing out money like crazy back in the early days. I don't remember that.
It's still 100K, man. Like, how many people can say they earned over 100K?
That's a small prize pool for Fortnite. Let's be honest.
Yeah, for Fortnite in 2018, I mean, come on, you show up, you get 100K.
Just think of how many fight nights you'd have to win to break that record.
100
fight nights.
Yeah, 100 actually.
Well, I mean, if you split it 6 ways, and then coach cuts, it might be even more than that. Who knows? But before we do head into this game, is there any kind of like picks you seem or you think will be kind of contested, or in terms of maybe we're going to see certain heroes focused earlier on? Because we had an Abrams ban last game. You know, when's the last time we saw an Abrams ban? Never. I don't think since maybe the first or second fight night we've ever had an Abrams ban.
Well, I think Abrams might have gotten banned early against the Llama Lords in like Fight Night 5 or 6 or something along those lines, and that's only because that's only because Calc is just a really good Abrams. What I do think, though, I actually do kind of agree with the idea that Teru probably isn't going to get the holiday. I feel like if you're OT and you were just watching what had just transpired, you go, maybe we don't give them the holiday. Maybe you're more willing to give up the Paradox because Paradox has been a little bit less value in Pacific as the whole. But yeah, I mean, you look at the OT first ban here where Mid won the coin flip. They decided they wanted second, so they wanted 2 higher priority picks. If you're OT, you probably don't let one of those 2 picks be holiday. That's just my preference, though.
I mean, I think
your preference is valid. Very valid.
You got my hopes up.
Okay. Yeah, there you go.
Here it is.
I mean, it's not fair though. ZP, he's like literally watching the script and like in the draft, just trying to see what everyone takes away. And he
I have absolutely not.
Show me your monitors right now, ZP.
Right now.
Yeah,
how can I show you the monitor right now? How is that even possible?
I see the reflection.
You can't. These don't even have lenses in them right now.
It's in his irises.
I never knew those didn't have lenses. He just outed himself. I've done this how many weeks with you now, and I never knew there was no lenses in there. So I made it Deadlock going for the Paradox ban. Now, this is more typical of what we see out of like EU and NA with these two bans in particular, but it does leave a lot of options open for OT. And of course, same for Made in Deadlock getting 2 picks right after.
Yeah, I think getting rid of the paradox there is an interesting one. You don't have a lot of initiate right now, so maybe you want to bring some more of that front line in. For OT, they had the Ivy, Mo, and Krill Kelvin combo, so essentially just run you down and bully you into a circle, which worked out fairly well. But they will pick up the Sinclair, which I think is a reasonable pick off there. Incredibly strong, 100% pick ban rate, but not today.
You got awarded.
Well, no, it still has a 100% pick ban, right? It's pick or ban, and he got picked.
Yeah, in Pacific it does, and it's gone up in NNEU. But I also think
your head was about to explode, wasn't it, Blake? I could see it.
I get it. I get it.
Sorry, Zippity, go ahead.
No. Look, I think for Made in Deadlock here, Warden is coming up. Yes, exactly.
He's looking at the script, bro.
The script is obvious if you know your stuff right now, which is that you see Sinclair get picked. Well, actually, wait. Hang on. Let's reverse this. It actually does make sense. They've gone Warden and they've given up. That's the other end. That actually is bad. This entire thing is actually terrible for Made in Deadlock, where yes, you've secured the Warden, but now you've given Sinclair the absolute best ultimate copy. Actually, not great. You guys keep talking about that as being like such a good copy for Last Stand, but actually, honestly, I don't really put Last Stand higher than like a lot of other these ultimates that could be used. Like Stormcloud could be pretty damn decent, to be honest, assuming you max.
You have to max ult though, yeah, which is not what you want to do. You want to max Hex.
Well, so let me ask you in your opinion, Blink. Like seeing Sinclair picked, do you think Made in Deadlock are being very hyper aware now of what heroes they're picking, knowing that he could steal ultimates?
No, but I still don't think you want to give him the Warden. I think I'd agree with ZP on that. I think for Sinclair though, in professional play, you do have to be very good with it, and it's very opportunistic. We'll see what they're able to get done with it, but I think majority of the focus is on the Hex a lot of times.
That's why I think low-key Yamato is probably one of the best ultimates that he could steal, the Shao transformation, because it resets your cooldowns. You can Hex, steal his Shao transformation, use it, and Hex again.
You're mainly building Echo Shot anyway, so
here's what I think. As you go into this here, okay, they've taken away the Kelvin. I think if you're Made in Deadlock, you need the Calico now, because if you don't Calico now, OT should very rightfully ban the Calico. And the reason for this is that Made in Deadlock, they still like applying a lot of early roaming pressure, right? And that was very effective in the last game. They don't have the Holiday as part of the way to do that. You're not going to get a better hero in the playmaking role than Holiday. Like maybe you could go a Pocket.
Yeah.
But I do think you need the Calico, and I think OT should realize they need the Calico to where if they don't pick it here, the Calico is going to get banned on the turn. So they picked the Viscous instead. Still a really good frontliner, still a lot of good early pressure, can be played as a playmaker. But I do think in terms of bans, if you're OT coming on the turn here, you take out the Calico, and it really makes Made in Deadlock change their strategy here for map 1.
Yeah, we'll see if they ban it. I mean, they don't have a Calico pick on OT. As far as the qualifiers went, I don't think we saw a single Calico pick from them.
I got work to do anyway.
Infernus. I don't feel like we see Infernus banned too often. This is definitely going back to the days of DFN when you're trying to target Leffa back then. But yeah, I don't know. The Infernus, I mean, I guess they need to give Adam something he can play, and Infernus, Wraith, and there was one more. I just can't remember off the top of my head that he did actively play, but I'll find out in just a second. Was it Mirage? Yeah, Mirage as well, I believe.
I did my research.
Do they ban the Calico here? Because if they don't ban the Calico, it's coming in 4th. You think of what we just saw, and it would make quite a bit of sense. Instead, they take out the Talon. So Gableshi probably going to be on something like a Geist this time around. Geist is still in the pool.
You know, I'm surprised to see her kind of go so deep in the picks if you're looking at how we've seen her picked constantly in EU and NA. I mean, even in EU, she's become almost a #1 priority pick for most teams.
I'm curious to see the Wraith on Made in Deadlock, honestly, because Gableshi can play the Wraith. And then they don't have a Calico player, so maybe they can get it on 5th and 6th pick. Potentially.
What I do.
Well, I think for this, okay, they're picking the Ivy, which is a little bit weird given that Kelvin was already picked, and I don't think OT was going to go for that. I do think in terms of picks here for Made in Deadlock, Wraith for intro is not a bad shout with Infernus being gone. Also, again, Calico. For OT though, I mean, they have plenty of room to flesh out their front line. Shiv is available, who of course has been banned earlier in the day and was banned in that original OT AVG match. So maybe they come in with the Shiv here. Maybe they steal the Calico.
So
And instead they go for the Geist, which also is good because Gableshe's getting banned out a little bit here. You think about Gableshe's hero pool and most often played heroes, Talon, gone, Geist, gone. Puts Gableshe in a little bit more of a bind.
But the weird thing for me is looking at like the pick history for OT. Warden and Mirage are the highest picked heroes at 6 each. Then you have Wraith at 5. You have Kelvin, Geist at 4, Paradox at 4. So they're already being forced like way deeper into their hero pool than we've seen within the qualifiers alone. So this makes me actually a little bit worried for OT. Though seeing the Wraith pickup does help quite a bit, especially for Adam and how quickly he's able to just decimate objectives in that first match.
Yeah, it's a curious one because it feels very specific, the picks that are coming through from both teams to kind of counter one another. And I think that you look at in different regions, it's the very clear cut of we ban these heroes because none of us like playing against them, and then we'll kind of fit in our roster with what works for us. But this feels very specific to what each player likes to pick up. Moen Krill does come through. Will there be a Calico pick though?
At this point,
I think Nightmare's on the Moen Krill.
At this point, I feel like they might pick something more on the carry spectrum, although it's
Vindicta?
like trying to. Yeah, I mean, Vindicta is something that they could pick here if they wanted to go for. I mean, I think the talent pick before was half of which was kind of an anti-Vindicta pick in and of itself. They also could go Shiv, which is also in Gableshe's pool, but I don't know if they want to invest that heavy onto the front line. And okay, they still go Calico, and again, this is, I think, entirely early game pressure. So from my point of view, thinking about hero pools that we see in NA and EU, I think it's likely that Teru, who was a terror on the holiday last map for mid, probably likely to be playing a playmaking Viscus, right? Where we've seen Viscus be used as frontline, we've seen Viscus be used as playmaking. You can play a roaming Viscus much in the way that a holiday can be played in the beginning, right? So you can do Viscus Calico roam in the beginning to apply pressure, but they don't have quite the same late game as they did with Intro and the Infernus. It's a little bit different in their late game strategy.
I think that's the first time we've seen Lash. I don't think, was he played during the qualifiers? Maybe by EOS? I think that's the first time we've seen him. Jason's gone. We're never seeing him again. He's off.
Oh yeah, what in the world? Is he actually just straight up disconnected here?
He saw Lash and he was like, man, enough of that. It's too many mustaches on one show for me.
That's unbelievable. Okay, well, hang on. I'll flip my camera here, and we'll do this on the fly here. As Jason is just...
He's just gone.
Yeah, he's actually just... He's out of here. That's unbelievable.
But yeah, it's very curious. I think that overall there was a lot of picks here that we were surprised to see. Some that were more obvious than others that were coming through. I think we all expect to see a Calico coming through at some point, but the Viscus Ivy Moen Krill combo, I just don't know who's on what, because like you were saying earlier, these players have had to dig deep into their rosters, into their hero pools to figure out how they want to shore up some of the cracks in the ship. So we'll see what goes on there. OT though have a very interesting comp with Sinclair as well as the Lash. Again, I don't think we saw too much of Lash coming through from Pacific, so I'm curious to see how that does pan out for them. But this is a highly mobile comp, at least with the Kelvin, Sinclair with the teleport as well as Lash, and that's going to be great for reactionary plays over towards Maiden Deadlock.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that you've been able to pick up Kelvin and Lash together is also pretty good. I mean, the general common wisdom is that you don't really like playing Lash into a Kelvin, but if you have a Kelvin yourself, you can use it to help secure Death Slam and go from there. And, Blank, we're doing a little bit of adjustment on the fly with Jason's Italian internet just blowing up. Wait, is that Jason? Is he back?
I've been here. I actually just was faking it, and I was pretending to be a mime. Well, no, I guess a mime doesn't work because they still move.
In that case, I don't have to play-by-play then. I can just sit in the analyst role and watch from the stands as you guys get the song.
Yeah, this is gonna be a good game, man. This is actually gonna be, I think, definitely one of the closer matches we're gonna have over the course of today. Seeing the Lash, I didn't get to hear what you guys had to say about the Lash, but I also hope it's not gonna be in a solo lane, though I don't expect it to be so. I'm too traumatized by Deathy, which I know I believe he's not here, so I hope he doesn't hate me for saying that yet again.
What? You can't diss Deathy like that.
Bro, he got asked, manned so many times. Okay. I just snorted there too. That was weird. Anyway, back to the game. Niku's gonna be on the Sinclair.
Yeah. Anyway.
And okay, so Mucka back on the Kelvin. Slada gonna be on the Lash. Sire, of course, on the Mirage, which we saw in the first match, and Adam back on the Raid. So we see some, comfort picks starting to come out for OT, though they obviously did lose. Well, they were up against the Warden and the 7 earlier on anyways today.
Yeah, so right now Calico as well as Mo and Cross. So Nightmare's already crossed that over towards side. This might be an early kill coming through, and it absolutely should be. So that goes over towards Sire, going down, and already this is much like what CP was saying earlier, is that a lot of that early game presence is what mid really does rely on. And it's actually the same thing we saw from Teru last game, but this time around, they are just forcing this damage. And again, the reaction comes through fairly quickly with Mucka switching lanes. Comes on through, tries to stop them from doing too much damage to that Guardian, especially with the frozen beam. That's useful to them. I think it was 4 minutes 30 last game for mid when they took their first Guardian. So quickly back across, and that leaves Sinclair up against the Ivy. Good poke damage could be in that lane, taking down the Ivy, but Stoneform will keep her relatively safe.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see any early objectives taken this time. I like the response out of OT. Let's just keep Mucka there and make sure him and Sire, or make sure Sire doesn't get overwhelmed too much. And Sire honestly didn't lose too much in terms of souls. He was down by maybe like 100, 200 since the wave didn't get killed off until he was able to get back in time. But when it comes to like this lane 3, you shouldn't really expect any ganks coming out of it anymore, just because we're in that one-on-one situation. Though I do think Ivy should be actually able to push back quite heavily. I think it's just the poke out of the Sinclair that he's worried about.
Yeah, I mean, level 2 all in is absolutely horrendous coming through from the Sinclair. Getting the bolt as well as the assistant up and available, you just do a ridiculous amount of damage. And if anything, I think the Sinclair is not too unhappy about being placed in a solo lane, because he is very good at bullying. This is fantastic news coming through from OT, getting a little bit of early farm stolen away from mid whilst they were dealing with the wave on the tower.
I think I'm looking towards this lane 2, because we see how strong Adam can be as a player up against Intro and the Warden. And I want to see, like, when are these ganks, if they are going to come out? I mean, look how far pushed up that Intro is. Like, there is very easy gank potential to happen. Obviously not just yet. No real need to go for it. I feel like Intro has probably the toughest time in this laning phase of just trying not to feed and trying to keep up in terms of farm.
I mean, having the Geist as well. So I think both Geist and so a random dead dude as well started both picked up monster rounds fairly early there. So they are just going to be shoving that wave constantly non-stop, as well as having the bomb available. Good amount of healing done there from the Viscous. Opting to fight that one out. A little bit crazy, but it does work out in the end. Good job there from Teru to keep his teammate alive. That could have gone very badly. You do not want to give that Lash that early lead.
Your Tornado comes in. This kind of controlled Nightmare a bit as they do back away, and we're still seeing that 2-on-2 happen towards lane 4. But as you talked about the monster rounds, look how aggressive the OT are being on lane 2. They're consistently keeping this lane shoved up now, obviously knowing they both see is that, or was low on HP. Now it's Teru's going to be the one low on health, and there's definitely some kill potential coming in there, especially at the 3K mark that they just now hit.
It's a tough one though, right? Because you always have the cube up and available. Sire's in a tough spot here. It's a good tornado to get himself back in, but Nightmare very quick on the uptake there. Will be able to pick him off as he dashes back out again. Now it's down to Mucka all by himself, and the Guardian is getting shredded. I think we have to take it back about those early picks on the objectives as they start to shred this one down.
Thing is, Mucka doesn't have his ultimate. Oh, 20 HP. I mean, this should be a kill. They should be able to chase this one down, but he gets comboed while trying to go for it. Now Nightmare might be the one to actually pay the price. He gets parried on this one. And Nightmare, well, the scoring come in. It's going to heal you for a bit, but eventually he'll fall, and they will save the Guardian for now. But we can see Ivy, Visco in hot pursuit, trying to chase this one down.
I think losing a Guardian like that early on is pretty tragic for that lane, because it now means that the Calico is unleashed a lot more on Fox as well as Nightmare. With Mo and Krill, you can be a lot more present in some of these other lanes. They just need to push this one in over on lane 4, keep it topped up. But the Lash does find himself with one pick off early on. In comes Static Charge as well as the ultimate, and that Storm Cloud will leave him high and dry. And in comes Nightmare, like he's saying, that roam is in, and it will completely crush the opposition of OT in lane 2.
I think this is where the game can get very dangerous, especially if we see Made in Deadlock consistently picking up more and more Guardians. I mean, they have 3 players now in lane 2 looking to pick up a second Guardian to add to the tally, though that OT was able to respond, however, over in lane 3. But how do you feel about the Sinclair matchup? Again, not necessarily matchup, but like Sinclair, obviously a very safe, well, it can be a safe hero with the Spectral Assistant. Well, I don't even have to talk about that because they're going to go for a 3-man rotate. They're going to push this Walker down right away.
Yeah, I mean, reasonable. I think that a lot of people are surprised the speed at which Sinclair is able to take down objectives with Assistant as well as Hexing Bolt. It actually does a ton of damage near the game because you're effectively doubling up your damage there alongside with the Spirit. But there is resistance coming through with 2 players. You've got Fox as well as the Ivy.
Still the Ivy ult.
Just escape. Short cooldown as well, so it's not the biggest a deal to be dropping that one. Only 30 seconds left.
I like this too, using the Assistant. If he does get pushed on, just quickly swap back to it. Should be able to get some... I don't know actually if that distance counts for being able to shoot onto the Guardian.
Weirdly, it does.
Too far out of its range. Even if it's out of its range?
As long as you're in the range, it does.
Interesting.
Yeah. Which is odd, right? It doesn't feel like it should be. But it doesn't classify... It just classifies as an extra ability of yours. Not a hero.
Well, they're not able to get the Guardian, though I do respect Made in Deadlock making sure to rotate in quick enough to prevent it from going down. But with the HP it has, it's eventually going to fall. I'd be more interested, to be honest, seeing Made in Deadlock look for some opportunities, some gank potential in some of these other lanes to really open up some different avenues.
Yeah, I think the difficulty right now is for Slatted. How does he find value in the map at the moment? Because a lot of this is riding on the Death Slam, but with the cube also available, realistically he's not going to get the most massive of ults coming through, so he can't afford to ult just one person. Teiru's already showed himself to be pretty quick on the uptake with the cube, so that does put a lot more pressure over on Slatted. Backswatch finding Nikos though. Nikos, I want to call him Nikos. Or do I commit?
No, Nikos. Just any way we can say it that pisses ZP off. But speaking of Death Slam, here it goes. Straight onto a Warden with the telekinesis on top of that. You can see Teiru trying to come in time. Unfortunately, he won't rotate quick enough to prevent that one from going down. So you were saying, you know, where's Slated going to get some of the value? He does manage to pull it off in lane 1. I'm not sure they're going to get the Walker just yet since we do have Nightmare back.
Yeah, he has to be fast. I mean, the last game that we saw OT play, Slated was usually pretty quick to assist on the Mo and Krill, so he's definitely bringing a bit more that speed back into this game as well. 37k to 38k though, so it's not nearly as disastrous as we saw in that last game from mid. They are keeping on top of things. Some quick reaction plays in the early game, especially with Teiru not on the holiday. It's not as drastic as it was during that match.
Oh, they get out of line of sight. I think he messed up his dash there to try to get in a better position to punish them with the Storm Cloud. The stolen Storm Cloud going to be coming through, though, and they're immediately forced to back away. I don't know how much damage he's actually going to accomplish off this, but he is trying to heal up during the midst of this. You see on Forge at HP, and every once in a while, Gables, he does push out and chip him down. But I kind of like how we've seen Nikos play it so far.
Yeah, I think that...
Oh, wait, what?
Hello? Oh, I think Saya just got the mark on him and he'd already used the goo cube earlier, so just detonates that one. We'll take him down. Curious there. I genuinely think that was a very nice steal onto the 7-0 because it completely turned things around. I think it's one of the few times I've actually seen a decent steal on a 7-0 as well from a Sinclair. Because it looked pretty bad from there. He did a huge amount of damage with it. Quickly brought back into the fold. Another good U-Cube, and Mucka should be going down for this one. Come on, just shoot him.
Just trying to leave it over to the 7. Why, I don't know. I'm actually curious for Geist, for Random Dead Dude, what has he been maxing So we've seen a big difference between like EU and NA in terms of what they're going to be going for. In EU, they go for the life drain. In NA, they go for the essence bomb. So hopefully at one point we can kind of see which way he's leaning towards. Is the push going to be coming in? Fact, Falk just going to try to force slot it away and going back to the farming game. But I mean, 1K difference 10 minutes in is kind of crazy. I mean, both teams able to keep up in objectives, which is going to be very important. They all have their flex slots unlocked at least. Well, the first one for now.
Yeah, it's not going too bad. I would imagine that she's maxing essence bomb. The clear isn't crazy from some of these guys. I mean, you obviously got the lash ground slam, but just being able to have that Geist in the back pocket to keep dropping those essence bombs and causing a good amount of damage would be very, very useful at clearing those waves, especially with the speed at which Maiden Deadlock is moving around the map.
I think he's going for the 3, right? The blood shards.
Yeah, usually pick up that second in a difficult essence bomb build, right?
I couldn't see what level his essence bomb was. I mean, we know it's not matched since we don't have the aura on the ground left. That's fine. We'll catch on to in a little bit of time here.
We're hyper focused on the essence bomb right now.
I know, right? But OT looking to push into this lane 3 Walker, and there's really not much defense here. Ivy's going to eventually rotate in. They're going to be pushed in from behind at the same time. There should be some kills coming through. Let's be the Storm Cloud coming in, doing some good damage. Obviously with the combo on Geist, going to be finishing off a random dead dude. And only 1 death for this is pretty actually damn impressive for OT, as we do see Nikos in the meantime pushing lane 2 Walker.
All right, well, I got a picture of that, and he's actually maxed 3 and 4. Not 2 or 1. So full on presence for taking down objectives with the damage amp, as well as looking for the silence early on the swap. I've not seen that done all that often before, honestly.
Yeah, I think Geist to me is one of like the few heroes in the game that you can just see drastically different skill ordering in. Whereas I'd say a lot of other heroes you generally have one set path to go for. So kind of just is comp dependent and how the matches go independent.
Yeah, I think for Pacific, at least, for a lot of the guys that we've seen in these matches, they actually have had quite a big impact when it comes to taking the objectives, just because of that damage amp coming through from the 3. So that might be a nice thing for split pushing later on from the guys. We're going to be taking the earn right now for OT, 61k at the moment, so they are ahead. It has felt like it's been going back and forth here. Gelbushi currently the highest in terms of net worth, and it will be slatted going down nice and early.
I like this sort of investment of Warpstone from Nightmare. Like he really rushed that item right away, as well as like slowing Hex to make sure they can get those catches and have that like mid or early to mid game presence with these kills. It's just about what can they accomplish off the back of this. They get themselves a kill on the slotted. The Urn's not going to be turned in, but we're not really seeing them push just yet, as it maybe could be getting the last guard of the game here in lane 3.
Yeah, the old budget Phantom Strike. That's the trick though, especially that.
I'd say it's way better than Phantom Strike, to be honest. I feel like Warpstone is just insane as an item.
It's really good. I mean, Phantom Strike does have a little bit of a stronger distance on it.
You can't use it like defensively, you know, to like get away.
No, absolutely not. But in terms of for the combo, at least.
Yeah. A little bit of a puddle punch. Again, the Urn does get turned in, but it's not a very costly Urn right now. I'm actually kind of surprised they slide to get away with this free push onto the Walker. It's going to be closed in by Ontaru and eventually Gables Z, but OT, I have to give them respect. Like, they are not afraid to keep this aggression going for them. I thought they'd be a little bit more kind of respectful, a little bit more afraid, but hey, it's working out for them, so you can't really complain.
No, not at all. And there's the pickup on the Warden ult there from Sinclair. Able to use that to effectively trade and dance alongside with intro. You know, you're right. They're just keeping the pressure up, dude.
Yeah, and it's not like they have a massive lead either. And when it comes, I mean, I guess they do have, like, wherever Slatted goes, there's always that pressure of he could easily ult you into a man advantage, not to mention potential Walker advantage. But to see, like, Mucka pushed up with Sire here in lane 4, I mean, they're very slippery. They can easily get away unless you do have the combo, which Nightmare is approaching. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of interesting to see them be allowed to play so aggressive. I mean, Maiden Deadlock, all they really have is that Nightmare combo to really provide a kill or to like open up a kill. They have no other real good initiation unless you want to throw Teru in there on that goo ball.
I think it's purely off the back that OT just has some great disengage, right? With Hex as well as the Lash, Mucka Mucka as well with the Ice Beam. There's a lot of ways for them to get out some sticky scenarios, and as long as they just continue to press the advantage, they're not going to allow Maiden Deadlock to start making decisions in the game for them. And I really like that. And I think that does show that OT has been paying massive attention to Maiden Deadlock. And this was always going to be one of their more difficult matches, is two teams that are focused on that high octane gameplay where they're constantly up in your face, constantly requesting you to react to decisions that they're making. It's a super interesting game here in Pacific.
I'm looking at this and I'm like, why? So Slatted solo pushing lane 4 while they're trying to pull people towards the Urn. So either he gets the Walker or they get the Urn turn in. Somehow he does manage to get 2 players to come over towards lane 4 through the teleporter, as now we see Fox head over to lane 1. I would honestly like to see Adam actually be the one split pushing right now, because he's doing decently well. 14k in souls. It's very difficult to 1v1 him, and you obviously have the escape potential, and Slatted's going to be much more important when it comes to these team fights.
Yeah, I think that you kind of want to keep Adam with your team though, just for the Hex. It's such a difference maker, and especially when they're pushing in these lanes, they want that Hex available.
Adam or Nico?
Nico, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I think he should.
You were talking about Adam, right? Yeah. No, I think the
Wraith would split push. But hey, either way, Slad's gonna be pushing lane 4. Adam has gone down. That was over towards lane 1. That they managed to get the Walker, and not to mention Blink, another flex slot for themselves.
And this is exactly what they did versus Avengers, right? They just kept pushing that in. They had much better defense over towards their flex slots versus Avengers. Here they have lost all but 1 Guardian, but that's okay because they've still not given up a single Walker. The 2 Walkers that are still up, half HP on both, so there's been constant pressure placed over both sides. We can come back to what DDK was saying in that previous match, so they haven't pushed back into their own jungle all that much though. In terms of presence in their own jungle and getting a lot of that damage in is insane. The fact that the Lash gets out is an improbable masterpiece. Intro goes down, the response is good, Nico's is out of there, but they should get another Walker off the back of this.
I mean, they're going to be trading a Walker a piece unless someone can get there in time. You see Mucka Mucka immediately head back to base, but he's not really going to be able to stop this push that's going to be coming through. And now OT, do you try to rotate over to lane 2, get kills off of this, and then push in for the last Walker? I think that's a very viable opportunity for them.
They're just not letting it happen. I mean, for the Walker, it's down to 1/3, but still up and kicking. They refuse to give it over.
One thing I always worry about when we see Mo and Krill's though, Blank, is that Mo and Krill, he does have an expiry point. Like I get that the ultimate can kind of be like decent late game, but at some point you're just never going to be tanky enough with that ultimate unless you have something to facilitate that, like a swap, to get a kill on that person before you die. So I feel like for Maiden Deadlock, you have to make something happen kind of soon where that Mo and Krill is just going to fall off as the game goes on.
Yeah, that's a big problem, right? Right now, we're seeing Adam actually go very hard over towards Gelbushi here. Did use the telekinesis, will force him to back off, but that's about it. So that is 1 ult down at least. But it does force Gelbushi off, and they can actually continue to push out this lane on 2. But yeah, it's a tough one for the Mo and Krill because he chunks through the jungle, right? We get a quick pause, but he chunks through the jungle. But you don't want to be funneling your Mo and Krill. Yes, you can get very tanky and get as good as a front line, but realistically, you want to be putting that money over towards Gelbushi, towards Intro, towards Fox. It's a tough one. Again, I mean, all of OT's jungle's up.
Thing is, like, I look at Maiden Deadlock, and we can bring ZP in here to chat about this. Like, the only real hard carry I'd say they have is Gelbushi, but he's not going to be online until, 30 plus K souls. Like, Visco, not going to provide as much damage as like the 7 will be able to. Ward can obviously do a lot of damage, but he's kind of fallen behind comparatively to OT. So ZP, what's your thoughts on how this is going for Maiden Deadlock?
Yeah, I mean, the soul allocation for Maiden Deadlock is actually pretty troublesome right now when you look at where they're at versus OT. We're kind of at the point where OT can absolutely just kind of walk into them as far as frontliners go, on top of the fact that they have a frozen shelter that like make that difference even more pronounced. The pickoff potential for Maiden Deadlock is pretty minimal right now. I mean, it's basically all dependent on Nightmare setting up a combo, but the burst damage into the combo afterwards isn't great and can also be protected off by the Kelvin, assuming that the Kelvin isn't the one that's getting comboed, right? And on top of it, OT isn't giving Made in Deadlock a lot of opportunities to get back into the game, because you just look at the lanes on the map right now. Generally speaking, it is orange at the middle of the map, if not deeper, the entire way through. OT places such an enormous importance on keeping every lane pushed out to an element that you don't even see too much in NA and EU, right? Where you look at how split they are right now. They're very split for this point in the game, and it all comes down to just keeping lanes pushed up no matter what. But here we go. Lash with the Death Slam.
And only able to catch on one. The Warp Stone directly into the phone booth. I don't know what you call that. Doctor Who would be disappointed with me in my knowledge of what that potentially could be. He's going to be hit down as well, and with the cube, it's going to help him survive for a little bit longer. But again, OT are just walking all over Made in Deadlock and continue to shove this one forward. Now the question is, I mean, not even a question. Get the walker, get mid boss, profit.
Yeah, it was a really, really clean opener there from Slatted, and they were quick on the uptake again. And like ZP said, they were fairly split at that point, so the reaction times there are incredibly good here coming through from OT. They are not afraid to take a fight when it presents itself, but they're quick on the uptake. So the communication coming through from OT right now is significant, and this is versus a team with two very experienced coaches, two very, very experienced players as well. Adam will pick that one up. Visco goes down. I mean, they had to try for something there, but this is difficult right now for Made in Deadlock, because the Soul lead is getting to a point where it's feeling fairly disastrous on the side of Made in Deadlock. I think ZP makes a good point as well in terms of the Soul allocation. At the moment, Made in Deadlock's scrambling for anything you can get. You can see it's very even across the board, whereas you're still trying to filter that souls through towards Nico's as well as Saya and Adam.
Thing is, like, Made in Deadlock, they're down 30k souls. If I'm OT, yeah, I would go for the urn. You have everything outside of the base already taken down. You can force fight at the urn with the Lash ultimate if you wait for it to come back online. There's just the whole combo of Made in Deadlock to be successful with the Mo and Krill has gone out the window. They're too far behind, and as ZP likes to say, I made stat check territory. 30k souls is not easy to come back from. And for me, they don't have like any big wombo combo to set something off. All I could potentially see is they somehow catch them getting too cocky inside of that building where the urn turn-in is, and you have an amazing Storm Cloud. But I don't know if he's going to survive long enough to make that Storm Cloud effective. Not to mention, there's so many ways that they could stop him from actually using it, and they can steal it and use it for themselves too. So it just seems almost insurmountable for Made in Deadlock to come back from, unless OT make a big mistake.
Yeah, again, it's just great denial, right? And you put it well, at this point in the time of the game with a 30k soul lead, it's very hard to do anything against OT, because they can always pull the trigger on the frozen shelter just to completely disengage your fight, as opposed to using it as an offensive tool. So this is hard. And again, what they've done here is just try to leave the urn up as long as possible to buy time for Slatted to get that Death Slam back up and available. Now they're going to look to place this one in and cause some big problems with that.
I kind of wish Sire didn't use the travel to get over to this fight. I wish he was split pushing right now to force Made in Deadlock back, because either you get the base or you get the urn turn in, but they have no one split pushing, and it's going to be just a full-on hit the gas here for OT to push through. You can see already leading the charge is going to be Slatted. They get the urn turn, and there's no fight off the back, as though they're looking for themselves. I hear telekinesis had gone out, and a potential Death Slam looking to go in. Warpstone used, he catches two, throws him out of the base and directly into the open arms of OT.
That was a crazy Death Slam coming through. Finally, they find the opportunity for it. Frozen Shelter has been used already, so they probably will have to back off of this one. There is a ton of damage going through over towards Gaebushi, but he will just have to back out in the end. This is rough. Nikos finds Teru. Gaebushi's very low. Saya will finish him off with the Jin's mark, and now it's going to be the two shrines going down, and yet again, more of those flex slots coming through. This should be an easy pick up over towards the patron, and then probably in typical fashion, they'll wait out the next rejuve and play from there, unless they get some big pickoffs, which is quite likely at this point in time.
Once that Storm Cloud's down, Blink, there's just nothing to stop OT from just walking all over the entirety of Made in Deadlock. And you still see them sticking around, even with the patron down. They have the full respawn of Made in Deadlock, and OT just want to close this first match out right now. As you see Gaebushi on the far hand side here trying to play from that staircase, and OT are just waiting for any opportunity to open something up. They don't really have any set ultimates to do so. Instead, they're just going to take down Nightmare right off the bat. An intro, able to respond with one, but there's the Storm Cloud coming through out of Nikos.
Yeah, this is what I expected to see, honestly. I thought that the Stormcloud would get stolen, and they were waiting for that fact, and it is just creating carnage and doing a ton of damage towards the Patron. Sapphire Patron going down very, very quickly. They should be able to pick this one up as Mucka Mucka beats it to death, and that will be the first point going through over towards OT in what was a pretty dominant fashion.
Yeah, very dominant fashion, and OT making it look almost a little bit all too easy, to be perfectly honest. ZP will bring you back in, and we were talking about, how the comms would play out. We're talking about how OT were just non-stop aggression, just gas, gas, gas. And they closed this game out, I'd say, cleaner than we've seen a lot of EU and NA teams.
I think the key for OT is when OT gets ahead, they give you so little room to actually get back into the game, Jason. I mean, you think about how this transpired. Once they got a lead, it was sort of the situation where the lanes were continually being maintained the entire time. I think it's lane maintenance of a level that we just do not see in other regions, where NA and EU are more worried about like not giving up a kill at any point. OT is far more worried about giving you any presence in lane. And you think about what you get from this lane control, right? Not only are you limiting the ability of the other team to actually rotate around the map and set up ganks, but you're also limiting their ability to invade jungle camps effectively without getting caught. So, I mean, OT's focus on lane control above all else, I think really paid dividends here and made it very difficult for Made in Deadlock to get back into the game. On top of the fact that I don't really think Made in Deadlock had a composition that was well tuned for getting back into the game if they fell behind.
I mean, if we go back to the lane control discussion, keep in mind, Made in Deadlock were the ones to force the 2v1 up against Sire with the Mo and Krill and the Calico. They eventually took the first Garden of the game as well, but off the back of that, like OT, they were able to respond to their own Garden and then keep that pressure on getting even more.
Yeah, there's a real intense amount of gameplay coming through from these players over on OT in terms of just keeping those lanes pushed in the entire time. And we can come back to the point about the jungle, because we were curious about this in terms of they're not really pushing back to pick any of them. Why would they? Because right now, if we were looking on the map just for the small micro movements coming through from OT, they're actually stealing a ton of Made in Deadlock's jungle. And because the lanes were permanently pushed in, there was never a chance that Made in Deadlock would ever be able to take any of OT's jungle. So it was a game where essentially Made in Deadlock pretty much just got starved out of this one.
It's just about aggression, right, ZP? Like, why go back and farm your own jungle if you can take theirs and keep these lanes shoved and keep these objectives just rolling in for yourself?
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of it, the macro differences we've been seeing are pretty interesting. I do think, though, again, it's hard to say how much was OT's playstyle versus how much was the composition being run by mid here, just in the sense that mid's composition, I guess realistically, they were very reliant on getting Mo picks. And you kind of mentioned mid broadcast is that Mo's overall presence does tend to fade unless Mo somehow gets ridiculously far ahead, which is not super likely. And I just think back to the draft where Holiday got denied super early on. They weren't able to run Teru on the Holiday. Viscus, while not bad as a playmaking option, didn't quite have the same impact. There was no Paradox available. And, some of the heroes that you would use to sort of get yourself back into the game weren't really available nor picked for Made in Deadlock.
It makes me think about something Blank said as well. I feel like with seeing how OT were going for these split pushes, like seeing Slack God push lane 4 while they're trying to run the urn over to lane 1 and Adam's over there in lane 1 at the moment. It's so weird to see the Lash not be a part of the team and allow the Wraith to go for these split pushes. Later on, we did see, I think it was Slat and Mucka Mucka push together on lane 4, or maybe it was Slat and Sire. But some of these pushes they were doing, Blank, I feel like it could have been punished by mid, but they just weren't able to capitalize off of that and then turn that punish into something else. They just were constantly on the back foot, and I felt like they were never in a position to capitalize.
Yeah, it was curious because Slackgod actually built into Divine Barrier as well as Warpstone very early, so he's super damn slippery. So when he was pushing on those side lanes, yeah, he wasn't having a massive impact in those team fights. Didn't really matter though, because their entire game plan revolved around them getting free objectives done. So the fact that whenever they tried to go challenge Slackgod in one of those outer lanes, which was important to take them away from a lot of those significant areas of the map, he was out like a shot. And there was a lot of moments where we saw Slackgod living with 200, 300 HP off some very, very good movement plays.
Okay, well, ZP, before we do head to break here, any final thoughts of this first match of the series?
I think what we saw here was kind of the limits of how mid drafted. I do think we're going to be seeing some changes in the draft composition going forward. And if nothing else, I wasn't really a big fan of the fact that for a team that was so good at funneling money into their carries in the last series we saw with Intro just getting super farmed on the Infernus, right? It didn't seem like the Warden was necessarily the play there, where even in NA and EU, right, it's rare that you see Warden as just pure hyper carry. You usually have some other hero in the role. Like, I think if they could have gone back in their draft, maybe they prioritize something like a Wraith a little bit earlier in the draft, right? So I think for me, when I look at mid here, you know, a large part of this is going to be adjusting their draft strategy as we go on the map too.
Well, keep in mind, they did win the coin toss and chose to pick second. So we'll see if they're going to continue to play things out the same way. Maybe they'll go for the first pick this time. There's only one way to find out. It's after this break here at the Deadlock Fight Night, brought to you by Intel. And we'll see you all in just a few. Welcome back, everyone, to Deadlock Fight Night Pacific, presented by Intel. And you heard me right, Pacific. And obviously, with the time we're on, it is not the standard EUNA matches. You're joining us for what the best has to offer from Asia. And does Australia count as Asia? I don't think so, right? They don't.
No.
Okay,
no.
just making sure. You know what? I'm American. Our geography is horrible. But we had some exciting matches today. We're about to get into our second match of our first best three of the night. Made in Deadlock currently down 0-1 up against OT. And Blank, I think you, me, and ZP and Dan were all talking about this. The comp that MID put out for us was we weren't big fans of it, and it obviously didn't work out too well.
No, it was again. It was a case of. Let us into melee range. For the love of God, please. We would like to fight you. In which case, OT was very much just like, no, I'm going to go push lane 1 now. And you won't be able to do anything about it. So it was a difficult game for them. And again, OT just sports that same type of play style where they were able to dominate across the map without really having to interact with mid all that much. And I think that comes down to a case of the comp coming through from mid just not being all that hot. They didn't have great initiation starters, and having a warden, you really needed to get him in towards that late game. And at that point of the match, he was not useless, so to speak, but just not very potent.
You're right. You're technically right. He was not useless. He was very viable to steal his ultimate for the other side for OT. He was definitely helping in that sense. You guys at home, speaking of helping, if you guys are interested in supporting the show, you can head over to deadlockfightnight.com and check out all this beautiful merch we have for sale for you guys, and all the proceeds that does get bought from this go straight back into the show to continue to allow us to provide you some high quality Deadlock Fight Night action, whether it's an EU, NA, or Pacific. If you were to look at this, Blank, what's your favorite item you can see?
Definitely the Abrams one. I like that one a lot. I'm a big reader, me, so
How do you read the Iliad?
I started it. It was too much for me.
Okay, good. I'm not the only one, and Mitch can go screw himself now when he hears that. But
I feel like people who read the Iliad are like, they just want to tell you they've read the Iliad. That's it. All right,
that's basically Mitch. That's basically Mitch. Well, let's bring in our third head here to our caster Hydra. We got DDK join us once again, and Dan, what's your takeaway from this series so far? What are you looking forward to in match 2? Maybe some different picks. What do you got for us?
Some comp adjustments. I think a ban from mid onto Mirage to take it away from Sire could be a good shout, because the output has been consistently like very high in terms of the gun damage from Sire, just like as a quick thing. But otherwise, yeah, just having a comp that's more kind of I guess more effective in terms of having some mid and late game scaling where you're not so reliant on like a front line where you have to get ahead early, and if you don't, you're not gonna have a good time. And in addition to that, like if you're gonna play that kind of lineup, you have to, like, your Calico has to like pop off, because that's in that previous comp, that's the only like early harass option that you kind of have to help you kind of win that tug of war in the early game. So yeah, just some more balanced, more of a balanced lineup, and they should be all right, I feel like.
Real quickly here, because I believe so. Sire only played 1 match during the qualifiers, but he's sitting on 100% win rate with Mirage now out of the 3 games he's played. But I believe, if I'm reading this correctly, Mucka Mucka is going to be coming out, and Tanking is going to be coming in, because Mucka Mucka needs to unfortunately go to bed. So this is going to be interesting. We saw Mucka Mucka play Kelvin every single time so far, if I'm not mistaken. So can Tanking kind of pick up that position? I mean, Kelvin's not the hardest of heroes to play, but the timing windows you kind of have to hit to be effective for your team, and the anti-ganks or the ganks itself are going to be up to him.
Apologies, I'm spoken for.
Yeah, I mean, Tanking actually played a lot more in the qualifier.
Bro, Blake, he's looking at his other monitor. He read the script.
He is. He's keeping his eyes down as well, so I can't see. I can see it. I see what he's doing.
The reflection of those beautiful blue eyes.
Yeah, I know, right? I can't see to those beautiful ocean deep eyes.
Man's Sire is popping off on that Mirage. 25k damage every game so far. Crushing it.
Yeah, it's like, what am I doing here? I don't want to be between this sandwich. Talking about my eyes. Let's talk about Sire. Yeah, so Mirage going to be taken out. OT's response, though, do you ban Holiday or do you ban Paradox? And they're going to leave both open instead of opting for that Sinclair ban. Do you think the Sinclair was highly effective in that last match, Blink?
Yeah, I think so. I think it was very, very good. It was kind of dependent on the comp that they went for. I mean, having the 7 and the Warden ult to pick between was a lot. And you even saw in that last team fight, he was actively searching for Gabeulshi to pick up the 7 ult. And Gabeulshi was just at the back lines like, please don't steal from me. Stop it right now. But he ended up taking it in the end. I'm curious to see whether the paradox is going to come through here for OT. I think Tanking played a lot of it in the qualifiers. He played more than Mucka did.
Well, I look at this and I'm like, do you need to pick Paradox now though? Because what's the chance that MID is going to pick up Paradox and Holiday? Instead, you get 2 picks. Why not try to secure like Wraith for Adam again? Maybe I don't know what else they'd want to pick in particular for off the bat.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, go ahead.
Go on.
I was just gonna say, I like them getting maybe back to the roots a little bit, the roots of the best of one that we saw earlier, where we had the super aggressive like Holiday Calico kind of style, because that was like that seemed like way more like they played that really effectively. Obviously, had the Infernus in the mix there on that solo lane, so there was like a whole strat, everything like kind of like worked together really well. They played it really well together. So let's go back to that. Maybe the Holiday first pick is the start of that. I hope at least.
I'm questioning how OT is going to deal with this, though, because they already know how aggressive Teru can be on the Holiday. Again, they do pick up the Kelvin again, which I like. I honestly like.
Second pick Kelvin?
No, I like it. You don't take it away from him, because I think that having the Kelvin there, they need something to roam between those lanes. Wherever Teru goes, they're likely going to put Kelvin in a similar lane on the side to ensure that Holiday doesn't wreak havoc.
I don't know, man, Dan. Like, I look at these picks and I'm like, Ward and Kelvin as first 2 picks. You will never see this in EU and NA. I was expecting like a Wraith to come out, and I mean, obviously, you don't need to pick Paradox right off the bat, but I guess they're not too worried about Maiden Deadlock going for the Wraith early. Like, they're happy keeping intro on an Infernus.
Yeah, I mean, we've just kind of like highlighted it, the fact that they played that first game, and a lot of it came down to, I think, in fact, Blank, you called out for your MVP Holiday, Terry on Holiday, and then now we've got intro and Infernus. These are really like the 2 kind of key aspects to the strategy in the early game. Having the Calico to round things out in terms of the extra roam was really nice. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it here for the next pick, because that's kind of the early game secured. Obviously, OT with the Warden pick, Warden Kelvin, Jason. I like the Kelvin as like being more defensive against heavy roaming styles early on. I feel like Kelvin's really good for that, and it's a pretty high value support pick too. But I don't know. It's like, yeah, the front line's just highly valued in this region.
But
Jason,
so this is what I don't get. Kelvin wasn't played once by mid in the qualifiers, not once. So why are you prioritizing Kelvin so early in the draft? That's what I kind of don't understand. I had to like double check my info here, but I mean, I don't hate Kelvin for sure. I just feel like there was a lot of other heroes that should have been higher priority. Like Geist would have definitely been a better pick, I'd say, than Kelvin off the bat.
Yeah, maybe. I think that you could definitely put it in the camp of this is questionable, but at the same time, I do respect the fact that OT is like, look, we do need this Kelvin pick, and there's potential that mid could take it off us. We have already seen some of these teams dig deep into their hero pools and pull out something that we didn't even see in the qualifiers. So again, it could have been taken off them. Already though, Maiden Deadlock's team comp does look fairly decent. Getting rid of the Talon as well.
Talon over Calico though. That's what I was kind of going back to what Dan was talking about. Like, why not just ban the Calico? Are they that afraid of the Grey Talon that they're willing to play against the Calico, or are they going to pick a Calico themselves?
I think that they take away the Talon because they're confident in Gabe Bullshit actually holding a lane solo. That's why they take away the Talon. So they don't want to have a pick there that they can leave, so the Calico and the Holiday can roam freely.
Interesting. The last ban kind of suggests to me that OT are going to want to probably pick up the Paradox, but I don't know that Maiden Deadlock would want to go Holiday Paradox. So I feel like you could kind of gamble that and like leave the Paradox pick till like a little bit later and prioritize something that you think is more in contest with mid a bit sooner. But they got the Wraith, Warden, Kelvin, so they could kind of go any which way with this. Obviously, the Mo has been like really commonly used. Okay, well, Viscous, that's something that you're happy about that, Jason. But Viscous is like a really weird hero because we haven't really seen many changes since the buffs, and the buffs made Viscous like first pick for a while in EU for a little bit. And then just kind of like as people stop picking Viscous. So Viscous definitely still really sick, and for against Geist and so on to help prevent the swaps. Just like you can dodge the lassos, or at least like protect your teammates from the lasso. It's just like so much utility out of the cube. So, and also like the front line that you get with it's really nice in combination with Warden as well for disruption. So I'm liking it, but what I like even more is that mid back to a strat that looks really good for them in that previous best one we saw.
I'm looking at Yeah, so I'm looking at the Viscous as like also, like you mentioned, the counter to the lasso for Holiday, but also it gives you, if you spread him and like Kelvin out, you can kind of really prevent Holiday from having like such drastic impact early on. But when you're talking about what Made in Deadlock have, it's definitely a composition that they're going to be comfortable on. They do have that freedom to go for like Ivy or kind of delay their support pick very late on. I've only been looking at the screen. You guys have seen my eyes. I've not been looking off to read the draft. But I would assume, and Blank, I hope you agree with me here, that OT, like, why would you not go for Paradox in this situation?
Yeah, I think that not picking the Paradox here would be probably a mistake. You do want... Yeah, I think you have to pick up the Paradox now. You need something. And a Paradox Warden lane would be fairly strong to deal with whatever Maiden Deadlock's got in store for them.
Really?
Instead, they go with a 7. I can kind of understand that, you have the 7, the Warden as your 2 carries, but you're funneling more into the 7 here. Again, more stuns is always welcome versus Calicos as well as Holidays.
I was kind of thinking, Dan, maybe like a beefier front line for some reason, like Mo or Abrams, to create that distance for Wraith.
And Mo creates the pick-off potential that you'd maybe get out of a Paradox to some extent, like with the combos. We get like really strong mid lane laning, but we'll get like the Paradox in the end anyway, so they'll get the swap available for the team. So some initiation.
They're malding right now, seeing Paradox 6 pick. Like, what the hell?
I like it. I respect it, I think both, for most of the games we've seen here, the draft phase has been very much the mental game. It's felt a lot more like we're trying to get in the heads of our opponents as opposed to trying to create the most incredible compositions. It's interesting.
Okay. What? This does definitely seem more like the comp they ran when they played against Happy Buffalo. I mean, you have beefiness out of Geist, and then you just have survivability of Calico, and the rest is just pure damage that's just going to be piling in for these fights. I mean, to be fair, right? If you have Holiday ganking lanes and you have Hayes ganking other lanes, that's a lot of pressure in the early game to get Maiden Deadlock, steady and get their bearings to transition into like a strong mid to late.
I think what they needed, I can understand the Hayes pick. I think it has fallen out of favor recently, but I do think for Hayes, it'll be decent to be able to be using the camouflage to just get towards area of the maps that maybe OT's not expecting. They need something there to make OT play to their tune, because right now OT's got so much control of the map. It's really hard to deal with. Again, it's going to be those first 6 minutes, which are going to be very, very important for Maiden Deadlock and incredibly important for OT. Last game, they were able to comfortably fix the situation quite quickly. But we'll see what they can get done here, because this is a much stronger comp, like you were saying, DDK.
And I'm like, we've seen. So Play With Me in Europe like picks up the Haze sometimes.
That's literally what I was gonna say.
It's probably like the best Haze, definitely, and like actually made Haze like look good and like when it's out of meta. But at the same time has a really low win percentage on it, despite being the best Haze player probably. So it's like 3-11 now, I think. It's a tough one, isn't it, Jason?
But it seems like Fox is like
Hayes?
the Pacific Play With Me, because he plays Warden and he plays Hayes, so it's kind of exactly what Play With Me does as well. But yeah, no, Hayes has been very rough when it's come to Play With Me. I'm actually gonna look at his stats really quickly to see what it was, because it was.
I think it's like 3 and 10, right?
It is. He has 5 wins on it. Sorry, no. He's played it 10 times and it's a 30% win rate. So yeah, still 3 out of 10. Very rough times, to be honest. But someone brought up actually a good point in chat. Prompt 9. They banned the Lash over the Paradox. I thought that was actually kind of interesting, because we didn't really see Lash be effective when it came to, well, not effective, but he wasn't present in this mid to mid late game, whereas Paradox can always give you those pick opportunities.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at their comp, though, they don't have a huge amount to deal with the Lash doing his thing, other than the lasso, which again, you got to be pretty quick on the uptake with that one to be able to grab a Lash out of midair. Having the Haze as well, you've got Sleep Dagger to cancel it midway through. So there is a lot of things to deal with the Lash there. But again, no stuns midair. And I think if you're able to grab a Holiday or a Haze, or, even just the Infernus, that's a quick pickup on the kill. But I think that they were worried about Lash doing the exact same thing he did last game, which was just to be a menace around the side lanes.
I think one of the issues I run into with Hayes as well is that they've already got Holiday and Calico for a lot of roam. I feel like Hayes adds more roam to the mix, and that's kind of like, I'm curious how that's going to mesh with the playstyle. Is you kind of indexing too highly for that kind of playstyle there?
Well,
Is, you know,
I don't really hate it, because if you look at like who's left, if it's Hayes, Calico, and Holiday Roman, you have Ivy who can wave clear really quickly. You have Geist who can wave clear really quickly. You have Infernus who can wave clear really quickly, especially if they skill in that way. So it's not like they're going to be overrun necessarily in their lanes. However, if you're going to be having 2 or 3 lanes with only one player there, eventually they're going to be dove and they're eventually going to die. But I'm looking at Made in Deadlock, and to me, it's like, if you have a strong early game, I think they win it. But if they struggle, if like Hayes can't do anything, like we've seen with Play With Me so many times, can't get going, then I think your potential to take it to a third map is going to be going out the window.
Yeah, I think you nailed it there. I think it is all about the early game, which they proved that they understand how to do the early game, being super active in that best of one that we saw previously. So if they're able to kind of win there, and I think like you were doing the analyst role for that game, and that was what you called out was the most impactful thing that Made in Deadlock did, was their early game. So if they can replicate that, they'll be good to go. But if they fail in doing that, it feels like the win conditions are out the window.
Yeah, it's tough. I think that with this composition, this is where they perform the best in terms of that early game presence. We'll see if they switch up the lanes once again. It will be a 7 going in towards the Haze there. I think that's a tough lane, honestly, for the Haze.
Yeah, just if you level stun first, you get the stun into like a heavy melee or 2, you're going to win that lane as a 7. And I remember talking to Vic about this quite a few times. It's very hard to deal with the 7 in lane, or really if you take the stun. But I don't know exactly what he skilled up off the bat. And that's pretty a lot of damage being taken by Nikus.
Nikus on the Viscous.
Exactly.
That's a ton of damage early. And even looking around the side for the crack shot, which would do the damage. Yep. There it is. Fantastic stuff from Teru. So already a nice early pick off there. The lane isn't pushing horribly though, so Nikus should be able to get back to lane fairly comfortably. Immediately tanking does move across on the Kelvin to support the duo lane happening over in lane 4 with the Infernus and the Calico. Pretty fearsome combo, but you are splitting the soul value between those 2 players, and realistically you want your Infernus to get far ahead. I don't know what that was.
At least early on, it's not a big deal, right? Pre 8 minutes, because you still split equally between the 2, like the full value. I think the tough part they're going to run into is the nade spam that can come their way with the alchemical flask, not to mention the frost grenades. Like, they can do so much poke to you. Oh, and my God. Parry from behind. OT coming out strong here in lane 4. This is going to make things even harder for Intro and Nightmare to sustain.
Dude, that parry was nuts. Why was Nightmare even punching in that moment? I guess just to get away quicker, maybe to get over the stairway.
Heavy punch or heavy melee? I thought it was a light melee.
It was a light melee. I don't know. I don't even know why he tried to punch him, but he read him like a book, like Iliad.
That's a long book to read. Only I think 5 people in the world have probably actually I can't even say that. Too many people have read it. It looks like though, as we're heading back to 7, a random dead dude did level his stun first, so applies that pressure to Faxbox early on. But seeing Fax, I don't like damn, this is what we're talking about. The poke potential is insane. They have to go for the 3-man gank. And so do have Ivy come over to help out, and Visco is not able, well, eventually they're able to get the kill, but he actually was down for himself, and I don't know if Tank is going to continue to push forward from this one. He doesn't want to give away any more than he has to. But you're seeing just that poke potential just be ridiculous. And Intro, as you guys talked about, being such a pivotal point, having so many souls fed over to him, he's having a tough struggle here.
He is. ZP makes an incredible point, by the way. He's saying that he went for the light melee to try and get melee life still going, because he bought that quite early on the Calico, so just a little bit extra HP. So crazy read there coming through from Sire. There's no other way about it, considering it was the light melee. Nikus finds Gabushi once again with the help of Adam. It's not looking good. Again, there was some decent damage done coming through from the guys over on mid, but not so much anymore.
Oh, Adam gets extremely low here. Gonna be stuck in the cube for now. Someone going to come in, gonna land the stun, and they do get that blow up onto him as well. Adam's gonna fall Still sitting at 2.3k as there is a response yet again. Intro goes down again under his own Guardian. I mean, again, the poke potential out of these grenades is ridiculous. He's still sitting at 2.4, so he's really not falling necessarily too far behind. But with Tanky now having his Frozen Shelter online, it's going to be so hard to survive any sort of gank on that lane.
I mean, the amount of times he's come back to lane, brother needs to start changing his name to Outro at this point. It's not been going great for him. There's a decent maneuver there from Faxbox just trying to stay on the roof, but again, more damage pouring through over towards him, and a random dead dude is really taking control of that lane. It's a 600 soul lead, which doesn't seem like a lot, but as soon as he hits 3k, actually I think even just with the left click on the ultimate coming through from a random dead dude should be enough to take down Faxbox, which is why he's playing up on the building at the moment.
You know, I'm looking at like the lane setups, and honestly, I don't like Faxfox playing Haze in a solo lane. I just feel like you don't see the effectiveness of what a Haze can do in this early game, especially if you're a comp based around your early game strength. I feel like put him in lane 2, put him in lane 3, so he has the gank potential to be much more impactful. The lasso is not going to connect. Just barely being saved. He gets punched away to safety here. Great little play out of Nikus on the Viscus.
He's did some fantastic work with a cube at the moment, keeping Adam nice and healthy, making sure that he can continue to farm as much as possible. Tanking goes through, in comes the Warden ult as well. Another good classic parry over towards the Guardian. But yeah, no ulti here. Damn, he's really got no souls.
It's in a 2.9. He's up against a 4.4k Kelvin and a 3.8k Warden. They're completely dominating this lane. Now, I'm surprised. Like, no one's coming to help, but you can't really send anyone there to help because it's Ivy up in 1v1 against Paradox. Yeah, and it didn't work out too well for Visco, though they did get one kill off of that.
Yeah, I mean, they already sent 2 guys there. It's not panning out well for them. Again, I think this sort of strategy where you send 2 players over towards the side lane, it's realistically something you want to pull out during your decider.
Being chased. Kinetic. Carbine ready to be used, but Vista's going to steal this one away, and Tanking is not able to do enough with the Arctic Beam. Oniko able to respond with the kill yet again onto Lady Geist. And Tanking eventually, his Reign of Terror will be stopped as he does eventually go down here. And Maiden Deadlock finally making some moves.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. Again, they are really taking advantage of the fact that their roaming potential is a lot higher with this comp, with the Ivy as well as Tayru. We're 29 to 27k, so it's not going horribly at the moment, but all the while, a random dead dude is just getting free farm in this solo lane on the side here. I think he's roughly around 1k ahead, maybe even more over on that lane 1, which is going to be pretty potent coming through for OT as they move towards that late game. Paradoxical swap is up, but there's not too much of a fat follow-up coming through from Kelvin.
And that dude being ganked here, the stun going to go off. They're still going to go for the chase, and the Stormcloud's not going to be enough, and eventually they do stop the pressure that a random dead dude was able to do on the first lane. But looking over towards lane 4 with the Warden up against the Infernus, and the Warden at, you know, over 5k, Sire, intro at 5k. I was kind of expecting them to actually rotate random dead dude over into lane 4, so he just has free farm because they have a Guardian to fall back to, and there's no Guardian to take on the other side. He could eventually push down on this Walker, and then you kind of free up more objective control out of OT to start taking more of these Guardians. But they're keeping Sire here, which I mean, I get that he's a solo lane player, but I don't necessarily value the Warden in a solo lane here as much as you'd be getting into some of these skirmishes.
Yeah, I think the way they see it is they want someone to keep intro in check at least, and they will need that Warden to be fairly strong towards that late game, especially to deal with a front line like Tayru as well as Nightmare trying to get up in your face. Having that last stand available is going to be good. Dude, Tayru is working overtime. This guy clocked in and never clocked back out again. He's been in every lane consistently throughout this match. The fact that he's still on 6k as well, he's doing some great multitasking here, and it looks like a random dead dude getting another gank coming his way. It looks a little bit better this time. Quick reactions from him.
You know, I feel like if this was, as we talked about the draft, right, that you have certain players that can rotate, but the players leave behind have really great wave clear. And Gabolshi, I think he's been able to defend this tower relatively well, considering they just saw Teru go into lane 1, OT weren't able to push that Guardian, weren't able to really do any real damage to it. And I think we're seeing the anti-push potential out of Made in Deadlock with the comp they have to prevent a lot more of these objectives from going down. I honestly expected more to already be taken away at this point out of OT.
Yeah, you have Flame Dash as well as Essence Bomb. Even just Kudzu Bombs, very, very good. Even on a support build, that will completely get rid of a lot of the big waves. Adam's going to come through now and try and take down a Walker. Telekinesis around the side. That was a great pickoff into the card trick. He was ready to go with that one.
What'd you settle on, Lasso or Lasso?
Lasso?
Where do you get the ooh from, though? I mean, I guess it's an O, but
I don't know.
that's fine. Combustion goes off. Sire, he goes down. Nightmare able to pick up the kill off of this, and this should be a Guardian taken in lane 4. Should be the first one of the game for Made in Deadlock, but Nico's able to respawn, taking down Gable Sheep.
Xbox finding around that dude as well. Again, it's back and forth right now. It's very, very even. Buffs are now up on the side. Adam's looking for the side one, but Teru is there and ready. Another Guardian goes down. That's for tanking. So there is a slight advantage here when it comes through for objectives on the side of OT. Lasso is more common in Britain, and Lasso is more common in the United States. There you go.
I don't know how that gives an excuse for Uber then, because he says Lasso all the time, and he's Australian and lives in the States.
It's true.
It's true. Very true. Another telekinesis comes through with the last stand. A paradoxical swap comes in to catch out Nightmare, and he falls. No chance to enter the shadows, because he didn't have the ultimate up. And a little bit of a teleport back to lane 1. But we got DDK here. We got Dan. We could chat with him so far about how we expected the early game to go and his thoughts of how it's developed.
Yo, it did not go how we, how we were looking for it to go. Immediately intro and Nightmare getting shut down on the gangs. We didn't see that like 450 Guardian take. It only just recently fell on that lane 4, so they didn't get that early start that we saw them leverage in that best one earlier. But at the same time, they are stabilizing a little bit. Intro is beginning to catch back up just slightly. He's gotten parity at least, but he's not got that sole lead. So we'll see really what Made in Deadlock can actually do from this position, which is more contested, because they have to remain really active here. Because right now, if thing with OT, with their comp, they're going to be able to start like rolling through objectives soon. So we need to see a lot of harass here, and initiative taken by Made in Deadlock.
Did that stun just get 7 out of that lasso? I'm sorry to interrupt you there.
Yeah.
And then he just turned around and killed Geist.
Yeah, that lasso, man, crazy stuff. I don't think he's surviving this one though.
I did like the response we just saw. Like we had OT pushing lane 1, lane 4. It was Adam pushing solo lane 1, and they had 2 players pushing lane 4. At the same time, Made in Deadlock were sending 3 players down lane 2, and they're able to pull back that attack from Made in Deadlock, which is the presence. And I don't know how OT is just not being punished in some of these lanes. Like look where Warden is. Sire is just pushed up at the Walker. Obviously, last stand a very good tool to take down objectives like this, but he should be punished more. And I don't know how he's able to constantly create this distance without being attacked. Like, it shouldn't just be a 1v1 right now. There should be way more players for Made in Deadlock to punish him.
Oh, dude, I think May almost wins those. It wasn't for the swap there. Tough one to be in because you want to be close to the target for the last stand to work. The fact that he almost solos 2 players is pretty significant though. Forces out both the bullet dance as well as soul swap. But yeah, you're right. I mean, they are just pushing every lane once again. It is relentless from OT, and we are getting past that best before date of the holiday now.
So one thing we talked about in the past, Blank, is resource allocation when it comes to stopping these pushes. And I feel like Made in Deadlock's doing a good job of just kind of balancing it, like meeting them exactly where they need to defend, to deflect the push. But eventually, like these walkers, they're going to take chip damage over time, and they're eventually going to fall. I want to see Made in Deadlock maybe commit a little bit more resources to stopping this push by just getting some kills, and then use those kills to actually turn things into objectives. It's just like they're really afraid of the split push potential that OT is doing.
Yeah, it's nice though, and I think hit the nail on the head there, because it really is that chip damage which is the most dangerous thing coming through from OT, is that they're very comfortable to take maybe 1,000 or 500 damage on a walker and then just step back and just go do it all over again. Eventually they're going to find what they want. There is no swap available, so Gabushi should be going down here, and again now they have to invest the Calico and the Haze. There is backup coming through here for OT.
Yeah, but look at lane 2 now. Like, yeah, you commit the players to defend the push, but guess what? 7, Ram Dead, dude, is going to be doing some damage to your walker. So again, chip damage constantly, and potentially more if they're able to pick up kills. Teru actually pushes forward into the Paradox, but the reinforcements are there and he falls.
Yeah,
There's going to be 2 walkers.
It's crazy the amount of work OT's doing, and again I think this is something that we saw displayed from Maiden Deadlock a lot during their game that they won, which is just a good control over the map, but they are floundering to catch up with these guys over on OT at the moment.
Into the shadows used. Sorry, there's zero shift being used. Enter shadows used before that. Faxfox was managing to come in from the side and help pick up 1 kill. But again, the damage is being done to the walker, and OT, even down a player, are still being very aggressive. Was the Sire? He's just going to go straight into the walker here with the last stand to try to finish it off.
I think Taylor might be dead here as well, you know, yeah.
Don't know.
He's not going to find Faxbox. No way. He's got balls to steal that guy.
I can hear ZP just cheering right now, all the way from Italy. Seeing the ward and pull off the 1v2 and the walker take. Like, you should not be able to do that. Like, I get he's at 15k souls. He's a little bit ahead. He had his last stand up, but you cannot let someone do that and get away with it. You have to punish them, and that's one thing that Maiden Deadlock are just not able to do. Punishing OT just doesn't seem to be in their playbook.
Yeah, I mean, this is the strong thing. This is why they're funneling so much in towards Sire right now, is because he's quite comfortable to go up against a lot of these targets with last stand. Slugfest getting chased out at the moment. Stoneform is available, but I think Slugfest's just going to move out. One important thing I did want to take a note here really quick, though, is that every time OT loses 1 player, they go on a full disengage, which is fair enough, because then they just push the lanes. They want to maintain presence over a lot of the map at the moment. Adam will go down, and again, there should be a disengage coming through, but tanking will get lassoed. I'll do that one just for you, Jason.
I like it. It sounded so much nicer. The thing is, they get those kills. Now do something with it. They do lose Gabushi, though. Unfortunately, it looks like that was over towards lane 2, but like accomplish something. They do back away from lane 1 instead of pushing that walker. So that I'm a little bit like confused about. I guess they don't really have information where people are going to be, but why are they being so defensive now after getting 2 kills? Like, they're back towards their own base, and OT are just allowed to control the pace of the game.
Yeah, again, it's just because the 2 lanes, which are the most important right now, are fully pushed in towards lane 2 and lane 3 that have the walkers still available. And again, OT very happy just to back off, clear their lanes, fix these issues, and then move back into a position of power. I know I've been playing too much Deadlock recently, because as soon as Sire died, I went to press the B button on my keyboard. It's like, I'm not playing right now.
You're a Warden enjoyer.
No, I mean, I was just like, I'm gonna press buy. I'm gonna buy my Majestic Leap now. Thanks.
Well, you can hit B all you want, just as long as it doesn't close the call here.
Yeah, I don't touch the keyboard. I don't touch the keyboard. I don't want to cause problems, man.
Still just amazing me. I mean, I guess it is a 10k difference now. It's really only the 1 guard and the 1 walker difference between the 2 teams. But OT with the 10k
it's the flex
lead.
slots, realistically, which are the big issue right now for Maiden Deadlock.
I mean, they both have 1 though.
Yeah, again, they're nowhere near close. Like, the 2 walkers that have taken damage, taken the smallest amount, but they're already looking to pick up their 2nd over on lane 1 right now between Adam as well as Nikus.
Just keep changing it up. There's the next flex spot being unlocked here for OT as they take the lane 1 walker. And Adam's not done just yet. Telekinesis comes through. Faxfox. So he maxed his smoke bomb first, I think. If we can check that out in a second, so he can actually get the invulnerability, so he can't actually be hit with these abilities.
All right, the timing on it's rough, 0.5 seconds, but I think some of these players are definitely good enough to make that one happen. In the back lines, here's the Calico, and again, an awesome Q cube comes through. Parry's not quite enough, and that should be 2 players going down. This is a great little comeback coming through. Adams attempting to stay alive, but it is just not enough at this point in time. In comes the 7, though. That should be Teru going down. Somehow he's lived this one.
Eventually. Ethereal Shift's going to go off. The stun not going to land, though. Good timing at the Ethereal Shift, and somehow Nightmare does live to fight another day, but the rest of OT, I'm not sure they're going to be able to do so, as Foxspot came in, able to pick himself up, or at least help get 1 kill off the back of this, and it's just pretty much all 3 apiece between the 2 teams, and Nikos comes in just launching Nightmare. It honestly made it Deadlock. If they could have had that fight a little bit cleaner, or just cleaner in general, that could have been a mid-boss take for them and an easy jumping point back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, the Storm Cloud goes through, and by that moment, I think Maiden Deadlock realized that this is probably one of their best chances to get back into the game, so they commit onto it. A random dead dude completely takes advantage of that fact and will get a nasty ult off within those corridors. What are you doing, Gableshy? That was... I don't even know why he was stood there. His mind's boggled from that last fight.
I mean, it's been rough, as ZP points out. He has 13k souls compared to everyone else in the game. He's behind by at least 3k. Way more when compared to OT. And if you talk about, when Abrams gets behind and he is pretty much useless, I mean, at least the lady guys, even if you fall behind, if you get that ultimate swap off perfectly, you can kill someone extremely tanky or a high priority target. But honestly, OT just look like they're in full control. 20k lead. I don't think we've seen... Have we seen any urn turn-ins? I actually don't remember.
I don't think so. I actually don't think so. We'll find out when the first urn is picked up, if it's on the other side of the map directly. Yeah, I don't think you're getting out of that one. Again, for Maiden Deadlock, they are getting picks. No, so we have seen 1 urn turn-in, at least. Or at least it's been picked up once. But it's a good opportunity to be taking this one back.
I mean, again, this is I would still say a good position to fight in. You have Storm Cloud, you have Frozen Shelter, you have Last Stand. I mean, it's a great place for Fox, but I don't think Fox is far enough ahead to warrant being able to fight in that position up against OT.
Yeah, again, for Fox, I think the difficulty for him right now is that Adam at this stage of the game probably has maxed ult. So if he ever gets into those fights, he's going to have to be very clean when it comes to the smoke bomb to phase out that telekinesis. And even then, there's likely going to be an improved reach on the stun. Last Stand pop. He's just going to stand in this one. Dash towards any target he can find. It's going to be Gabe Bullshee first on the list. He is not catching up to him quite yet. Does find one. And for some reason, Nightmare looks to try and pick a fight with him. Intro's coming in himself, as is Teru, but Visco's found on the side, and that is a big pick off for them. I'm back to fixing lanes.
Bro, go mid boss. Okay, I think they're gonna leave the random dead dude here while they go do mid boss. I was gonna say, like, to not do it right now would be such a detriment. You see it's roar in just a few seconds. And Maiden Deadlock, I mean, they do have the potential to contest. You can see them actually grouping up to try to stop this one, as they might even be getting caught out here. You can see the Connect Carbine able to catch on Otero. He's going to be exploded. Well, speaking of exploded, a random dead dude does die to Fox over in lane 1. And now OT going to retreat back to the mid boss to go for the rejuve.
Combustive Combustion is up, though. And he's inside the air vents. We'll move out with it.
Nice.
That's
I like this Frozen Shelter to stop it. No way to steal it away. They're going to take down Intro before he has a chance to steal. And Adam will secure it. That was actually, I'm not gonna lie, my butt cheeks clenched there for a second when I saw no one taking it and everyone just parrying on top of the Rejuvenator.
Oh no, man. I turned into Ass Man for a second. Gonna get a teleport from the haze on this side. And the Kus is here, does spot him, but won't likely do too much about it. Has an extremely extended spirit bullet dance at the moment, so that static charge is just not doing enough. So he's effective at taking down solo targets. I honestly, at this point in the game, Fox picking the haze was not a bad idea, considering the amount of times that they're having solo pushes on their side. He can effectively try and take out a random dead dude now, but it looks like he spotted him out nice and early.
Storm Cloud came in and he gets the kill off the back of that too. So not only do they pick up a kill in lane 1, they also get one in towards lane 3 after turning in the urn. And the solo lead now at 27k as OT look to take the base for Maiden Deadlock and advance into the finals against Ego is still currently undefeated when it came to the qualifiers, and I've just been waiting for their opportunity to play. And hopefully for them, they've been able to get the tape they needed to as OT look for the shrines.
Yeah, looking for one here. Try and get yourself another flex slot on board. It is only 15 seconds apiece on both players, but they have the rejuice, so they can afford to force some of this.
Rejuve and man advantages. It looks like Nightmare just pretty much playing all on his own. She just forced the warp stone away. I mean, again, he's at 15k souls. He's 10k and more beyond most people on the side of OT. Gets completely run down and ran over by the goo ball. He's gonna die. The swap comes through with the combustion, catching a stun on quite a few. But do they have the damage? To the real question, Blank.
Really, really good frozen shelter there for a second, but not quite enough to keep them up. There'll be 3 players going down, but again, the rejuve will get ticking. Patron goes down, is now in a weakened state. They'll be coming back, but they did force a lot of ults out of them. Frozen shelters down, Paradoxal swap, last stand was also used. So yeah, it's going to be a little while before they can initiate another big fight like this one, Jason.
The upside though for OT, obviously you don't want to give away like too many kills, especially when you're far ahead, because it helps catapult the other team into a catch-up. But the fact that they got basically all the base guardians and the shrines and the patron means they're still rocking a 20k soul lead. Obviously a massive influx to the economy of Made in Deadlock. We can see Unstoppable picked up for Faxfox, which is going to be extremely important in these fights. And obviously does make him a lot more viable to actually do some good damage. He's currently sitting at 26k leading his team. But they need a bit more. I don't think he can do this all by himself.
No, probably not. I think at this point in time for OT, it is important to take good consideration of Faxfox at this point in time. With Unstoppable, they're likely going to have to force some ults to initiate something from Faxfox and then disengage and go back in again, because that bullet dance actually will hit hard over towards OT now. They do have Goo Cube to save any member does get caught up in it, so there is options to deal with that. They're trying to force out a fight here using the urn as a bait. Haze not with them though. There is a teleport available for her though.
I don't think they're even going to try to contest this. I think they realize that they just can't really go for it. And the thing was, it's a win-win for OT. Either they contest it and they win the fight because Faxfox isn't there, or they don't contest it and you get the turn in. But if anything, for Maiden,
push this. Faxfox
so.
On the side.
It looks like they're sending Adam back, but I don't think Adam has.
Lanes don't be pushed out all the time, guys. Come on.
Okay, just gonna shove
They're
it back.
obsessed.
I mean, the thing is, they don't have Rejuvenate anymore, and you still have 2.5 minutes till that comes up. So, to be honest, I don't know if we're necessarily going to see the game finish here. I would imagine, as you said before, OT just going to go back to a mid boss to be the thing to close it out. But you can still see how aggressive they're being, trying to deny as much farm as possible.
Actually, that was a good play there from Adam. He's just trying to prevent the flex slot from coming through, isn't he? Keeping them in a perpetual state of just one flex slot available. It's a rough position to be in.
I'm more curious about like how much souls they have to spend for Made in Deadlock. Like, is that flex? Obviously, every flex slot's very important, but are we seeing people sitting on like 5-6k souls trying to buy up like a massive item?
Jason. It's a matter of principle. Okay, you gotta keep them down. All right.
It's true.
Can't let them get back up.
Oh, looking for that
Cheeky.
that swap here. Yeah, I mean that's again what the advantage of Paradox gives you. That you can force the fight whenever you want, and if Made in Deadlock lose one, then they might be losing the match here.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's likely going to come down to mid boss here. I think the way we've seen the Pacific region play out there, very to the book, right? It's going to be a case of wait for mid boss, try and look for a pick off in the meantime, either force it and bait it, which would work quite well in enclosed spaces, especially with a warden as well as the 7, or even telekinesis is a nightmare when it comes to grouping up on the enemy team. Tayru did his best, man. I'll tell you that right now. Tayru did his best. All right, but it's all, as ZP said, your cowboy boots can only take you so far. Can only take you so far. And I think he's finished walking this game.
I think ZP also said he really dislikes Warden, and also thinks Diet Coke is not the superior Coke anymore.
That's true. That's true. I've heard that. I have heard that from him.
And the fact that he's not saying anything means okay. The fact he's not saying anything means we're right, clearly. 30 seconds to go for the mid boss. I'm a Pepsi man lately.
I
am.
I'm on the Volvic.
The water game.
Yeah, I'm on that water game right now, dude.
It looks like they're trying to go for a catch. Again, that's what I feel like they have to force the catch, but without like information around the map. I've seen where OT are. It's very difficult to do so. Kinetic Carbine comes in, and the paradoxical swap was used, but I don't believe it caught.
5 seconds on mid boss. I think that they're getting ready for the bait now as well, and they know it. They're angling around mid boss at the moment. And then Deadlock starts to move in. You're gonna have Holiday looking for potentially a catch off with the stun. Up top, gets telekinesis slam back down. Oh, what a mistake!
He doesn't get the stun himself. The last stand comes through, and as you can see on the kill feed, OT are just killing them off one by one. There's number 3 with Teru to fall, and this should be the base out of Beta and Deadlock to fall as well. No need to pick up the mid boss, and it looks like we're gonna have our challengers in our finals of DFN Pacific number 1. The swap had come through. The ethereal shift to buy some time, but just buying time for the inevitable. Iboshi goes down. It's up to Visco and Faxbox to defend.
Yeah, I think this is likely a GG. Put it this way, Sire has been a fantastic asset all the way through. Most of the games today here for OT, every single game I think he came out with the most damage. Yeah, there was some significantly important players on that team to make sure things happened in their way. I will go ahead and say that Nick Koos actually really impressed me. I mean, the amount of times that he was the savior for the squad was impressive, Jason.
Really? Okay. I would actually want to give credit to tanking there. I feel like his rotation in lane 4 allowed them to be allowed Sire to be really effective when it came to the Warden. Like they were able to punish intro over and over and over and over again. And then because of that, Sire was able to split push on a lane 4. He takes on a Walker, takes a 1v2 against was it a Geist and a Haze, and somehow comes out on top. Yeah, ridiculous stuff from OT, and now they have a chance to redeem themselves from the qualifiers to take down the team who has yet to be defeated. But we got to bring in our third man here to break down this last match. Dan, are you here? Yes, you are. Looking as handsome as ever. The eyes matching the shirt with the lights down below as well. I just cannot get enough of looking at this man. Thoughts on the match?
Dude, Sire tore him up. It's like the juggernaut. He is the juggernaut on that Warden. They didn't really have an answer for it. It just seems like a better team at the moment, just more well-rounded in terms of how they played the comp, how they picked the comp. And I don't know, it's just I didn't expect it to be such a trouncing, to be honest. Did you guys?
No, not at the start. I think when that last game came through, I was a little bit concerned for Maiden Deadlock, but again, we didn't really see them on their optimal comp. And I think at that point, they might have been better off if they just went 1-2-2-1. And they just didn't do any of these crazy shenanigans in the early games. Again, Teru, I think that guy was working so hard in the early game. He was literally sweating just to get anything done on the map. And even then, it wasn't enough. OT just had great control all around.
Yeah, we didn't see the year, like in the best of one, where we had the early target taken down, so intro could just kind of like farm and just and that's also like a lot of pressure alleviated for the rest of the team, and they can just focus on being active on the rest of the map with their roamers. But they didn't get that space against OT. Yeah, and so it was a completely different landscape because they were the ones that didn't have the breathing room instead.
I think OT were just being so damn annoying up against mid there, just because of the way they were split pushing and the confidence they had to split push. I think a lot of the fault when I look at how that game played out was kind of on mid of just never really being able to punish these split pushes. Like, yeah. I'm trying to, in my head, imagine like how many kills did they actually get off of the split push? I can only think of like 1 or 2. I think they got Adam once when he was pushing lane 1 by himself. Like, I understand they allocate the resources perfectly to kind of prevent the push, even though chip damage was being done. But you kind of need to allocate enough to win that fight and then turn it into something. And the one time we saw them pick up like 2 or 3 kills, what did they do? They had to go right back to their own base and push waves out. They weren't able to take any Guardians off of that, and it was just kind of a downward spiral.
It's mainly Fox, right? Really getting a lot of those pickoffs on the side lanes, and even then, these sort of fizzled out after a while because there's only so much you can do versus a Fed Warden and a 7 towards that end game. It was definitely a tough one, but I think it comes back to what I was saying in their first match where they won it, and I was worried because it did feel like they had this overcommittal sometimes to some of their plays where if things start to get a little bit topsy-turvy, they weren't really able to move with the tide, with the wave, right? And that was especially so here versus OT, where they kept throwing them curveballs and they could never hit a home run.
Okay, well, Dan, who is your player of the match, if you have one?
Yes, no surprise, I think, for anyone. I'd pick Sire. Just back-to-back, great performances. And I think obviously this performance on this map with the Warden, I feel like was put even more center to all of the action. And one thing that's cool about Warden that we're seeing more and more actually now in EU and NA is that Warden is often used for very effectively for split pushing, just actually saving the last stand to try to just assault the walkers, because you can't do a lot about that. It's very hard to challenge that. You need to have more numbers to really have a challenge there. And that gives the team that has the Warden an advantage elsewhere on the map, because you're forcing the other team now to have this outsized reaction. And you can see at moments like this where Sai was even able to just like 1v2, because in theory, like, oh, 2 players against one, now that should be fine. But when he's in the last stand and then just chunking down your walker and you have to engage into the last stand, you're kind of wrecked. So that's the problem, I think, with a really good Warden that's doing a great job, is that you need a lot more to respond to them than you would ever want to give. And OT made full use of that by pressuring the rest of the map behind that, which was then left weaker. So just so much, I think, of this performance was central to how oppressive the presence was of Sire.
Well, you can see here, most souls, most kills, and most player damage. I think he's had the most player damage in every single match today, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I mean, to be honest with you, like the way he's been playing today, I think he's just having a real good day at Deadlock. Even that parry he got against Nightmare early on in that game. I mean, if I was Nightmare, I'd be screaming in all chat auto parry. Like that was insane.
On lane 4.
Yeah,
when they just like killed intro and then just like own Nightmare. Yeah, that was not a good start at all.
These got scripts. It's not fair.
Well, we are seeing at least OT dig into the bag of their hero pool and show us a couple of different plays, or a couple of different heroes that they can bring to the mix. Because if you want to be one of the best in the regions that we're seeing in NA and we're seeing in EU, is you really have to have that deep pool. And looking on the side for Made in Deadlock, I mean, they did have some good moments. Like you mentioned, Teru, he was around the map constantly. I feel like Gabolshi and Intro really struggled in this game. They really got set far behind Intro in the beginning, and Gabolshi just could not keep up when it came to souls, constantly dying one after another. I think it was too tough for them to bounce back, but I still have hopes for them obviously going forward, and I cannot wait to see more and more events rise up in this region and see which team eventually comes out on top.
I think for Made in Deadlock, they're a curious team, and I like that they were trying to bring different strategies to the table. And when it worked, it really did work, and they looked so dominant. And I'm excited to see them keep playing because they are a strong team. OT just seems to have everything down to a science, though, when it comes to the macro at the moment.
All right, well, gentlemen, It is time to head to a short break here while we get things ready to go with our final match of OT up against Egoisto. I cannot wait to see how this one's going to break out, and of course, who will be our first official champion of DFN Pacific #1, brought to you by Intel, and we see you all in just a few.
It is time for the money match here at Deadlock Fight Night Pacific, presented by Intel. I'm ZP here with DDK and Dan. We have seen OT work their way through the best of ones, through the best of three, here to challenge our inaugural Defender team in Egoisto, where, they have not won a Deadlock Fight Night before, Dan. It's just, we had to make one team in the defending spot because that's just how our format works. And hey, they did the best in the qualifiers.
Yes, and so I hope that that form continues here in this grand final now, because OT they're ready to go. The last matches we've seen from them, they're definitely warm. Spire is in pretty sick shape, and what's really cool to me, ZP, is just looking at how they play the game. They're playing like really like steady comps. They're playing great fundamentals. The early lane, mid lane, like late game, like all of the macro. It's all looking pretty awesome and tight. So Egoisto, they're gonna have a match on their hands before, I feel.
Well, if you're just tuning in wondering what the format is, wondering why you're even seeing Deadlock Fight Night right now on a Monday, that's right, we did expand the Pacific, and here's the action that's gone down today. If you have missed it, we opened up with Avengers versus OT. OT showing us some of the macro gameplay in the Pacific region to take down Avengers early on. Made in Deadlock, looking strong versus Happy Buffalo with an incredibly heavy roam comp that just fed into Furnace to the moon. OT, though, having their number in the best of three after, leading to the money match here today. Slightly varied up format, a little bit more teams within the region, just kind of how it works in broadcast logistics. But you know what else? Someone else who knows a little bit about broadcast logistics, and certainly someone that's done a lot of prep heading into the show, gonna be joined once more by the one and only Jason Kaplan. Jason, tell us a little bit about Egoisto as we get ready for our money match.
Do you mean Blink? You sure you mean me? You sure you want me on this?
Yes, I'm absolutely positive I want you. Did I say Blake? No, I exiled Blake. I want only the Jason Kaplan experience right now.
I'm gonna soundboard that and save it for later. If it ever comes to it.
I'm giving him more ammo. We know how this ends.
I think Egoisto, obviously, besides going 6-0 when it came to the qualifiers, they have had consistently like some of the fastest finishes in their matches across the board. Like they have won games in like 19 minutes or less pretty consistently. Though they did have, I think it was a 49-minute match up against OT in the qualifier, if I'm not mistaken, which went insane long between the two teams. I mean, with this team, like they're the most diverse team out of anyone we've had, just because of the lineup and because of like the regions that everyone's from. You've got players from Japan, you got players from Hong Kong, Australia, and even Singapore, which does obviously make things a little bit difficult when it comes to finding proper servers for them to play on. But they also have probably one of the most known players when it comes, I guess, to the Western world within their team with Disco Virtuoso, which you guys probably seen him on Twitch quite a few times. But honestly, like this team is kind of ridiculous, and they also have shown a tendency to play a couple of heroes that we have not seen any of the teams yet play today with Yamato. I think they're the only team, one of the few teams to actually play Yamato. However, a lot of the rest of their hero pool does line up with the rest of the region, with heavy in play with Geist and Furnace, Seven, and Warden as well.
Jason, the thing that I find really interesting too in the player background, so generally speaking in Deadlock, when you look at player backgrounds, you see a lot of people from things like Valorant, even things like, Dota or League or Overwatch.
What are you going to hate on here?
Well, I'm not about to hate. I'm just about to say it's interesting that they have two players from platform fighters. They have a Smash Ultimate player and a Brawl Stars player, Marlix and Jai Stacked respectively. That to me is super interesting. That's not a good thing or a bad thing or anything else like that, but it kind of shows that whenever you have a new game that people are interested in, it really does work as a melting pot of talent.
Yeah,
some people are just good at video games.
Yeah, I think I'm curious. Jai Stack, the fact that you're talking about, Smash, I think he's probably one of the most interesting players to watch, because him and Nightmare, because when it comes to like those 1v1 battles, I feel like when you're used to playing like fighting games, you have to think like 10 steps ahead and you have to kind of really react to how a player is going to be playing against you. I think he has the potential to be like one of the most interesting players to watch when it comes to this match in particular. But Brawl Stars, I'm not going to hate on Brawl Stars. If Mitch was here, you talk about it. He does a lot of Brawl Stars casts. It again takes a lot of communication. But you're very right. There's a lot of backgrounds. I don't think it's quite as diverse as like Overwatch was back in the very early stages. Yeah. But still, you see people come in from many different sports trying to make it big here. And this might be the team to do so as well.
I think it's also a lot easier these days to get really good with mouse and keyboard than it ever used to be. just because of like the tools and everything that is available, the knowledge and so on but that's what I'm seeing across the board. People are getting better to a higher standard much faster in terms of like mouse and keyboard mechanics. So and also like if you're a fighting game player, your movement should presumably be pretty sick just because of the insane like timings and combinations, which really is like a lot of movement mechanics, which we have in Deadlock, are all about understanding how to hit like super crazy like small frame timing windows. So yeah, that's exciting, man, because whenever we get people, like we get those crossovers, I just love it because it also brings like people from those communities to give them some interest or people to root for in a different title, which I think is really fun.
Oh man, see, it makes me think of Rafa, right? Like seeing a Quake legend playing in Overwatch, playing a support role of all roles that you'd want to see him play on. But I love when you do have those kind of crossovers happen, and I really hope, you know, for Jai Stacked and for Egoisto that they can make some of themselves here and hopefully see them out of land one day.
Well, we don't have to wait too much longer to get into the action because the draft is ready, and we'll see what Egoisto will do here on the draft. I do think that right now, regardless of region, there are a few storylines that are too strong to ignore, which is that, in particular, Holiday, just seemingly NA, EU, Pacific, you value Holiday either early as a ban or early as a pick. Paradox, I'd still expect to go early, even though it's been less valued in Pacific so far. But the big thing to me, Jason, as we've been looking at it, is that the frontliner focus in Pacific has been significantly more than what we've seen in NA and EU. I mean, it reminds me of EU maybe about a month ago, right? In terms of the priority. But an early Viscous ban coming out from OT.
Yeah, on that note, like we've seen like Abrams bans, we've seen very early Mo picks, we've seen Paradoxes go last, and I think that's just kind of you know, obviously how the region is playing at the moment. I think over time that will adapt to what we're seeing in EU and NA, but I don't think you can take how EU plays the game, throw it into Pacific, and have it be as successful as it currently is in EU. So it just takes some time to get things worked out. But I'm looking towards like a certain player in particular, actually Shiraz. Over on Egoisto, because he's one of the few players to play like Shiv and Yamato in this region, and I'm kind of surprised to not see more of it. Like Yamato has been insanely strong ever since the inception of Yamato when it comes to pro play, and yet we haven't seen her picked or banned a single time today, which kind of stands out to me.
Yeah, no, I was actually thinking about this point in the previous draft too, because there's a huge prevalence of picking Mo, and I think one of the best heroes to synergize with Mo can be the Yamato, because you can open up with the combos, which kind of guarantees a lot of burst damage on the Yamato, and because they both like, you know, they're both bruisers essentially, they both roll in together, so it just synergizes super well. And yeah, the fact that we haven't seen that, but we've seen lots of Mo's, is definitely interesting. But the opening pick with Mirage, obviously getting that onto Sire, which is interesting. So now I'm thinking, well, do they take away the Warden, Egoisto?
Yeah, I think you have to, right? Based on what we've seen from OT and what we've seen from the region as a whole, Warden's going to be in one of the top two picks. It's not like EU where you'd expect it to be Mirage, Paradox, Wraith as the initial response here, right? Warden is just seen as a very high tier pick. The second pick here, though, is interesting because you still have Holiday on the board, in addition to things like Wraith, if you decide to highly value it, in addition to other things like Seven, where Seven has been enormously valued in Pacific today. So where we're at right now, I think the smart money is still you take the Holiday, but if the Seven gets picked, I also wouldn't be surprised. I think it'll be one of the two, though. And it's Kelvin, in fact. So yeah, I mean, this is kind of a page out of NA's book, if you think about it, because NA has been the region that's really valued those super early Kelvin picks just to make the front line even better, Jason.
You know, I'm not even thinking of frontline. I'm thinking, how is Egoisto going to stop these like split pushes that OT do? Like the constant aggression, the constantly pushing in multiple lanes, having to match what resources you put to counter those pushes, and having very mobile, very quick kind of heroes for me could be exactly what they need to like quickly rotate in and catch the enemy off guard before they have a chance to really do some proper damage to those objectives. So I kind of like the Kelvin, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Egoisto go for like a very mobile composition just so they can prevent this, or very like plowy competition where they can just death ball down into a lane and your split push won't really amount for much.
Curious we'll see. I feel like we're not going to see the Wraith, but I feel like it would be nice. This would be a nice spot to get the Wraith in for OT. Let's see what they try to pick. Okay, so we do get the Wraith. Okay, cool. Whew. All right.
Yeah, the Wraith coming in, again, it's weird to see Wraith get picked that late into the draft, but hey, every region has their differences, and we've kind of seen it a little bit in NA too. For Egoisto, though, the question remains, what do they decide to pick up here? Do they go more frontline and pick up something like the Calico? Do they secure playmaking? Because you think about it here, they could go Holiday and ban Paradox. They could go Paradox and ban Holiday, right? This is where they can secure the early to mid game side of things very effectively. But instead, they go Shiv. So we got a Shiv sighting where...
I don't get it, though, ZP. It's like Shiv he's not been picked at all, right? This entire time. He's been banned once, I believe. What you don't need to rush the pick on him unless there's some mind games that I don't know between the two teams and there is the potential for OT to take it away from you. But to invest into that over like your Paradox or your Holiday, like you just said, that doesn't make much sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a world where OT might have banned it, right? Because of Egoisto liking to play the Shiv in all likelihood. It was probably we need to get it before they ban it. But even still, on pure priority, that's a little bit weird. I do like the Ivy ban here, though, Dan, because you think about it, you've secured your support. Now you're removing a key support option from the other team. And while you don't need a support to win in Deadlock, as we've seen in other regions, it's still something that teams generally prefer going.
And some teams are, picking up the Holiday to actually fill that role. And I think that's actually kind of like a nice way to just say, hey, we're not going to get like a pure support, but we can get something that's hybridized. And that, I think, is like a more efficient use of space other than like forcing Dynamo or McGinnis. If you don't think the Dynamo or McGinnis is going to be a good answer. Now, with that said, given that we're going to get like the Warden and the Shiv, Dynamo could be pretty nice as a support for those ults if we do get that chunky group of like, moldable, grounded, frontliney type of heroes. That's when Dynamo gets massive value off of the ult, Singularity.
Well, Jason, looking at here at Egoisto, their next pick coming on board. It's weird. Okay, Holiday finally comes in. Holiday finally comes in, Jason. But yeah, I mean, what's amiss to you as you look at this so far, especially as you consider like support options for Egoisto?
I mean, I was checking.
Sorry, for OT. I mean.
Yeah, I was checking, and they've not played Dynamo yet, and they played McGinnis once and lost. I feel like you can't go Dynamo. I feel like Bebop is a potential, though you still have like Paradox available to choose if you want. But obviously, I think McGinnis would definitely be like the proper route to go if you want to have a support, since you can kind of like cut off Shiv from his team. You can keep Kelvin out for a little bit of time. You can block off Holiday trying to escape with, well, actually, you can't. You can most likely just launch yourself out of that one. But you can also zone Warden with it. Unless they don't want to play support at all. I'm trying to think like what else could they potentially go for? Like Bebop, Dynamo just don't really make a lot of sense to me right now.
See a Mo coming in, my guess, or something similar.
Yeah, the Mo's probably a good shout here as you look at OT, just based on what's been played today. And yeah, okay, you are correct, Dan, on the Mo. It is weird, though, again, thinking about what hasn't been picked here, and also just the idea of like OT, do they pick a support at all? I mean, we have seen at times a team, well, you can go Mo and then forego a support period and play the Mo as more of a supportive role, Jason.
Yeah, just really quick, I think it's got to be an Furnace pick for Egoisto, as like one of their harder carries. Thing is, again, like Mo, I'm still hit or miss on him because I feel like, yeah, early game, mid game, he can be, pretty good, but late game, he's just not really going to amount to much. And I feel like with like a Shiv, with a Warden and Furnace, that's just so much chip damage they're going to have against you that like maybe you're going to get a lock onto someone, but realistically, what kind of position is that going to put you in, and are you going to be able to kill them in time? Obviously, the Paradox swap into Mo Ultimate is a very strong combo. And with the Viscous being banned away, it's like your chance to save that person is pretty slim.
It could be nice to get is Talon available still? Yeah, like a Talon or something for OT, I think could be kind of nice. Having some kind of like more range damage, more burst spirit damage would be nice for more backline. It depends on like how the Wraith Mirage are going to be sort of played, because teams play them like differently in terms of like the positional game. But I mean, Dynamo McGinnis also like just getting a pure support or kind of like a pure support option is still on the cards, and probably most likely. I would love to see the Dynamo because we just never see it. But now that the Vindicta's in play and the Infernus, I kind of like it a little bit less.
I think it has to be McGinnis, no? Okay, so they actually go with no support.
Okay.
They go with Pocket instead.
I like the no support.
Again, it's arguable if it's no support or not, because it is this variant that we've seen every now and then where we'll see the support player just play a Mo instead, and the Mo is just basically a sort of support Mo that's mostly like even more selfless than the average, right? Is kind of where you're going. I don't think it's necessarily ideal, and I do think Egoisto might have just put them in a rough situation with the Ivy ban, because I think you stop and think about game plans that they were likely considering, right? If Ivy's not banned, I think Ivy is 100% picked for the comp they have. Now, instead, they're on this comp that's like basically a very turbocharged early to mid game comp, right? With heavy roaming on the Paradox and Pocket, backed up by a Mo that's probably just going to be, again, looking for combos on cooldown. It's a very aggressive comp coming out here from OT, Jason.
But they still maintain kind of like their identity, I feel like, of what we see in the last games. Like Pocket, very slippery. Wraith can be very slippery. Mirage can be very slippery. So if they continue to play that split push kind of style and Egoisto can't respond to it, I feel like OT can actually be pretty damn successful with this.
I concur. I think OT's line is pretty well rounded despite the lack of support. I think the question often is with the Mo, if how well they use the Mo and like get the value from Mo, like setting up like combo kills or combo based kills as much as possible is I think what you'd probably want to see to get the max value out of the Mo. But we'll have to see how it actually pans out as we're into the match. And this is the grand finals of DFN Pacific, Egoisto versus OT. And Jason, I would love to give you the space to say anything before we put you away. Back in your box.
That box better have room for my nose. That's all I'm going to say. No, I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to get some really long matches again out of these two teams. I feel like they're relatively evenly matched. I think the big advantage that OT has right now is that they're warmed up because they played a lot of games and Egoisto's just been forced to just sit here and wait.
Dan, that's the eternal argument, right? Is it better to be well rested or is it better to come in after playing a lot? And people basically go to the ground arguing either end of that debate in esports performance. And it's usually very much hindsight based, is that if you won, whatever side you're on was the better side to be on, is where people generally end up on.
Yeah, there's a lot of like small things there that I think allow you to argue it either way. And so you kind of can't go wrong. Like being fresh has its advantages. Having the confidence and the momentum and having some of the reps in the competition means you're going to be feeling kind of in the zone a bit more quickly. Any of the residual nerves that would have been there in the earlier matches are kind of gone by the time you get to this stage. So, nice stake landed. And okay, the mold is about to get sent into an early grave, perhaps. Yes.
Yes. No way of getting out there. No way of landing a high value scorn to get enough HP to actually live. Brutal early pickoff. And, again, I think how the early to mid game evolves here is going to be very interesting because Egoisto, I mean, running Vindicta Holiday, it's not necessarily a bad early mid game in and of itself, Dan. In fact, in a lot of comps, it would be the storyline. It's just you're up against the Pocket, Paradox, Mo. But with both Mo and Pocket suffering a little bit of setbacks early on, I mean, Egoisto making a case early here, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely. With those early kills looking really good. And the Vindicta story is one that we saw earlier, but it was with Icy, and Icy wasn't able to get any action because of just the constant pressure that was being received. So, and given that Vindicta's somewhat immobile, you do need to have the support to set you up. Now, already, I feel like we're getting vibes, CP, that Marlex is going to be probably getting potentially dangerous later on. I don't know why, but I'm just like feeling it.
I just want to see Marlex have a little bit more mobility and not be under house arrest. When we watched Icy, that was self-imposed, where Icy was just stuck in lane the entire time. It was a full-on lane Vindicta, and that, generally speaking, isn't the most effective style of Vindicta, but let's talk about that. A little bit of action over in lane 2. See one kill there. And, yeah, I mean, trade-outs back and forth. Egoisto, though, on the higher end of it here so far. And again, I'm looking at the 3K game here, so specifically when Marlex and Disco hit 3K, Dan.
Yep, yeah, and I think those power spikes are certainly important to be aware of, especially with Vindicta piggybacking off of your previous points on what you want to see from Marlex and more mobility. But there's a spawn going in pretty deep into the burrow as well. Jump pad to try to escape, or maybe now support a teammate. A barrel, and oh my god, Holiday is actually talking about power spikes. Holiday is just a power spike. It's just like the barrels and the jump pad this early are nasty.
We're about to hit some 3K benchmarks here, specifically. I mean, in the game, Warden. I mean, Warden's usually not going to be the one to go for full roam early, but can press the advantage a little bit within the lane. Like, you look at Poxy right now. This is kind of one of those situations where, okay, Stake comes in, and okay, Poxy might go in for a last stand, and no. Just a little bit of pressure, lands the binding word, and just getting a little bit of a health lead in lane right now. Still pretty effective this early.
Yeah, between the stake and the binding word, you do have a lot of zoning for the lane that's pretty helpful, I think, for Vindicta. Just keep the opponents at range to an extent. And we are seeing some, switching gears a little bit here. Joy Stack's doing a good job so far on the holiday as well. There's a paradoxical swap coming in though, but slide to get out. Trying to cut off the line of sight, but it's not going to be effective. Maybe would have wanted to slide down into the basement, but okay, parry into the combo kill. Oh, hello. And it's 2 kills converted for OT after all is said and done.
Yeah, the full lane sweep in lane 3, huge between the Paradox and the Mo. And funny enough, that started with Disco opening with the lasso, but they weren't able to get enough critical damage on the Nikus, and just completely went the other way. Meanwhile, lane 1, concussive combustion in onto the Geist. Doing enough to kill Geist here? Absolutely not. Geist just tanks it and throws him away. No swap even required there, Dan.
Yeah, indeed. We had the Infuser pops. Still wasn't enough life steal at this point in the game for the Infernus. So, OT and Egoist both. So definitely an interesting battle so far. 3k lead, 4k lead now for OT early on. So they're definitely having a good time of it. And this is actually very scary because with this Guardian going down as well, you were talking about having a more mobile Vindicta, and I think that is very much what we will start to see now here from Marlex, who's doing pretty well in the Soul game.
And then here it is. Wait, never mind. We've been banned. You look at that, Vindicta's like, all right, gonna go for Wraith, and suddenly just magnetically pulled back into lane 2. So not quite yet. It would have been on cue, and a great call though if that is what happened. But I do agree, this is about the time where you have to be laser focused on Marlex and the next few rotations here, because it really can shape this crucial period between about like 7 and 15 minutes.
Yeah, just keeping quick tabs on the Shiv and Mirage battle. Sire is on the Mirage. We've seen just incredibly consistent performances in the very limited sample size that we've seen from Sire, but it's been impressive. And he is winning as you would expect against a Shiv. But I think Shiros is holding his own there for Egoisto, for all things considered. It's definitely hard to win a lane against a Mirage.
Meanwhile, I do think lane 3 is particularly scary between the lasso and frozen shelter. Just getting kidnapped directly into your own icy doom. Not the easiest lane to be in, even as Mo and Paradox. So lane that can take off at any given point. For now, just Poke going back and forth between the bomb on one side, the beam on the other.
Yeah,
Actually, kind of surprising, Dan. Not many rotations in the last minute, but I think that might be about to change as we see Disco on the move.
Yeah, potentially looking to make way across to Sire, who is fairly pushed actually on lane 4 at the moment. So the gank attempt will come in, but obviously Sire's going to have that tornado available, and also some assistance coming through in the form of a mole. I
think what happened there, so the lasso went on cooldown. I think it was a disjoint from Sire. So it was a quick attempt at the lasso. Sire was able to just tornado away, and as a result, Disco just takes the walk of shame back over into lane 3. So Sire, proven slippery.
Yeah, same thing with Slatted, returning back to that lane 3 there for OT to try to bring things back into balance against the Holiday Kelvin pairing. That's been certainly impressive so far. And speaking of rotations, we're also getting a rotation from Synthesis coming across from lane 1 briefly, I think just to farm before returning back to lane. So yeah, like you said, ZP, there's not a lot of activity in terms of the roam as we would normally expect. There's definitely people looking for opportunities. Well, there's a fight actually breaking out now on lane 2 in the jungle on the bridge. That's actually not going to go so well here for Egoisto once again.
Marlex lands a stake, gets a little bit of distance, gets up to the rooftop. Not the worst movement and stake landing. Should be enough to maybe let Marlex live. However, the Geist pressure is severe. 200 HP in the Dream. Dashing around, no room for an assassinate, and just chunked down on all angles, Dan.
Oh, okay. There's a very timely stop coming in, but it's not going to be enough to save a random dead dude. So, Egoisto, after a start where I think they were almost like 5k scores down, they've recovered now in the last 2 or 3 minutes in some of these team fights. Ice Path now to pursue this one onto the Paradox. OT are having to retreat back into lane here onto the Guardian. Is this going to continue though? That Guardian is still up and healthy. Okay, well, there's a combo kill. That's going to be looking to bring this kill to a finish. Frozen Shelter as well to really make sure that this is going to get
finished. And Warden's still alive, by the way. They're focusing more on the Guardian than anything else in this situation. But still not enough to get the Guardian, as everyone just full treats. I mean, you do heal up your Warden, you do heal everything up at the same point, but I think right now just a good amount of respect being given to the rotation that was on the way.
Yeah, crazy that no kills or anything really came of that, just some Guardian damage. But as you say, a lot of focus on those objectives. And still a lot of focus on lane 3, actually, for Egoisto. They still have Disco Virtuoso in position to try to help a gank there in the 3v2, potentially.
Ikus, you have to be thinking, is looking for a paradoxical swap here of the two. However, it would be 2v3, and generally speaking, the Mo is not necessarily the absolute best follow-up, but with the rotation out, this might be where Nikus decides, you know what, I'm gonna go for it. However, on the same note, you take a look at cooldowns coming in, Lasso gonna be back up soon. And so far, every time Lasso's been up, Disco has gone for a Lasso in short order. It does not keep on cooldown long. Meanwhile, though, lane 4, Egoisto, see Kelvin falling in short order.
Wow, great stuff there from OT. They set this fight up really nicely. They showed obviously the presence initially and spooked Egoisto, and then they had the Wraith TP across from lane 1, who's now TP'd back to lane 1 to try to intercept players that are pushed deep on that lane 1 Guardian, trying to keep that Guardian up and alive, still having that assistance from a random dead dude there. So looking to really make this very hard to take, but they do have a numbers advantage, Egoisto, on this lane, so it's going to be pretty tough for OT to hold this. They're going to need some assistance. I don't think anyone else is coming, though.
Yeah, Egoisto full in on lane 1 right now, getting the Guardian down. So there'll be another Guardian their way. Even up 2 for 2 Guardian-wise. You know, Jason kind of mentioned it could be a slower match in terms of objective clearing, and we're kind of seeing that between both teams. You know, only 2 Guardians down per side at 12 minutes, definitely on the slower end as far as objective clearing is concerned.
Yeah, still very even score on the Souls end. Look at this very deep push, trying to pursue Shiros. Can be very difficult to kill a Shiv, but Shiv is, I think, now under the safety of that Walker and burning a little bit, but it'll just be a cinch around the edges. Back to the fountain for him. But still the fight raging on here on lane 3, nearly at this Walker. And great movement from OT there. They're really feeling the advantages. They're finding those windows, and they are pushing hard, and it is working out for them so far. And big bag there claimed as the Vindicta goes down. Marlik's dropping quite a lot of cash.
That is the one secret downside of Vindicta, is that you get a big assassinate kill, but you don't actually spend it right away. You're donating those souls right to the other team. The one drawback of assassinate, high risk, high reward at times. But 56k to 60k OT nursing a very small lead. In terms of soul allocation, Adam, perhaps the bigger threat to watch right now, just starting to get a little bit of an edge on the game, which as a Wraith can be threatening.
And OT have a great control of the map so far, I feel like, CP. They've really been controlling the space and taking the initiative much more frequently than Egoisto. Would be more in a reactive position, just trying to apply the correct numbers to make sure they can defend whichever position is getting pushed. And that's speaking of which, lane 3, we've got OT now bringing an additional player for a 3v2 advantage. Let's see if they can convert.
3-on-2 right now, lane 4, all in action. So this one pans out already. Jai stacked down early. Shiv darting, dancing around, swapped and gone. Nikus not having any of it. OT overloading lane 4 to great effect here, Dan. Now 67k to 60k. The one thing of note here, though, between the teams and their scaling, I do think Egoisto has better scaling as the game goes on. So OT needs this and more to keep it on. But Lasso onto the mole immediately takes him down. The pressure continuing here from Egoisto.
DP, that is disgusting stuff from Disco Virtuoso on the holiday. Lassoing the mob, gets stomped by the Walker, then bringing the barrels in for more damage, the jump pad for more damage. Just crazy output there for the defense. And OT, they got the objective, but it did cost them a lot of players, and this might be an opportunity. They're going into the mid boss, Egoisto. Speaking of opportunistic, this is a bold move.
They're able to go in, and I think they have the full window they need to do it. So Rejuvenator is going to be coming on down. Yeah, you have a Geist nearby. You have a Paradox nearby. Niku's. Okay, this might actually be the swap opportunity. They're going to go for the contest. All risk, all reward here. Coming on in. OT looking for the steal. Rejuve coming on down. Combo in. Swap in. Paradox going for the punch. And there's a Frozen Shelter. Frozen Shelter denies it. Jai stacked. Drops it just in time. Now it's gone. He finishes Rejuve himself. A great deny via the Frozen Shelter. Lets Egoistu get the Rejuve, but the rest of the fight goes the way of OT.
Yeah, and you're left now in a position where who did this help more? Okay, we'll get the follow-up kills on the retreating players here. There's no escape there. And so the entire team pretty much has been wiped, which actually creates a window of opportunity. There's an urn that can be grabbed. There are objectives, which I guess you're going to have to backdoor if you want them. These lanes are not pushed around these walkers. So unfortunately for OT, they can't make full use of that team wipe that they just managed to get against Egoisto. So they're going to be going to the end, but again, the Rejuve respawn time has really helped Egoisto get back onto the map, ready to challenge this.
Well, this is a good time to bring Jason in, where Jason, you just saw that mid-boss fight, and what timing from Jai stacked on the Frozen Shelter.
Oh man, we've seen so many times in DFN where like a really well-timed Frozen Shelter can completely mess with someone. But like you said, the unfortunate part was only one person survives with that Rejuvenator. At least they keep Sino alive with it, so they have minions to continue to push out these lanes. But OT, that's got to be a big boon, a big boost for them. They don't have the biggest of leads whatsoever, only at 7K. But as they do start to run the urn across the map, this could be exactly what they needed to crack open this game.
Now we settle into, I think, more chill time CP. There's a lot of the jungle that needs to be eaten up here for OT, and they've been pushing pretty hard. The urn is still in hand. Looks like they might just be able to just straight deliver this. There's no contest. And yeah, they can fall back onto a lot of farm if they choose to.
And it's not a contested urn at all. That's just OT getting the urn in. Again, keeping them ahead in terms of overall income. And the thing I'll keep going back to here is the allocation and also the fists. As Jai just gets a pub one over in lane 1. Quick little gank there from Slatted onto Jai. But yeah, I mean, you look at the allocation where it's at right now. Adam nursing a pretty sizable lead on the Wraith. It's going to be more and more of a problem for Egoisto as time goes on. Poxy right now in danger. Maybe a chance to do last stand here, but no, absolutely not. Adam just completely in there. No ability to really turn it around. And, you know, these pickoffs, Dan, they do start to add up if they keep happening uncontested.
Yeah, and it's so cool because initially OT were pressuring lane 1. They fell off, and then obviously they get that pick, and that now will allow them to get that lane 1 Walker challenge. They got a 3v2 here. So they're taking a lot of damage, though. On Spatted, on the Mo and Krill, there's a nice spawn to try to get some HP back up, and in fact, staying alive as they get the pick onto J-Stack. That's going to be the Walker conversion. At the same time, there is pressure on every other lane from OT.
It's the OT special, which you don't really see as much in other regions. To be this split and have this much lane pressure throughout the game. It's a different way of approaching Deadlock, but one that's pretty effective. It gives Egoisto not the greatest amount of options to get back in, Dan, because you take a look, they haven't been able to get half the jungle just with how deep the push has been.
Yeah, and a great binding word there. That's going to allow Ranadadu to get picked off. And OT, they're going to have to fall back a little bit, but what they can do is they can fall off, hold, and then kind of bait Egoisto into a trap, potentially here, depending on the health. Now, maybe some of them are a little bit too low. They're going to fall all the way back to the Walker potentially here. It looks like Egoisto are strong enough to keep pushing the issue on this fight to try to clean up these kills. And this lane is really pushed, and a Walker could be well up for grab here now. And I think that's exactly what they're going to be going for. So that's a nice win, given how look how pushed every other lane is. This literally is the only option.
Egoisto rightly decided it was time to group up and catch OT a little bit off guard, and that's the downside when you're not split, right? Where OT was going for maximum lane pressure, and Egoisto just basically death balls down the lane and forces a numerical mismatch and racks up several kills for it, gets a walker for it at the same time, and you know, yeah, OT's adapted now. Overall, the lane pressure is still in OT's favor, but they give up a decent chunk of their lead because of Egoisto just being able to find the right moment to deathball and make it work.
Yeah, and I just saw on the items that are getting picked up right now, we just see the Diviner's Kevlar make its way onto tanking on the Pocket, which will certainly make Pocket much more of a menace in these fights, initiating with that ult. So things are getting a bit dangerous for Egoisto because that soul lead, we're just seeing all this that money get spent now for both teams. In fact, been holding on to a lot of cash and a lot of these skirmishes. However, you can see that there's a lot of players huddled for Egoisto around that Walker on lane 2. They don't have too many Walkers left. Well, it's just the one. So they've got to be very cautious they don't lose that one. And in the meantime, OT looking for picks here. 4 players on that same lane, lane 2. Looking to see if they can potentially set up a combo to initiate.
Ooh. The telekinesis directly down. Not the worst move though by Holiday. Able to turn the corner to get to the roof, but meanwhile, Adam just turns the Tommy gun directly on the Shiv. Adam fed to an enormous degree right now. Basically, what Adam focuses on is falling in short order. Mo, nowhere to go. Just ripped out of the ground. 2 down for OT, 2 down for Egoisto. And is Egoisto being the team that's down some here? Still not the worst fight. You know, trade-outs are in their advantage. You'll, bridge the deficit a little bit, but they need something a little more decisive, Dan, to like fully get back into the game. Quick swap though, over and in. Marlux in a very dangerous position, just getting hunted down by Geist. Bomb out, and the shelter just to secure it coming in from Jai.
Oh, this is potentially problematic for OT if Egoisto are able to get some kills here, but they're getting wiped instead. So more of an issue for Egoisto because the mid boss is coming up in 40 seconds, and Egoisto are going to lose hold of this Walker. And the urn can be run across deep into enemy territory. I don't know how good the challenge can be for OT for Egoisto onto this urn delivery. And again, if they try to fight for this and they lose another player or two, that's mid boss. Yeah. OT, that's everything.
Also, that sounded off for a second. It was trying to secure the Vindicta from dying, and it did not help the Vindicta from dying. In fact, Jai just died at the same time. So, throw away your frozen shelter, you throw away your Vindicta, and you also lose urn. And all of a sudden, there's now a nearly 30k deficit, which means, you know what? A little bit of insight here, Jason. What in the world has happened in the last few fights where it just all gone away?
I'm really digging the way OT are using like their ultimates. The thing is, they're constantly getting these picks against Egoisto, like on their side of the map. What was that? A telekinesis over onto Disco. He eventually went down. That slam was extremely high from like 5 stories up, and then was straight into a combo out of Slatted. And they pick him off, and they use the swap to get another kill onto Marlix. Like I feel like they're being very effective in getting kills off of like 1 max 2 ultimates, but also punishing Egoisto from being so spread out. I mean, the lead they have is ridiculous. The control they have is ridiculous. There's nothing left to really take except the base. And they're sitting on, 3 Walkers and a Guardian left. They're doing a fantastic job of keeping the aggression and just constantly catching them out.
So it's interesting. I don't know that I expected this to be OT looking so good, but it's really cool to see that their style of play is still being effective here. And they're back at it again with the pressure. Mid boss is behind all of this, ZP. So 1 bad fight for Egoisto, and again, that's going to be very dangerous.
And OT has all sorts of ways of forcing those bad fights, especially with Paradox. And again, overloading here into lane 4, seizing the opportunity, nearly taking down Disco. Disco just running for their very life at the moment. As OT flooding into lane 4. See Shiraz here on the Shiv. Trying to throw a little bit of counter poke out, but Egoisto just fully stuck in their base. Not a lot to be done as the Guardians just get pummeled on the outskirts. Every lane, Dan, heavily pushed in, and with this level of lane advantage, OT might just go mid-boss because even coming here to the contest is going to be difficult for Egoisto, and that's exactly where they go.
They can even fake this for free at this point, just like fake it, trigger the sound, and then try to like set up a trap outside. That is one thing they can do, but they're happy to just go and just melt the mid boss. Rejuve's going to fall, and with that, okay, looks like Egoisto, they know they have to make a challenge happen here.
We'll see if they're able to get there in time. Doesn't look like it. Instead, it's a free rejuve for OT. And that's the power of having your lanes pushed up that much. It just was not viable for Egoisto to go in there. And now the chase down occurs. The swap into combo, into Warden just getting completely pummeled. Poxy, last stand or no, absolutely nowhere to go there. Quick pick off here. Egoisto down to 5. OT full strength coming on in. The Shrines are in danger now, Dan.
The Shrines are not long for this world. I think that's to be sure. And OT, we'll have to see if we're going to get that classic super efficient in, throw the shrines, everyone's focused firing and then out straight away. But at this point in time, Egoisto are certainly providing some resistance, so more of a considered approach here for OT, taking that high ground there. Just going to see a quick swap from the Paradox, and just pushing Egoisto back further and further. Egoisto will also have to be careful not to get too staggered here with their deaths, because the respawn times are quite long here, so that could end the game if they get staggered.
Also, OT just has far too many stats on their side at this point. I mean, dealing with Adam right now is like playing a game of Civ, and it's a unit from another technological age. Like, that's just how ridiculous Adam is right now. Just not even playing with the same weapons at 32K. Combo comes in, nowhere for Kelvin to go. First stage patron is down. And the question is for OT, do they play it safe or do they just stay in? Dan, this might be the time where you're up 40K, you just stay in and you end the game.
Yeah, especially given the fact that Jay Stacked is still down and out for the count. They're going for it, and it just instantly melted the patron. It died so quickly, actually. And there it is. GG, that's map 1 in the bag for OT in the grand finals here to try and take the throne and be the first DFN Pacific winners.
That might be one of the quickest times we've seen of the second stage patron going down, especially for how relatively early in the game that is. And I have to assume a lot of that objective damage is coming in from Adam, who was just gigatons ahead of the overall game average. But we're going to bring back in Jason here to talk a little bit about the game. And Jason, the thing that really stands out to me is that when OT is ahead, when OT is doing well, they push up every lane. They give you no room to breathe and get back into the game. And they split in a way that, yeah, Egoisto was able to punish it once with a little bit of a death ball. But other than that, I mean, once they get map control, Jason, it just feels like there's no way back.
Yeah, I think one thing I look at is the farm allocation for Ego, just because you have 4 heroes who kind of all need the souls. You got the Warden needs it, you have the Vindicta who needs it, but obviously can kind of get it for herself with the Assassinates. You have the Infernus and you have the Shiv. And I was looking at Shiraz, and like his Shiv in general has been really good in the past when looking at the qualifiers, but this man just could not ever get souls accumulated to him to have him be an impact in these fights. Whereas, you know, you look at Adam, it's 4+K ahead of everyone on his team and even more ahead of the opposing team, that there was no one who could just duel him 1v1 anymore. He was too big of a threat. So if OT even decided to just have him split push, no one on Egoisto could stop him. And it's kind of weird considering how the game started too, because Slotted, you remember, he got punished very early on in lane 2 when he got hit with a stake and then into the binding ward. He was forced to rotate over to lane 3 where they had much more success. And yet OT, when it came to that wipe they had on Egoisto on the mid boss, even though they lost their Rejuvenator, it was just all downhill from there, and Egoisto could just not stop getting picked. So I don't know if it's like OT playing exceptionally well or Egoisto just kind of making some mistakes, getting caught in their own jungle. But either way, OT, they took the lead and they ran with it, and they didn't really look behind at all.
Yeah, I think OT have just shown that again. I think we mentioned it at the beginning as well. Fundamentally, they are solid in every stage of the game, and their strategy is unrelenting. And the way that they're able to make it work is really potent, because constantly, as a team against the pressure of all these split pushes, you've got to make these like very quick decisions as a team to kind of calculate how many players do we assign to each of these areas to deal with what they're throwing at us. And that's a really hard calculation to make as many times and as often as you have to make it against OT. So they are just able to, if they get ahead and they can dictate the map like that, it seems like they just are going to beat you. So the Egoisto are going to have to find a way, it feels like, to prevent them from being in that spot where they can just take over in the mid game with all of this split pushing.
Well, one thing I'll say, just based on what OT has done well all day long here, I think at some point you have to adjust your bans to be more tailored to what OT is doing well. And we've seen it in too many games now. Stop giving Adam Wraith. Do not give Adam Wraith. Like, please, ban Wraith or take Wraith early. Either way, Adam has just been a consistent force, always able to farm up, get good allocation onto the Wraith, and make things happen. Now, I will note, when you're looking overall at where we've been, over the course of that game, Egoisto did have periods that, were pretty nice, like the fact they were able to steal Rejuvenator with one of the most immaculately timed frozen shelters I've ever seen. So it's not like Egoisto was completely out of it. It's just, I do think draft-wise, they might have given up a little bit too many good tools to OT for how they like to play.
On the note of Adam, so when they played in the qualifiers, it was a 49-minute, 50-second game, and Adam was on Wraith. They ended up losing this match, but Adam had 67,000 souls. The next closest to him was 62 on the enemy team. But he also had 64,000 player damage. And the next closest person in the entire lobby, I guess, okay, it was 50K with a Mirage by random dead dude. But on the other side, the highest was like 42K. Like, Adam knows what to do, and he does it well. He also had highest objective damage. Like, he is being kind of the all-around player, and why I kind of highlighted him earlier in that head-to-head that we saw, because it just doesn't seem to be a really good answer for him. However, we've not really seen the Wraith ban targeted towards him. So what is Adam going to default to when Wraith is taken away? That's the question for me when it comes to match 2.
And that is a question that we will be looking to answer when we come back from the short break. This is Deadlock Fight Night Pacific #1. OT on the verge of being your first Deadlock Fight Night Pacific champions. Do they have one more in them, or will Egoisto run it right back? We'll see in just a few minutes. We are back here at Deadlock Fight Night Pacific, presented by Intel. The money match underway. OT has fought their way through a gauntlet here today, through the best of one, through the winner's best of three, and now one map into the money match, one map away, Dan, from winning the 1,000 and claiming the title of first Deadlock Fight Night Pacific champion. OT, they have had one heck of a day so far, Dan.
Yeah, they have. And it's going to be hard to kind of beat them because they're winning on great fundamentals, a great macro game, and all the rest of it. Obviously, the only tools available to their opponents to bring themselves back in this best of three now is the draft, are the bans. And so we were kind of talking off air, like, okay, what do we think they should get rid of? And I feel like the consensus was probably the Wraith for Adam. I think we were talking about that before we were off air too. But the question is, did they see it the same way?
It's a good question. And I mean, to break down the draft and as we get into it, we're changing things up a little bit. Jason, right now off for a match, and instead we got the one and only Blank coming on in. And, you know, Blank, the one thing we were all talking about during the break was, you know what? Maybe you don't let Adam get Wraith. Surely you don't let Adam get Wraith another time here today.
Yeah, I think DDK is right in the case of we need to ban the Wraith at this point. Adam's been going pretty crazy on it. Again, with the way that they hoard their walkers, they hoard their objectives. It's very hard to challenge a Wraith when she's 3 flex slots up and you only have 1. Like, dueling that is impossible, which is what's giving Adam so much freedom on those side lanes. So if I was Egoisto, it's a Wraith ban from me.
Also, it's funny, Dan, we're getting trolled a little bit by production, which means that actually might be a Wraith ban coming in. Like, one of our producers, Low2, just kind of does this thing where it's like, I wonder what's going on, and we don't know. But the fact that you're doing that, I feel like the odds of Egoisto just rolling up here, hard Wraith ban, like, from the get-go, I'm feeling it right now, Dan. I really am.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting is that I guess Sinclair's going to be open. I don't know if OT are going to want to play Sinclair, but I don't know. That's been like the most commonly banned thing. Viscus was banned first round as well by OT in the previous draft as well, if I don't remember wrongly.
Yes, I think they did play a Sinclair though. They pulled out a Sinclair, but they didn't ban Wraith. So
do we get the Wraith?
Is this a Wraith first pick?
I don't think I don't think under any circumstances the Wraith first pick. I think from what we've seen from OT, they would probably Mirage. I think Mirage first pick, but if you're Egoisto, surely you take the Wraith in one of the next 2 picks. You would think.
You would hope so. Yeah. You would really hope so.
But if they don't, then they will give up the Warden potentially. So we'll see, because that's been what we've seen, right? The Warden goes first. For most teams, they want to get that Warden in there, and we saw that. So the interesting thing is that with OT, Sire played the Warden really expertly, but Sire also plays the Mirage. So I almost don't feel like, you should be too afraid of giving up the Warden per se.
They'll pick it. They would 100% pick it if it's not picked here for how Warden has been valued in Pacific. But again, you're thinking about ways of structuring this here. You've already given up the Mirage. You know Adam is going to pick the Wraith on top of it. Oh, dear God. Okay, you go Geist first. Maybe there is an idea here. They think they don't have to pick the Warden, Dan. You may be right with the... But they also could go Warden here and leave the Wraith and just allow OT to come in with a Wraith +1, Wraith Calico, Wraith Holiday, whatever. I guess we'll see.
I think right now,
Random Dead Dude just being the Geist for OT has played it every single round, so now has to flex onto something else.
Yeah, but I think he can pick up the 7. So they do take the Warden. I think for a Random Dead Dude, like, he played 7 quite fantastically in some of his matches. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see that one come out. I'd like to see Adam back on the Wraith for sure. I mean, he's just very good at it, and it's hard to shut him down. And I think that's very useful to the team. We'll see when it does come through. But overall, there are still 2 bans remaining. So unless you don't, I would hope that you would take the Wraith for the next 2 picks, just in case Ego is to ban it out next.
I'm for an
I think it's good. Okay, Kelvin comes in, and next pick almost certainly going to be Wraith. One would think. Now, the upside here for Egoisto is that you do have an ability to solidify yourself on the playmaker's side, right? Like, let's assume Wraith is gone here, because it's a pretty good assumption. Going into their side, they can pick either Holiday or Paradox, and then ban the one they don't pick. And they can make it so at the very least, OT is not going to be working with a comp that has infinity options for early roaming and ganking in the way that people usually use those heroes for that purpose. So the Wraith is now gone. Adam will be on Wraith once more. But what I'd like to see Egoisto do here is secure the playmaking side at a minimum and force OT to lash or pocket, I would say.
Yeah, I'd likely think this is probably going to be the holiday pick, like you were saying. Maybe ban out the Paradox. I think forcing the lash is not a bad idea. It's also a little bit scary because we've seen that OT's been able to play that quite well before in the past. But both sides, to start with, it's not too bad.
Okay, so there's a random dead dude 7 gone.
Yeah. Okay, well, it's not terrible, but again, you have now opened up the Paradox. Unless you ban it.
Yeah, I mean, the
feel
problem
like it
is
a very good ban, so I'm hoping for that.
I don't love the 7 pick here. I think they had a really, really strong option to set themselves up. And I mean, 7 is good. Obviously, 7 is like also pretty highly valued in Pacific right now. But now they banned the Paradox, and okay, I think coming out of this, they might be able to pick the Holiday. Between the two, unless it's OT that has the pick coming out, in which case OT will just pick the Holiday, and Egoistos now put themselves in a terrible bind by banning the Paradox.
They could ban the Ivy too, now that they've already got the Kelvin. So it really depends on like how they, how the Ivy is valued, or like that extra support is valued in this, because I don't know if this region like cares about the supports to the extent that you're just like happy to run in without a comp without them.
Okay, so they probably come in here at the Holiday, you would think now, Blank. So they do have the pick coming out of it. So yeah, ban Paradox, pick Holiday. They get away with delaying that plan by the ban phase, and presumably it works out here. I don't hate it now for Egoisto. It does put OT in a situation where they're going to have to flex a lot more on the lash, which, as far as playmaking options go across all regions, is just generally seen as lesser than a Holiday or a Paradox in that same
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, from what OT's played in the past, like, I could see them taking Mo and Krill, Ivy, Lash if those are open. I think the way they played those before was very good in terms of their ability to rotate, and also giving themselves a little bit more tankiness in that front line to stop Holiday, at least not in that mid game, from just absolutely annihilating them. So I think that those 3 picks would not be a bad idea coming through for OT. For Egoisto though, Geist, Warden, 7, Holiday, it's a decent start from. It's definitely a decent start.
Yeah, I think that you're bang on with the Mo Ivy Lash. Yeah, I think that'd be really sick to see too. And it's cool too because they can secure it, because if they leave Lash to last, then they're
not going to take it.
Yeah.
You don't need to pick the Lash right now. You absolutely do not need to pick the Lash to last, because
My bow is
the Mo.
Oh, hello.
Okay, in this.
All right.
You know why? In this case, I still think they're probably going to go the Lash as final pick, but this also gives them insurance against a Vindicta, because you look at Egoisto right now, they haven't really selected who they'd pick on a carry level, and now that the Great Talon is in play, I feel like that shunts them a little bit more towards Infernus to, like, I mean, they have a 7, they don't 100% need it, but I think if they were thinking about picking Vindicta, the fact that Talon is now shown on the other side probably mitigates that a little bit. And okay, instead it's Yamato, the Egoisto special. One of the only teams in Pacific right now that likes running Yamato, Blank.
They could get the Mo as well.
They could get the Mo as well. They really could. I think for OT, it is an interesting scenario here where you're picking the talent, like you say, to deny that Vindicta. It also gives you ability to snipe the 7 out of the air whilst he's ulting. So that's a potential here for them. So it does cause a little bit of problems for them. I think the Yamato is a good pick though from Egoisto to try and deny the Wraith a little bit more, because she gets into the backlines, she sticks to that Wraith. Having the Bebop picked out as that last pick though, that's rough to play against. It's not a terrible comp at all.
I like it too, because it's kind of like a rescue beam, the hook, and especially if they do pick the Mo now as well, there's like so interesting interactions. I think it's harder to like hook a Talon, obviously, because he can dash around in the air a lot. It can be harder to connect for the anti-air, but still like a pretty good option for anti-air. You got 2 flyers, you got the Ivy out there as well. The Lash will come through.
Here I am.
The Bebop pick is a nasty one though. If you've got a good Bebop player, that is potentially very irritating.
Look, we've seen some teams like Melee Creeps make some decent headway on compositions that don't run frontliners, but usually they do it by overloading on playmakers, right? Where you have things like a Paradox and a Holiday at the same time. This comp from OT that goes double support into Lash, Grey Talon. I don't know. I'm not actually convinced.
There's a mismatch here. Yeah, there definitely is.
And look, we've seen comps that are unconventional. We go, okay, that can work. And I mean, on the other end, Egoisto, I mean, it's a support Bebop, which, you know, it's not entirely unprecedented, but you don't really see that a whole lot either. I don't know, though. I feel like for OT, it's another one of those compositions where if they fall behind, they are absolutely just doomed. They don't have much in the way of comeback ability. And there's also heroes for Egoisto that will put this game completely out of reach, like Yamato, if Yamato gets a soul lead versus a team that has no front line. So OT effectively, they have to play this perfectly, Blank. I don't think there's a lot of room for error because the win conditions against them are quite severe.
Yeah, I think they definitely gonna have to play it by the book, right? And that's what they've been very good at throughout all of this, is that not letting those early leads take over the games. I don't think it's happened a single time for OT. A lot of times they're able to bring things back into the fold. I'm curious. I'm definitely curious. I mean, is the triple hook Bebop? Who knows? But yeah, it's a weird comp coming through from Egoisto. It's a weird comp coming through from OT. But I'm excited to see how it all breaks down. I mean, a lot of split pushing coming from OT. I can already guarantee that.
Yeah, I think, Dan, Blank brings up a good point there. Is just the idea is that you think about OT's play style. I think you almost have to, like, instead of wondering what sense does the comp make, you have to like look at their playstyle and reverse engineer back and be like, how does this composition work to the OT playstyle? And I mean, there is good lane push here, if nothing else.
Yeah, totally. I was thinking the same. And you get good sustain as well on those lane pushes. Hello. What? The parry, the missed melee. It is all happening here at DFN Pacific in the grand finals.
Hey, it's a not bad opening poke coming in from Jai, and yeah, I mean, okay, we do a little bit of analysis on here on the lane clear, right? Like, one of the hidden parts of Grey Talon that people underrate is the fact that you can use Owl to push up waves remotely, which is very, very effective. Kudzu is very effective at lane clear, on top of Ivy having like great mobility to go from lane to lane. Same deal with Lash having high mobility. I mean, mobility is not a problem for OT. The problem is if Shiraz gets like a 3 or 4K soul lead in the mid game. That's a problem because I don't know who really deals with that for OT should that scenario come to pass.
Yeah, and Holiday is going to be very, very difficult, I think, to deal with as well. Just like the burst spirit damage. It's just in general, it's just very annoying. Oh, very nice parry. Quick card trick. Send him packing. No kill, but that is nice though to just get a bit more control of the lane here for some more effective farming and potentially denying.
Well, specifically, I think it lets Adam just tread water. Adam was actually getting bullied a bit prior to that parry. Like if that parry doesn't hit, Adam likely dies or, you know, God forbid is like forced back in the lane or forced to miss CS until they can grab a healing right. So that parry actually very impactful for the lane state there.
Yeah, and it can be hard to win against the Yamato in lane. Okay, so the Bebop Holiday lane, and that's a scary one up against the Kelvin Lash for OT. Using the airstrike essentially. A random dead dude is we've seen a random dead dude on the Geist, and Blank was saying also very popular or at least a very popular pick is the 7 also for random dead dude. So we're getting to see the Talon now. Great hook.
Quick little hook, nice uppercut right after. Kelvin in a world of pain right now. Gonna go for a parry here in a second, you'd think. Here comes the melees, and no parry, and lights out. So we see the Bebop pressure coming in, and in fact, what I'd like to see here, Dan, too, sooner rather than later, with Talon, random dead dude, putting a lot of pressure on the lane 3, I think you could just hot swap the Bebop in the lane 3 and make Talon's life way harder, even in the early game.
Yeah. In terms of who we're looking to get, like who are the most important people to get ahead, or who would be most impactful to get kind of, let's say, harassed into being just somewhat starved of farm. Like, what are those dynamics like for you?
Well, I think when you're looking at OT, you still have the timer of you want to get Adam like particularly farmed. Obviously, your Mirage is like a threat. Should your Mirage get up there? I think you want your Lash to at least be neutral. Lash kind of almost has an Abrams dynamic at times where Lash is just far more effective if neutral to a head, when he can be his own kill threat off a Death Slam versus Death Slam just being a setup utility. So, you know, I almost look at Slatted, and I want Slatted to have like a decent mid game also, because you know, we don't talk about too much, but an underfed Lash, kind of one of the weaker heroes in Deadlock in general, I would say.
Yeah, you're right. We don't talk about that very much. Lash has only come back into the meta somewhat recently, and still not high priority in EU and NA after those upgrades he got recently.
Disco already at 3K, by the way, and already looking to make moves. Lasso up. You look at how deep it is, looking for either Kelvin or the Lash right now. Kind of just want the all Disco cam all the time, because you look at the position between 2 and 3. If you're Disco, how do you not go lane 3 right now? It has to be soon with where the push-up was.
Yeah, and there's so much you can do with the Bebop, the setups too on those ganks. So with that said, oh, this is a good hook angle. On cooldown though, sadly I think at that point, looking for the hook, just throwing him out there. Range not too great just yet. Barrels getting thrown out there as well, so a lot of pressure. And okay, there's the Death Slam coming on through straight into the tower, the Guardian, but in response, the Hyper Beam is being sent here to try to prevent any pursuit of that kill. So great defensive maneuver.
Yeah, not enough to save the Holiday in that instance. And also, I don't like the prioritization there, to be honest. I feel like, yeah, you could push and like maybe bully the Kelvin Lash a little bit, but you have the risk of getting Death Slammed in the tower that we just saw. And I mean, you just see how deep RDD has been here in lane 3. I don't know. I feel like there's better target acquisition there for Disco.
Another hook connected, uppercut. Get that tracking aim on the go into the frozen shelter. And the barrel as well, getting the Kelvin very, very weak, but unable to get out of there. It seems Lash is trying to bounce around to try to find this one, but I don't know that there is a possibility to finish it off. A lot of action here on this lane at the moment.
Lash was enough of a distraction to let Kelvin get away. Nearly getting hooked in turn here. Instead, though, you just the pressure just changing onto the Guardian. If they get the Lash, it's a bonus, but for now, happy to go for the Guardian. Adam following the Shiraz in the other lane. Shiraz, decent lane or lead over there. Kelvin, though, back into action, and we'll force a little bit of backup here from the Holiday and Bebop.
Love all the early Divine Barriers. Really nice for aggressive playstyle. All right, last stand coming on through. Need their heal there from these pulses, just barely keeping him alive. Oh my goodness. And it looks like there will be a trade out, at least thanks to the additional damage from the cast. And as a slap or two here from the Geist, looking for the finishing shot out of the revolver, but unable to find it onto the Ivy. And
truthfully, you take a look at how that went. Poxy is lucky that it was a trade onto random dead dude there. Just given how that went, he was at about 50 HP on that warded for multiple ticks of Last Stand, so I think that went better than could have been expected for how poorly the timed opening was.
Very true
here. Over and in. Off on lane 1.
Cutting line of sight though.
It's Wraith versus the world right now, as we're seeing. Yamato coming on in, and how long does Adam stay here against the odds? Not enough to save the Guardian. Yamato comes on in, instant parry out. Lasso just abducting Kelvin here to the back into a barrel. Is Kelvin gonna live here? Pressure from the Holiday, forcing Holiday back, and tanking just barely able to get away.
Wow, that is very surprising. Oh, in comes the bird. Oh, Divine Barrier coming in clutch. That's what I'm talking about. The Divine Barrier, so important, especially on Holiday. With all those aggressive plays, but also defensively, saving the life. And this is great though, you know, having that presence here from random dead dudes, the presence of mind to be looking for those birds is really important. It's one of those abilities I feel like ZP, it's very hard to account for that. You never know when a bird is going to be sent. Obviously you can hear it when it's starting to approach, but it's just a very unique ability in that sense, in the presence it can have in the early game.
Okay, I should finally able to get up there. It took a few tries. Yeah, I mean, bird is one of those things where it has enormous advantage to the person using the bird and all the options you have. Dove slam. In over the top. Plenty of velocity here from Lash, diving on down. I don't actually think the all hit the might not fit the Geist there. Geist though, getting the swap. Still getting pressure down. Hyper beam coming in for the cover. Gonna force Lash to just run to the side. Slatted cannot get away from the pressure. Meanwhile, taking a look at Disco. Firing away on to random dead dude.
Very unfortunate that the ground strike did not connect there. I was wondering when I saw the trajectory, it's like, is that gonna like connect that?
No, I think it was just slightly disjointed. Unless there's a huge spirit shield that got chunked that somehow we didn't see. The actual health bar did not move once
it did not.
landed, so pretty sure it did not hit.
Okay, we're 40k against 40k on souls, 41 against 41 now, and the skirmishes in mid continue. 3 players here for OT, looking to respond to Egoisto that are in the jungle. Oh, the pursuit on Warden once again. No help on Warden. And there it is. Gets slapped. Warden gets taken down. And OT, they're keeping that pressure on CP, and we talked about it. They really do need to. They have to come out of the early game with a win.
Well, that is a cold tomb being built for Bebop here. Goes for the parry. Still somehow alive, but not for much longer. No miracle parry coming in to save the day. 10-minute window is hit. Mid buffs are up. Looks like it'll be Lash Gram the one on the left, and I think Holiday might have sniped the one on the right. Kelvin though, again pursued here by Yamato. Shout transformation forced out. Change of target, grapple in onto the Wraith. Nothing that looks lethal here though. As you see Shiraz looking for a way out. Under pressure on all sides. Adam just gunning it down with tanking.
Oh my god, what a connection.
From downtown, is that going to result in a kill though? Lash, I think, gets to shake it off and get away.
If it was anyone other than Lash, that is just outrageous. What a hook. Straight through the veil, finds the target. It doesn't amount to too much, sadly. But for OT, they are now slightly behind on the souls. Overall, it's just such a close game. And both teams trying to be as aggressive as possible. When we get into that mid-game phase where OT typically control the pace with all the split pushing, I don't know if they're going to have as much potency behind it as they typically do.
Well, OT has done a good job so far when you look at the allocation of avoiding one of their key loss conditions, which it would be Shiraz or Epoxy getting super far ahead. Like, the Wraith and Warden farm has been relatively contained, so OT can actually team fight properly and not just get run over in the front line. But as I say that, Sire in some danger. Currently getting run down by the Yamato. Not a fed Yamato, but a Yamato all the same. This power slash just does its job.
Oh my goodness, Lash is getting punched in the face. How on earth? What? No, surely not slatted. Okay, eventually gets taken down. Like, I wouldn't have been, I was just already in a state of disbelief there for how long he survived, but it is all over now, and the pressure onto the Guardian now is coming on through. The Hyper Beam is available potentially, should there be any disruption to this, but looks like OT are gonna have to give this one up, I think. There is Kelvin. Oh, hello. Right from the back, though, we do have the Wraith coming in hot. Adam looking to do the damage, and Bebo trying to get out there, but stuck now again, once again, stuck in the Frozen Shelter, and once again, it will be a kill for OT.
Bebop's electronics are not made for temperatures that low, given that we've seen that happen twice in a row now, where Kelvin, tanking in particular, coming on in for Jai. And a support player versus support player, as it were, given the fact that they were playing Kelvin, it'd be Jai on it. But Stormcloud coming on out now from Sinnoh. Gonna be forcing movement out. Mostly used for the Guardian. Be a flex slot coming out now for Egoisto. 59k to 57k on the aggregate, though, Dan. Very, very close thus far.
Yeah, there's another catch, though, onto OT. Yeah, it is really close still. In terms of the Guardians, you can see, though, that Egoisto are ahead. There are 3 Guardians taken out of OTs to the one of theirs. So doing a bit better on the objectives overall. But it has been hard, I think, for other teams to get a clean objective push.
I mean, it goes more as a life refill swap for the Geist there. Definitely not a killing swap, as Ivy just, gets swapped and runs away. However, Quick lasso and Mirage dead. Disco's been doing that a lot so far. Might not be done yet. Going in, barrel on the Adam. Force out telekinesis. Adam, pretty low. Ooh, Divine Barrier. Getting healed right back up. Yamato, 150 HP. On the way out. Don't think Adam has an angle on that one.
Yeah, I wonder actually how many Divine Barriers we have on Egoisto, because I feel like there's at least 2, it feels like. It's been definitely coming in handy so far.
I will say that the interesting thing region-wise is that you see less focus on the jungle relative to lanes. Lanes are king, jungle secondary in priority. Adam, though, playing 7. Cards out, winning the 1v1 for the most part here. Adam about to take down the 7. Super, super close. Is back and forth. You see the dodging from Sinnoh. Trying to get away. Sinnoh gonna do it? No, not quite. Adam still finishes off with 500 HP to spare. Elsewhere, though, random dude and caught by Egoisto.
The escape again. The great escape here for tanking. Oh, got another pull there, but again onto the lash. There's another Divine Barrier. That's going to just be able to tank that damage from the bomb. And once again, the dash jump out of the action. This is pretty wild stuff, I gotta say. The aerial shenanigans. And wow, when you look at this, Egoisto, they are doing good work on the macro as well. Taking down this Walker, lots of damage. I don't think this is going to be standing for too much longer. There's not really any resistance. The burst's going to come in, though, coming from a random dead dude, but I don't think it's going to help to save this Walker.
They want the trade. They just gave up a Walker while going through this push. They do get the trade. But now do they lose anyone in turn? Yamato, under focus fire, drops Shadow of Transformation under the pressure. Drops a little bit of power slash back the other way. Don't think it'll result in any kills here just yet. And Egoisto right now on the retreat. OT and the full rotation in. They don't let Yamato get away. Mid buff up and Poxy. No desire for it. Gives it to the Geist instead. Meanwhile, OT still chasing on down Mirage. Tornado looking for the Geist. Don't think enough damage is going to go for it here, but still in. Geist instead. Warpstone in. Life swap. Puts Mirage under the gun. Forces out Divine Barrier. Maybe OT will rotate out now as Egoisto gets to rejuvenate and push back the other way.
Yeah, it's the map control is definitely quite contested at this point. It doesn't really feel like either team has full map control at the moment. You see, OT had to go back and deal with a massive creep push on lane 4 to sort of push that one back and stop that Walker damage. In fact, those creeps actually took the Walker from full HP to about 40%, so significant damage done there.
The interesting thing to me is just how close this has been with the difference in team comps here, where, yeah. I mean, I think part of it is how spread out the fights have been, right? We haven't really had many full team fights where I think Egoisto would really shine with their team comp. OT picked a comp right now that is more focused on keeping lanes pushed where possible, though right now they are pushed in on lane 2. Not so much a full team fight oriented setup. And look, I mean, so far we're about 17 minutes into the game and still highly competitive. So, you know, the idea that you always need frontliners, not necessarily the case, perhaps.
We're flying the urn across right now. The Ivy is going to do a drop there. And that's one of the benefits of Ivy. You can really get those urn collections before the other team has time to react. And in the meantime, there is a potential opening here. The Bebop gets targeted and trying to get out of there, but there is just too much focus fire damage, and Bebop is finally dead. But in comes the Yamato. You have attracted the attention of Shiros as he wreaks havoc around the battlefield. Having to retreat, though, because, again, the numbers advantage here for OT. Just doing a little bit better, as Egoisto also is trying to fight on that lane 2 Walker ZP.
Right now, you're seeing Shiros dancing back and forth. Shadow Transformation is down. Storm Cloud, though, in from Sinnoh. Put people in a real bind. Lash nearly dead. Same with Wraith. Here comes Yamato on the chase, looking for the Lash. Misses. Just a little bit far away. Doing a little bit of mountain climbing right now. Trying to get to the top of the roof. No! Messes up the rotation. Does not get to the rooftop to finish off that tasty Lash kill. However, still finds Lash in the end via another path, as we see.
Damn, the minigun from Adam is going to drill down the rest of the health there for Poxy on that Warden. And, all right, relative calm and peace and quiet just for a moment after all of that fighting, like 2 team fights at once on lane 2 and 3, respectively. And just looking at the soul distribution, you were talking about Adam's need to be quite farmed, and Adam is definitely a little bit ahead, so doing a good job there. Top soul performer for the team.
And the problem is, though, is that Shiraz is also getting a bit ahead. And Shiraz doesn't even have to be the one to go after Adam, per se. If Shiraz can get a few more 1,000 souls of clearance, that's the point where Shiraz is going to be able to open fights, start Shadow Transformation, and go directly on to either the Mirage or the Lash, or especially the Talon. Like, generally speaking, I expect Shiraz to, like, eat Talon's face as a #1 delicacy when possible. I mean, it's aged and refined. Look at it, you know.
All about the poultry.
Yeah. No one's gonna accuse Talon of you know, not being seasoned, I suppose. Oldest looking hero in all of Deadlock.
Well, you know what? Bebop might be about to receive the business ends of Lash once again here. Potentially a Death Slam coming in. Well, the telekinesis there. The Divine Barrier is going to do maybe enough, actually, to save the Bebop. It was just enough. Or, well, actually, over the top is Lash, still alive. Huddled in the corner, trying to cut off line of sight there. Trying to find a way to survive dodging the Kutsu bombs from above. Oh my goodness, Bebop is somehow surviving this one, but can't help the team who are trying to defend this lane too. In comes the Death Slam finally there from Satid, trying to initiate for the team. And it's a string of kills as a result here for OT.
Oh, here comes Poxy, like Superman, in over the top. Last Stand activated off the zip. Getting people real low, real close to finishing off the kill, but doesn't get just yet. Gets an anvil dropped on his head. Looking for the Mirage, getting poked out on all sides. And the Owl coming in from random dude, exploding in the end.
And there is Bebop back in the fight. Fully healed up, eventually returning and actually making the difference there, trying to bring the fight back to OT, who still seem, I mean, they've got the numbers advantage here, quite confident, but Bebop, there's the uppercut, post hook, and there is far too many opponents there, biting off more than can be chewed. And okay, well, Holiday, just go Virtuoso is like, all right, I've had enough. And that is going to signal the mid-boss for OT.
Yeah, and for where Egoisto is right now, they don't really have great steal options. You kind of see the sad, like, observation that's going on here. I mean, okay, you have Stormcloud. Do you really just drop down Stormcloud in this moment? I mean, you could. They do. Are they gonna get the steal? No steal. But they do have Stormcloud. They're looking for kills right after. They get Sire immediately. Now, the Stormcloud not being punished is working out perhaps a little bit better than expected. Both Slatted and Random Dead Dude super, super low. Gang chased down by Egoisto. But I think they have enough clearance that they're likely okay. So Stormcloud for 1 kill, still gives up mid-boss. Not the worst scenario for OT, and yet still very, very close to.
Yes, so close. And the fact that they all escaped there without dying is great for them. However, it is going to apply pressure with that rejuve, pushing out those lanes, trying to take objectives. Obviously, that's going to be a little bit more limited, and that's great for Egoisto, because that's what they want to do. They want to buy time whilst the rejuve is up and just try to waste it before it can be fully utilized. And the urn is up, so with just, I guess, mediocre lane control for OT right now, there is at least enough lane control to get that urn ferried across to drop it off. So there is some value there, but these two walkers, central walkers, will be very hard to assault.
Well, Egoisto, the question is, how much do they go for a contest on the urn? Bebop is heading on over for at least the hook on whoever turns in. So Bebop, the person to watch right now. Bebop actually wants no part of it. Bebop has decided, nope, not a good idea. Turn it in, sir. Please, may I have another? And now that the urn has been settled, Blank, any quick thoughts on what we've seen so far in the lead now that OT has opened up, albeit minor?
Yeah, he's definitely a small lead coming through for OT, but an interesting game overall. I think the re-engage potential right now for OT is probably their biggest strength. The fact that they're able to get themselves back into a fight that almost looks lost is pretty incredible. There is a big focus over towards the Wraith, though. I think my favorite thing throughout this entire game is just creative usage of the Frozen Shelter from tanking. He's been phenomenal with it.
Death Slam coming on in here from Slatted, trying to set things up for OT with Rejuvenator. Yamato. It's a Spirit Snare. Now, early Shadow Transformation into the fight. Who does the Yamato dive on right now? Looking for any target. Talon, already down. Yamato moving forward. Shadow Transformation over. Frozen Shelter blocking Yamato's path as Adam just rips it apart from the back. Nowhere they go for Shiraz. Adam with the angle there. And not a bad play from OT. Still 1-for-1 on the fight. Telekinesis was saved. Dropped later into the fight. Dropping the cards right now. Looking for the 7. Takes down 7 as Adam continues to be a force later into the fight, Dan.
Yes, and just as we see people trying to survive, it's impossible. The big stone gargoyle on your face. We just had Blank talking about how he was impressed by Tanky's use of the frozen shelter, and that frozen shelter again came in, and it basically stalled out the Yamato's ult, and then Yamato was like, I don't know what to do here. Like, there's no targets for me to even get on top of, and then was just caught in a bad position. So once again, frozen shelter coming in clutch, and these shrines are going down in very quick fashion. Here's EP.
OT on the verge of being the first champion of Deadlock Fight Night Pacific. Still ways to go, but it is looking good for them at the moment. Pressuring into the Egoisto base. They're fighting their way through the gauntlet of matches earlier today. It's Egoisto on the ropes, trying to force this to a map 3. Adam, though, getting caught, and that'll take away some of the heat from this push.
Yeah, and actually, the patron survived. One of the shrines survived. So for Egoisto, definitely not out of it just yet. Not an unrecoverable soul difference, about 25k for them. So cleaning up all of these creeps that have been pushed on all of these lanes is the first order of business, and just regaining some map control. And also, the mid boss is going to be up in 3 minutes. So there is time here for Egoisto to get back on the map, to get some jungle, to try to find an opportunity to bring themselves back into it, and hopefully, for their sake, find an engagement that ends right as the mid boss is spawning. That would be pretty lovely if they goes their way.
Little friendly hook there. Grab the urn and get right away from it. Here's, I think, the upside for Egoisto. Despite the soul deficit, I think in terms of comp scaling, OT cannot run over Egoisto the way that Egoisto would be running over OT if the current soul counts were reversed. If the current soul counts were reversed, I think it would be GG. I think in this particular case, there's still room for Bebop, Yamato, and even the Warden to make plays, right? Even though some of the soul allocation, stat check-wise, gets a little bit rough. If they can turn in this urn, though, even more for the better. So, OT right now, very, very split. The funny thing is that if they had full map knowledge, they could just slam this urn in right now, but they're not. Although, Mirage can teleport in.
Ready to move.
Yeah, trying to clear it first before trying to take the urn in there. They're going to go for the drop off, but in comes the fight. OT jumping in, the death slam straight from the sky, and putting some players onto the roof into the frozen shelter. This is a disaster for Egoisto. What an engage from OT.
That is ridiculous! The death slam into the roof, into the frozen shelter lockdown. That was beauty from OT, and that could be a championship winning play right here and now, Dan. What a way to open things up, get the last shrine, and certainly get first stage patron at a minimum. That was brilliant.
It was, and what a dilemma there for Egoisto. They know that they have to try and make a play. They've got to try to clear it out. They didn't have information, like you said, and it was a lot worse than I think they could have imagined. The reality there, the death slam from the rooftop, that was like the one spot they had not cleared, and that was the opening for OT. But not over just yet. Beacon Patron is still up. And we get a defense here from Egoisto, looking to just fend back OT out of the base and keep themselves alive. A 30k soul difference here. Again, still doesn't feel completely unrecoverable, but it's about the quality of your engagements.
Egoisto, 2 players down low. They've already taken down 1. Bebop down. 7. Looking for a little bit of health. Take a look at Disco right now. Laying a bit of damage into the Ivy. Under fire after the airdrop, looking for a way to the other side. Forces the Ivy to go around. Yamato, full HP, devours Adam in the base. Egoisto, not letting this one go just yet. Here, Dan.
CP, mid-boss is coming up in 10 seconds. If OT lose more players here, they're going to be in trouble. The mid-boss is going to be completely open and free for Egoisto if they manage to keep a lot of players up here. And, oh, there it is. There's the roar in the distance. Up on the zips. We're going straight to mid-boss.
Yeah, go directly to the mid-boss. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Directly on in. Do not get distracted with this Ivy either. Like, please, just damage the mid-boss. However, I will say, of all the characters of the game you could have left around, Ivy does have steal potential. It's incredibly unlikely, but this is one thing where, do you feel lucky? If you're Nikus, do you want to just have the best play of your life with the standard Ivy steal. Oh my goodness, Dan, is he gonna go for it? Stone form, in and over, looking for it. The parries come out, and yeah, absolutely no way. Not gonna happen at this level of play.
That was ambitious. That was truly ambitious. And that's a problem, ZP, because you're kind of you're going from bad to worse here. Obviously, it's bad enough that you lose the fight, you wipe right as mid-boss is spawning, which is certainly an oversight from OT there, not keeping their eye on that timer. And then now they've created a spot where Ego is still going to be emboldened. They're going to push every lane. There's the Death Slam, though, coming in. It's going to go deep right under the Walker for that extra stun damage. And it looks like Shiros will go down immediately. Disco Virtuoso's out of the fight, critically weak, but still up at least. But OT, okay, looks like they're fending this push right off, even though IV was down.
Okay, I'm going to be realistic here. I think Egoisto could have, like, held it back for, like, 10 seconds. That was the saddest Yamato point of view ever of you have so much time on the Rejuvenator. You don't immediately need the push in. You walk up, you get death slammed, and your Shadow transformation is like 10 seconds away. That's a little tragic. I think you absolutely could have just held back a moment. And, you know, while we're in a bit of a lull here, Blank, we saw the turnaround, we saw the mid-boss, we just saw Yamato down 10 seconds of Shadow transformation. What are you thinking right now?
Dude, I mean, it's just an unfortunate timing, really, isn't it? I think DDK puts it correctly that they just weren't keeping an eye on the timer at all. So I think that there was every moment in the entire world there for them to disengage after they'd taken Patron. Even as Seven was just ulting, like, there's no reason to be there anymore, and they just opened themselves up for a pretty disastrous moment. At this point in time, there is a world where Egoisto could bring this one back. It's a good thing that they got 3 of the Rechus.
Oh, what's this hook?
It's always last, though, isn't it?
Unstoppable comes out. Unstoppable does not care about the anvil that immediately went down. So Sladden is able to get away. However, the Mirage is not. The Mirage just brought through the secret shop and brought into a straight up mugging. Sire, wait, Sire's alive. 50 HP. Sire running for his very life. What? How did Sire live? That is unbelievable. That should not be a thing.
That is insane. The lasso and also the hook, and no picks coming from it. Instead, it's actually Shiros that gets taken out. So once again, going to be fighting with that Yamato if Egoisto were to take a fight now. But that is just insane. And behind all of this, we have the urn being run across the map now for OT. And again, they are ahead on souls, but it's not that much still. It's just 20k. It's not insane, but you definitely, if you're Egoisto, you don't want to really give up and earn, but they may have to just do it. This is not a fight I don't think they want right now.
No, I do not believe they want this fight. Not down Yamato, which is by far, I think, your most important character right now for setting the tone of these fights. Shiro's going down is rough. The urn being taken, again, puts you a little bit more into a hole where, you know, you have no more mulligans. OT is 1 team fight away from being champion, and they catch Bebop. You don't want this to stagger. The owl, the screeching cry of victory, perhaps. Going round and round, and at this point, just gonna be used for a little bit of lane push, but nope, doesn't make it. That was the intent.
Make it.
Just ran out of gas at the last moment, as it were.
Well, OT, they're knocking at the front door at the moment. They understand, okay, we are 6v5. We have the numbers advantage. Let's try to push the issue here and see if we can get that patron down. In comes the Death Slam for the opener here. Is it going to connect with anything? Hard to see, but the Cloud Storm's going to be up in the distance. That should delay things a little bit. Wait, okay. Random dead dude just sniping.
They forced this fight before Shadow transformation. That's the big thing here. Shiros hasn't been able to engage the way they want to. Disco, super low. Poxy, though, was able to get him talon in the back. Shadow transformation now up. Shiros, 3 versus 5 defense. The patron under assault. OT looking to become champions here and now. Can the Yamato defend? 500 HP. It's not looking good. Shadow transformation is gone. 100 HP. Dead. OT on to the patron. The new kings of Deadlock Fight Night Pacific have been crowned, and their name is OT.
Excellent performance from OT from start to finish. And even though we got to the draft here and we were like, hang on, a double support, what is happening? Just like you said, as we entered the game, you're both pointing out, it's about how they make it work and fit within their strategy. And they did that, and they made it look amazing.
Yeah, and again, it's kind of one of these things where you have this idea of a standard Deadlock composition, right? In the standard Deadlock composition, usually at least 2 frontliners, usually a support, a playmaker, and then you kind of flex. But whether it be melee creeps in North America or it be OT here in Pacific, it's being proven that there's other ways of playing Deadlock. You don't necessarily have to do the full standard meta. This is what you're locked into. There's other ways of playing the game. And OT came in and they played a composition without a lot of frontline presence, but with a lot of ability to lock down, a lot of ability to split push, and they made it work. And again, to give us some insight onto this, Blank, you were watching the entire thing start to finish. You know, what really stood out to you? Because there's a lot to go through as to why this worked, but you know, OT made it work.
Yeah, I think that honestly, as soon as you don't ban the Wraith or you don't take the Wraith away, you're almost sealing your fate at that point. Adam has been on it so much throughout all these matches. Not always had the highest damage count of the entire team, but his assassination potential, his positioning in those team fights, absolutely stupendous, honestly. I think that for OT, though, there was just moments of coordination which just outclassed every single other team within this tournament today. It was awesome to see, especially, man, I was going wild in the backlines when we saw the Lash ultimate onto the precipice of the rope into the Kelvin. I was going crazy off that.
That was by far, Dan, my favorite play. Well, not only of Deadlock Fight Night Pacific, but maybe one of my favorite plays of Deadlock Fight Night ever, just because of the unique nature of that, where you use the rooftop Lash ult into a Kelvin ult for just like ultimate isolation as you just murder the poor saps that got caught. It was fantastic.
Yes, yeah, it really was. It is so cool too, because we got to see the lead up to that play where there was they recognized, hey, we there could be a setup here that we're walking into some kind of a trap, and then they go and secure it, and they feel like it's secure, but they check everything except the rooftop, which is where where the death slam comes from. So yeah, absolutely awesome passage of play there coming from OT, and just showing their overall resiliency. And this match also had a lot to give in terms of the getaways. We had so many like hooks and getaways. It was just fantastic. And I think it's going to be very hard to choose an MVP, but the last play from Slatted was pretty epic. Created some epic moments for sure.
Yeah, it really did. And you know what? That does bring us to the point here, because I believe that package is ready for our player of the match presented by Intel. Blank, could you have here for OT?
Honestly, I'm so sorry, guys. It wasn't Slatted, it wasn't Adam, it was tanking at the end of the day. I think genuinely without tanking, a lot of times that Yamato would have got into those backlines. A lot of times players wouldn't have survived ridiculous scenarios, and some of those incredible plays wouldn't have happened. And I mean, even when we get towards that end game, he is just such a stalwart player for the team. A lot of times you see the big numbers and you think, wow. But for me, I really have to give it to the guy that had his team's back all the way through.
Yeah, I think that's a great call out. The frozen shelter was phenomenally important in so many different scenarios. The getaways to secure kills, to ice out the Yamato, like there was just so many different and creative usages of it. And it was the positioning from tanking was always, obviously he's always in the position to be able to pull off those types of plays. So I love that. I actually love this pick too.
Yeah, and here we go. You take a look here, just the rooftop action where just when you think you're gonna get away, nah. The frozen shelter is right there, just brought into Adam's own little personal slaughterhouse. You love to see it. And yeah, I mean, congratulations to OT, where let's not forget, not only our first champions here of Deadlock Fight Night Pacific, but they had to run the gauntlet. They were not the 6-0 qualifier team, so you know, the road in Pacific is longer than it is in North America and EU. And, you know, Dan, chalk one up here to the idea of warming up. Good for winning.
Yes, absolutely. It really is. You know, the confidence that you get from winning those earlier matches really helps. You get to iron out anything on the day of. And the other team doesn't have that going into it. They might be a bit fresher in some respects, and they also have the advantage in some senses to have watched you play so many maps, which in theory should be an advantage as well, because they know what you like to draft, they know what you're trying to play today, the strategies and so on. But even still, OT played their fundamental style really effectively, and it's a style that's not gimmicky. They just played some good Deadlock, where they're very focused on that macro, that split pushing. Their pressure game was really nice. And we could see their adaptations when they were up against Egoisto, and Egoisto were like putting their game onto them, and they were still able to figure out ways to get out of their traps, to make the daring escapes, to win the early game, or to at least lose well in the lanes where they had that back and forth in the early laning phase. So I don't think you could look at a single portion of the game and see a spot where OT didn't have some kind of an answer.
Well, OT will have plenty of answers for us now, specifically Adam, as OT just won. They are your first champions of Deadlock Fight Night Pacific, and we got Adam in for an interview. Adam, first off, congratulations on your win. Congratulations on being the first champion here in DFN Pacific. And I guess first thing I got to ask here is, we saw a lot of different looks from OT over the course of the day today, but the one thing that really set OT apart, even relative to other regions, you guys seem to prioritize lane control and keeping lanes pushed up more than any other team we've seen in Deadlock. Can you walk us through a little bit behind the macro strategy of OT?
Thank you. Our strategy is basically just kill the objectives, kill them. Like, it's not much to it. It's just kill them.
You know what?
It. Oh, did you follow up, ZP?
No, I was just gonna say simple is good. Sometimes people think it's all gigabrain stuff, but otherwise, you stick to the basics.
Yeah, exactly.
What's your estimation of the teams overall in your region at the moment? Because I know oftentimes we don't get like a big look into the Pacific region in a lot of different titles, and obviously Deadlock's a newer game. So how's it been developing in the Pacific region so far? Do you have like a good pool of teams to scrim against?
There's a pretty decent pool. There's like all the teams in this tournament would scrim against normally. Now that there's like tournaments starting to come back repeatedly, a lot more teams are going to come up and a lot more players are going to start playing, and there's going to be better teams and all that,
Awesome.
It's just going to be a snowball effect.
I was wondering, how long have you guys been playing together now? Because there were some plays during that match which felt pretty drilled, or is this just another case of on-the-fly action from Adam and the boys? I had joined this roster like 2 months ago maybe, and then Saya joined probably 2 weeks ago, and from there we've just been playing, and the other guys have been playing together for a while though, since game came out, I think.
Whose idea was it for the play on Urn, the lash into the Kelvin Dome, into you just gunning everyone down? Like, how did that shot call come about? Because that was probably the most dynamic play we saw all day long.
I think I called, I'm just going to hide on the roof, and then Slat and then Tanking both just said, yeah, I'm going to hide on the roof as well. I was like, oh, okay.
so there's no gigabrain play, there's no coach, drill play. It's like, hey guys, hiding on the roof is a good idea. You know what? That's a good idea. Everyone get to this roof immediately. Well, thank you, Adam, for the interview. It's a pleasure hearing everything you've had to say. Any final thoughts before you leave us here tonight as the champion?
Thank you, guys. No, it's a fun tournament.
All right. Well, everyone, that was Adam here, DFN Pacific. I love to hear the reality there, Dan, because a lot of times when you deal with analysis content, right, people will be very gigabrain about stuff. Like, I think to people that make reputations be like, I will coach you out of gold, and everything is just an equational thing to every bit of gameplay. But the true high end of gameplay sometimes is just go to target, shoot target, as it turns out.
As the old adage goes, it's not that deep, unfortunately. I really like to read into this stuff, but it's really nice. Honestly, I'm more glad than anything that everyone just seemed to really enjoy the tournament and seemed very happy about it all. It was fun to watch overall. There's some incredible plays, and it's nice to finally see that from Pacific.
Yeah, I'm definitely left with feeling like the level was, I think, higher than I expected necessarily to see across the board, especially from OT. I think OT showed a great breadth of play and across all of the different skill categories in the game. So that makes me really excited for the region, and also excited to hear that, hey, there's actually quite a few teams scrimming right now, and now that this tournament's coming, there will be more. That's exciting to hear. So I'm stoked for the Pacific region in this game.
All right, so before we wrap up for the day, we'll just recap where we were all day long. This was our format here today and the path we saw and took. And it was OT getting through our best of one as an invited team, getting through the winners best of three, and taking down the team that was number 1 in our qualifiers, Egoisto, or the qualifiers held by our friends in the Pacific region. Technically, we did not run the qualifiers, but we are very thankful for those that ran it. On the other side, Made in Deadlock looked strong versus Happy Buffalo, but ran into just a too strong OT team. Blank, Dan, thoughts here on the day before we wrap things up?
Probably the cleanest of sweeps coming through from OT. May the 4th seed be with you, apparently. But yeah, overall, very, very good. I would like to see a little bit more of Made in Deadlock in the future. I think they had a good game plan. They've got strong players there. I think they just need to have backup plans as well when things don't quite go their way. And maybe Egoisto can come back and reclaim that title in the future.
Yeah, the cool thing here, I think, is especially for Region 2, is that you do have like teams playing at a pretty damn good level already. So it should be easier for all the other teams that are trying to figure out and troubleshoot. Okay, well, what are we doing wrong, or what do we need to do differently? And you have kind of like a formula there in terms of like how you play each stage of the game and like where your focus could be on certain things. So because I don't think that the regions generally lack mechanical skill necessarily. It's going to be more about like just putting all of it together as a team. And so I feel like it serves as a good blueprint, I think, to help grow the region. So that's something that I think is super cool.
Well, as we sign off here tonight, I just want to thank the entire audience for tuning in on our inaugural Pacific broadcast. Thank, of course, our sponsors, Intel, for helping make this happen. Thank, of course, the casters and players, and, of course, production for being involved. And also as a preview, right now, we can't say exactly when the next Pacific show will be, but suffice to say, we do want to do this again soon. We will update you on our socials when that is the case. And until then, you want to catch some replays, see where things are at, go to the Deadlock Fight Night YouTube, where you can catch the latest VODs of all the action that has been coming about. And be assured, we got more stuff cooking. But for now, that brings us to the end of our broadcast here tonight. Thank you so much once again, everyone, and we'll see you next time.